Chapter 1, System Awakening, Catching Mosquitoes to Boost Vital Energy. Jin Chao. Let's break up. My vital energy has already reached 120, meeting the admission standard for second-tier universities. I'm destined to become a martial artist. But you dropped out of school 3 years ago, barely making ends meet with odd jobs, and have a bedridden father. You're simply not good enough for me. A girl in a school uniform looked disdainfully at the frail Jin Chao and spoke heartlessly. Hearing Qin Shue's words, Jin Chao felt no sadness, only anger in his heart. You have no right to say such things. Have you forgotten how your parents were biased, making you drop out of school to focus all resources on your younger brother? If it weren't for my parents paying your tuition and providing resources to help you improve your physical strength, everything I have, you get a share of. How could you be where you are today without me? At this point, Jin Chao was trembling all over with anger. If it weren't for you, given our family's situation, why would my dad have had to take on long-term night shifts, leading to his weakened health, falling from the 5th floor of the construction site, resulting in paralysis from the waist down, confined to bed for the rest of his life? Qin Shue frowned in displeasure upon hearing this and said disdainfully, "So what? You all did this willingly. Besides, your family is no longer useful to me." Young Master Wang said that as long as I break up with you and be with him, he will cover all the resources for the remaining month. Then I can get into a top-tier university. Can you, a penniless guy, offer me any of this? With that, Qin Shui turned and walked away. From now on, don't contact me anymore. If my boyfriend finds out, he'll be upset. Watching Qin Shui's retreating figure, Jin Chao felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Still, he suppressed his anger. This matter couldn't be known by his parents, at least not now. He was afraid they wouldn't be able to bear it. Upon returning home, Jin's mother had already set the meal on the table before heading out for her night shift part-time job. As usual, Jin Chao fed his bedridden father, tidied up, then retreated to the small curtained-off space in the living room to lie down. Unable to calm his mind for a long while, his thoughts kept circling back to what had just happened. Becoming a martial artist felt like a massive mountain pressing down on him, leaving him breathless. If he couldn't become a martial artist, he could only rely on hard labor to earn meager wages to support himself. Even if he got lucky and found a slightly better job, plus took on a side gig, at most, he'd only make 5,000 yuan a month. His father is bedridden all year round, with monthly medication costs alone reaching 4,000 yuan. The remaining 1,000 yuan is barely enough for the family's basic food expenses, and even then, it's just simple meals. They don't dare buy new clothes. Must he struggle like this his entire life, until death? Even forcing my elderly mother to go out and work to earn money, unable to enjoy her retirement years? Thinking of this, a wave of bitterness rose in his heart, leaving him with a suffocating feeling. How wonderful it would be if I could become a martial artist. I heard that even a first-level martial artist earns a minimum monthly salary of over 20,000. If you kill a level 1 mutant beast in the wild, it can even be sold for over 30,000. That's equivalent to half a year of backbreaking work. But to become a martial artist, your vitality must reach 200, and mine has stayed at 82 for 3 years without any change. Sigh. It seems I'll never become a martial artist in this lifetime. Just as Jin Chao was feeling depressed, the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes around his ears made him even more irritable. His right hand flailed randomly and soon he felt something caught in his grasp. Without thinking, he knew it was a mosquito. Just as he was about to crush it, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has captured a mosquito. Vitality value increased by 0.01. Host, would you like to tame it? Hearing the voice, Jin Chao abruptly sat up from the bed, his face filled with shock as he stared at the half-dead mosquito in his hand. Jin Chao quickly pulled up the system interface. Host, Jin Chao. Level, 0. Vitality, 82. 01 out of 200. Pet, none. Witnessing this scene, Jin Chao was overwhelmed with excitement. He had actually awakened a system. This meant he could become a martial artist, and his family would no longer have to endure hardship. At this thought, Jin Chao couldn't hold back his tears. These 3 years had been torment for him, but now he could finally become a martial artist and repay his parents. No longer would Qin Shui look down on his family. He wanted Qin Shui to know that she couldn't compare to him before, and she still couldn't now. He wanted Qin Shui to regret everything she had done today. Thinking of this, Jin Chao was thrilled and didn't dare to delay for even a moment. Grabbing the fishing net from his childhood, he dashed downstairs. Catching one mosquito increases vitality by 0.01. With his current vitality at 82, becoming a martial artist only requires catching 11,800 mosquitoes. It was midsummer, the hottest time of the year. Flies and mosquitoes are everywhere, especially around garbage piles and under streetlights. Catching over 10,000 mosquitoes is a piece of cake. Even if I have to stay up all night, I'll become a martial artist. Soon, Jin Chao arrived under a streetlight where a swarm of mosquitoes fluttered about in a frenzy. The elderly people enjoying the cool breeze stayed far away, unwilling to get anywhere near. Jin Chao was overjoyed at the sight of them and immediately swung his net to scoop them up. As a swarm of mosquitoes was trapped under the net, the system's voice rang out frantically. Detected host has captured a mosquito. Vitality increased by 0.01. Does the host wish to tame it? Hearing the system's voice, Jin Chao grinned from ear to ear with delight. Quickly pulled up the system interface to check. Host, Jin Chao. Level, 0. Vitality, 82. 63 out of 200. Directly increased by 0.62. At this rate, wouldn't I just need to find 200 streetlights to become a first-level martial artist? Thinking of this, Jin Chao didn't dare to delay. Picking up the fishing net and running toward the next streetlight. With one sweep of the net, his mind was filled with notifications of increased vitality. The voice was like heavenly music, filling Jin Chao with boundless energy. Even the exhaustion from the day's labor was completely swept away. But the elderly residents enjoying the cool in the neighborhood were utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Old man, what's wrong with Xiao Chao? Why is he flailing around with that fishing net and laughing like a fool? Did something happen to him? An elderly woman said with some concern. Living in the same neighborhood, everyone was aware of Jin Chao's family situation and often helped them out. Just when Jin Chao was about to land a decent job, he mustn't lose his mind now. Go find his mother quickly. If something really happens to this child, how will his mother go on living? Not daring to delay a single moment, the old man grabbed his wife and hurried towards Jin Chao's house. At this moment, Jin Chao remained completely unaware of everything that had happened, still tirelessly catching mosquitoes. By dawn, the exhausted and breathless Jin Chao had already reached a streetlight over 10 kilometers away from the neighborhood. He initially thought catching over 10,000 mosquitoes would be easy, but little did he know it would keep him busy all night. Moreover, as it gets closer to dawn, those swarms of mosquitoes become fewer and fewer. After much effort, he managed to raise his vital energy to 199.63, just 0.37 short of becoming a martial artist. No matter what, he must become a martial artist today and must not give up. Jin Chao perked up his spirits and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, Jin Chao's eyes lit up. Found it. He hurried forward, overwhelmed with excitement. With just one cast of this fishing net, he would become a true martial artist. Swish! The fishing net swiftly descended, and the voice in his mind rang out frantically. Host detected capturing a mosquito. Vitality increased by 0.01. Would you like to tame it? Congratulations. Host level has increased to 1. System rewards have been issued. Please check. Upon hearing his level had increased to 1, Jin Chao could no longer hold on and collapsed onto his back. A happy smile spread across his face. He had finally become a martial artist. He would no longer be looked down upon by others. He could finally give his parents a better life. Chapter 2. The first person to tame a strange beast. Jin Chao, lying on the ground, pulled up the system interface. Host, Jin Chao. Level 1 martial artist. Vitality, 200. 03. Pet, none. Seeing the vitality value reach 200 points, he was overjoyed. Remembering there was still a reward to claim, he immediately said, System, claim the reward. Congratulations, host, on becoming a level 1 martial artist. The system rewards you with one opportunity for a level 1 mutant beast evolution. Any tamed pet beast under your command can utilize this. Ever since catching the first mosquito, the system has been asking whether to tame it. At that time, all focus was on increasing physical strength, leaving no room for such thoughts. Now, with the chance to evolve a pet beast into a level 1 mutant beast, it's essential to study this carefully. That's a level 1 mutant beast, even stronger than a level 1 martial artist. And no one has ever heard of anyone taming a mutant beast. Just thinking about it gets me excited. So I decided to find a more powerful animal nearby to tame, at least not a mosquito. After searching around, apart from grasshoppers, butterflies, mosquitoes, and flies, there really weren't any more formidable animals to be found. Just as Jin Chao was about to give up and head to the martial artist building, a faint meow sounded from the grass nearby. Meow. Jin Chao immediately stopped in his tracks and carefully parted the grass. A skinny, shivering tabby cat appeared before his eyes. Seeing the emaciated little kitten, his heart ached, and he picked it up at once. Poor little thing, you must be starving. I'll buy you some ham later. Just as Jin Chao picked up the tabby cat, the system's voice rang out. Detected that the host has captured a tabby cat. Vitality value increased by 0.5. Does the host wish to tame it? Vitality value increased by 0.5. The system's prompt left Jin Chao momentarily stunned. Catching a tabby cat increases vitality points by 50 times compared to a mosquito. It seems the increase in vitality points is closely related to the size of the captured animal. Or rather, it's strongly tied to the creature's strength. If one were to catch a mythical beast, It's unclear how much vitality points would increase, but Jin Chao was just thinking about it. After all, a level 1 martial artist would find it extremely dangerous to even kill a level 1 mutant beast, let alone capture one alive. Better to tame it first. Tame. At the moment of taming, a subtle connection formed between the tabby cat and myself. It seemed I could control all the kitten's behaviors. Meanwhile, the pet column displayed the tabby cat, with notes: strength, ordinary pet, can evolve into a level 1 mutant beast. Without hesitation, I immediately chose to evolve. In an instant, the tiny kitten, which was originally small, suddenly grew to the size of a dog, resembling a leopard. At the same time, the tabby cat's strength also increased to that of a level 1 mutant beast. Witnessing this scene, Jin Chao was overjoyed. To have a tame mystical beast is something most martial artists wouldn't even dare to dream of. If other martial artists found out about this, they'd be green with envy. After all, the strength of mutant beasts is generally superior to that of martial artists. With this exotic beast, even a level 2 martial artist would be someone I could challenge. But now is not the time to think about these things. The top priority now is to quickly get certified as a martial artist, then take the reward money home to surprise my parents. Then I hailed a taxi and got in with the tabby cat. The driver was startled by the sight of such a large tabby cat, but didn't ask any questions. After all, in this era where exotic beasts roam freely, an oversized cat isn't particularly surprising. After specifying the destination, Jin Chao leaned back in his seat to rest. If he weren't about to become a martial artist, he would never have spent dozens of yuan on a taxi ride. That's a whole day's wages. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the martial artist building. Jin Chao gazed at the towering martial artist building. Overwhelmed with emotion, he never imagined he'd have a day like this. I'm probably the first in our class to become a martial artist. I wonder what expressions my classmates will have when they find out about this. Xiao Hua, let's go. Jin Chao walked with a smile on his face, striding confidently toward the martial artist building. But as soon as he stepped through the entrance, a piercing alarm sounded. Alert! Alert! An unidentified level 1 mutant beast has intruded into the building. Immediate action required. Immediate action required. The piercing alarm sounded, and a large number of martial artists immediately rushed to the entrance of the martial arts hall. At the same time, many martial artists fled in panic. Clearly, they were level 1 martial artists or those who had just become martial artists. Jin Chao, who was surrounded in the center, was instantly stunned. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a security uniform with an imposing presence spoke to Jin Chao. Young man, don't be afraid. As long as you don't move, I can guarantee to kill it before it attacks you. Hearing this, Jin Chao hurriedly said in panic, don't kill it. It came with me and is very obedient, it won't hurt anyone. Xiao Hua also seemed to sense the hostility from the other party, baring her teeth at the middle-aged man, but she could also feel the opponent's strength, slowly moving in front of Jin Chao to shield him. Hearing Jin Chao's words, the crowd clearly didn't believe him. Humans and mutant beasts have been in conflict for centuries, and there has never been any record of someone taming a mutant beast. Not to mention the powerful ones, even the weakest level 1 mutant beasts have never been tamed. A middle-aged fat man then said, young man, you can't just say things like that. Do you know how many powerful factions in Wanzhong City are researching how to tame mutant beasts? After all these years of effort, they've achieved nothing. Do you really think you can tame them? The fat man's tone was full of disdain, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Mutant beasts are incredibly strong and vast in number, and countless major factions have long had their eyes on them. Yet despite investing massive manpower and resources, decades of research have yielded no progress whatsoever. How could they possibly be outdone by some teenage brat? This is absolutely impossible, and judging by his appearance, he clearly comes from a poor family. His strength at most resembles that of a level 1 martial artist. There's simply no comparison between the two. People around also thought Jin Chao was daydreaming. This made Jin Chao even more anxious. He didn't want his newly evolved level 1 mutant beast to be killed so soon. Then how can you be convinced? The fat man sneered and said, unless you make it crawl into this collar by itself, then I'll believe you. As he spoke, the fat man casually threw an iron collar with a chain in front of Jin Chao. He looked at Jin Chao with a smirk. Making a magical beast crawl into a collar by itself is equivalent to handing over its life to a human. Not to mention exotic beasts, even domesticated pets can hardly achieve this. This fat guy was clearly making things difficult for Jin Chao. Even if the people around noticed, no one spoke up. After all, it's just a level 1 exotic beast, no one would take it seriously. But in Jin Chao's eyes, all of this seemed incredibly simple. He simply picked up the collar and said to Xiao Hua, come here, crawl inside. Upon hearing Jin Chao's words, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid actually thought he had tamed a magical beast and even made it crawl inside on its own. How ridiculous. There's no way a savage beast like that would ever listen to you. The fat guy even laughed and said, kid, if you can make it go in there, I'll eat upside down, ha ha ha. But soon after, the fat guy's laughter abruptly stopped. The ferocious beast, which had just been baring its fangs menacingly, suddenly became incredibly docile at Jin Chao's call. To the astonishment of everyone present, it obediently slipped into the collar without the slightest resistance. This scene instantly left everyone in shock. It actually went in. How on earth did this kid manage that? How did he tame the exotic beast? This is absolutely earth-shattering news that will shock the entire Wangjang city. Chapter 3, Are the Poor Not Worthy of Living? The scene before them left everyone utterly dumbfounded. The previously noisy hall instantly fell into complete silence. After a brief silence, an overwhelming outburst followed like a mountain flood. Everyone unanimously took out their phones to record videos. Breaking news! Someone actually tamed a mystical beast. Come quick, everyone, it's this guy right here. Didn't someone just say they'd eat while standing on their hands? Come out and deliver. Don't chicken out now. Ha ha ha. The scene instantly descended into chaos, leaving Jin Chao utterly bewildered. He truly hadn't expected it to cause such a huge uproar, but he didn't want to waste time here, so he took Xiao Hua and ran toward the elevator. By the time everyone reacted, Jin Chao had already disappeared. The fat guy who said he'd eat while standing on his head also sneaked away in disgrace. Today was utterly humiliating. If I ever run into that kid again, I'll make sure he pays for it. The news of martial artists taming exotic beasts immediately caught the attention of everyone in Wangjang City. People were utterly shocked, but without seeing it firsthand, most remained skeptical. After all, in all these years, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to tame exotic beasts. Such a thing was simply beyond their belief. But in the eyes of those big shots, it's different. They wouldn't give up even if there's the slightest possibility. A middle-aged man in a suit with a full beard said firmly, "Find this person immediately and bring him here." "No, I'll go myself. This time, we can't let those guys get ahead of us." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, his subordinates were shocked. Their boss was someone of such high status in Wangjang City. Apart from a select few, people usually came to see him. It was rare for him to personally meet anyone. On the top floor of a skyscraper, a plump old man burst into laughter. "After all these years, someone has finally tamed a mutant beast. Quick, find him. We mustn't let him fall into someone else's hands. I want to meet him personally." At this moment, Jin Chao had already arrived on the 7th floor, where martial artists' chi and blood levels were measured and martial artist medals were awarded. Only by obtaining the martial artist medal could one be considered a true martial artist and enjoy the privileges that came with it. "Hello, I'm here to collect my martial artist medal." Jin Chao approached window 3 and spoke to the clerk inside. Inside, the female clerk was overweight, with a face as round as a pancake. Her makeup was unusually pale, several shades lighter than her neck. The round-faced woman was visibly stunned when she saw Jin Chao. So young, after working here for so many years, she had never seen such a young martial artist before. Not to mention her, even in the entire Wangjang City, it's rare to see a genius who becomes a martial artist in their teens over several decades. Such individuals would be cultivated with full national support. They are destined to become formidable guardians of their regions, with status and prestige far surpassing ordinary martial artists. She was well aware of this, so if he truly was a martial artist, she must report it to the gym director. Hosting such a genius is bound to come with generous rewards. "Please present your ID card." Jin Chao took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it over. The round-faced man clattered away on the computer for a while, then handed a form to Jin Chao. He said with a smile, "Please go upstairs to measure your chi and blood levels. Then come back here to register and receive your martial artist badge." 10 minutes later, Jin Chao returned with the test results in hand. The round-faced man's smile widened the moment he saw the results. He quickly completed all the procedures, even preparing the martial artist badge in advance. Jin Chao left this place with all his belongings. The moment Jin Chao departed, the round-faced man immediately called the museum director. "Director, there's an important matter I need to report to you." "What is it that you need to tell me?" In the top-floor office, a white-haired old man sat on a wooden chair, sipping tea while answering the phone. He was the highest-ranking leader of the martial artist building. He was also one of the most powerful figures in Wangjang City. The true influential figure in Wangjang City. Many people can't even get a chance to meet him, and there's nothing significant enough to trouble him. "Director, I just received a level 1 martial artist, an 18-year-old level 1 martial artist. A level 1 martial artist isn't even worth reporting to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man seemed to realize something and frantically shouted into the phone. "What did you say? 18 years old? Come here quickly." "No, I'll go find you right now." With that, the old man dashed toward the elevator like a madman. At that moment, the old man's heart was surging with excitement. It's been years since such a genius has emerged. This time, we must catch him and not let him escape. 5 minutes later, Jin Chao stood at the entrance of the martial artist building, looking at the martial artist medal and bank card in his hand. finally realizing that he was now officially a martial artist. I never thought that right after becoming a martial artist, I could receive 100,000 yuan and a monthly allowance of 5,000. Now, my mom won't have to work so hard anymore. Thinking of this, Jin Chao smiled and immediately hailed a taxi to rush home. Must give my parents a surprise. Returning home, the house was eerily empty. Not only was mom not there, but dad wasn't in his room either. What's going on? Even if mom was at work, dad should have been home. Could something have gone wrong? At this thought, Jin Chao was startled and hurried downstairs. He needed to contact his parents as soon as possible. Meanwhile, outside the emergency room of the First People's Hospital, Jin's mother seemed to have lost her soul. Ever since learning her son had gone mad, she had been searching for him all night, even mobilizing everyone she could. She didn't dare tell her husband about this matter, but a night passed, and not only was their son still missing, her husband somehow found out about it. He slit his wrists and committed suicide. If they hadn't discovered it early, there might not have been any chance to save him. Why? Oh heavens, why is this happening? Chow, where on earth have you gone? Mom can't hold on any longer. Jin's mother's swollen eyes could no longer shed a single tear. Her heart filled with utter despair. Her son had gone mad and disappeared. Her husband was in critical condition, and it was uncertain whether he could even be saved. What was once a happy family now left her all alone? What terrible sin had she committed to deserve this? Are the family members of Jin Peng here? Upon hearing the nurse's words, Jin's mother quickly stood up and said, I am his wife. How is my husband doing? This is a critical condition notice. Please sign it, and also go pay the surgery fee, which totals 230,000 yuan. Hearing this, Jin's mother was so frightened that her hands couldn't stop trembling. 230,000 yuan. How could she possibly come up with that amount? Nurse, can you give me a couple more days? I promise I'll get the money together as soon as possible. Hearing there was no money, the nurse immediately frowned and said rudely, no money for treatment? If you can't pay by noon, take your patient and leave. With that, she stormed off, adding harshly before leaving, a poor wretch like you shouldn't even bother seeing a doctor. Might as well die sooner. Such words cut deep into Jin's mother's heart, but she couldn't give up on saving her husband's life. Now I can only go and borrow from my brother-in-law. I heard he's made some money in business these years. He wouldn't refuse to save his own brother's life. Besides, back when he was down on his luck, it was our family who kept supporting him all along. Thinking of this, Mrs. Jin quickly dialed her brother-in-law's number. Chapter 4, Insult me all you want, but not my family. Is this Jin you? I'm your sister-in-law. Your brother is in trouble. He's in the emergency room at First People's Hospital. It's critical. The surgery costs 230,000 yuan. I was hoping to borrow some from you for now, and later. Before Jin's mother could finish, the voice on the other end said, Sis, it's not that I don't want to lend you the money, even though I've made some over the years. I just bought a batch of materials recently and really don't have any cash on hand. Hearing this, Jin's mother panicked. Jin, you can't just stand by and watch your brother die. A few years ago when you couldn't even afford food, it was your brother who always took care of you. Without him, how could you have what you have today? Sister-in-law, that's not right to say. The money I have is entirely due to my own abilities. What does it have to do with my brother? Besides, now that he's paralyzed, he's just a burden. If he dies, wouldn't life be better for you and Jin Chao? How can you say such things? He's your own flesh and blood. Are you even human? Sister-in-law, don't blame me for being ungrateful. In the early years when my elder brother helped me, it was only about 10,000 yuan in total. I'll give you 20,000 now, and after this, let's not contact each other anymore. With that, she hung up the phone directly. Jin's mother stared blankly at the white wall, truly at a loss for what to do. Jin's mother collapsed weakly onto the floor, her mind completely blank. Just as she didn't know what to do, Jin Chao came running toward her in a panic. Mom! The moment Jin Chao's mother saw him, she could no longer hold back her grievances and sorrow. She cried out, You're finally back. If you hadn't returned, I would have wanted to die. With that, she buried her face in Jin Chao's chest and sobbed uncontrollably. Seeing his mother in such a state, Jin Chao's heart ached, and he slapped himself hard twice. He swore never to make his parents worry again. Then he asked about his father's condition. Jin's mother also told him everything, even about borrowing money from Jinyu. Hearing this, Jin Chao became furious. How could they do this? Hospitals are supposed to be places for healing and saving lives. How can they refuse treatment and even kick someone out just because the payment was 2 days late? Is this still a hospital that heals the sick and rescues the dying? And second uncle, how could he be so heartless? If it hadn't been for dad helping him back then, he probably would have starved to death. Now he's actually refusing to help when someone's life is at stake. But now he doesn't care about any of this anymore. He has the ability to raise the money needed to save dad's life. Mom, Don't worry about the money. Your son will take care of it. Jin's mother sobbed and said, "You're just a kid. How can you handle it? That's 230,000 yuan. If we have to, we'll sell the house." "Mom, there's no need to sell the house. Let me tell you something, your son is a martial artist now. Just give me 2 days, and I'll definitely raise the 230,000 yuan." Now that he was a martial artist, all he needed was to hunt a few mutated beasts outside the city, and he'd surely earn enough. Hearing this, Jin's mother wore a face full of concern. Although she didn't believe her son had gone mad, his current state made her start to doubt. "Chow, don't stress too much. Mom will figure out the money issue. You mustn't let anything happen to you." Upon hearing this, Jin Chow was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized his mom thought he'd lost his mind. "Mom, I've really become a martial artist. Here's my martial artist badge, along with the 100,000 yuan I just received." Jin Chow directly took out the badge and bank card, placing them in front of his mother. Only then did Jin's mother believe it. The martial artist badge couldn't be faked, and no one would dare to fake it. So, her son had truly become a martial artist? My husband is saved. At that moment, the nurse from earlier returned and began scolding Jin's mother. "Why haven't you paid yet? If you don't pay soon, take him and leave immediately. Don't waste our time here." Jin's mother quickly replied, "Nurse, we only have 100,000 on hand right now. Can we pay the remaining 130,000 in a couple of days?" The nurse said with a look of disdain. "No, not a single cent less. If you can't afford it, don't bother seeing a doctor, just wait to die at home." Jin's mother still wanted to plead with the nurse, but Jin Chow couldn't stand it any longer. "How can you talk like that as a nurse? Doesn't the hospital have a rule that medical fees can be paid within 3 working days? As a nurse here, how can you not know this rule? How did you even become a nurse?" Hearing this, the nurse didn't show the slightest hint of panic. "The hospital has rules, but those are for people who can afford to pay. Can you paupers even cover the costs?" With that, the nurse added impatiently, "If you can't pay up, get out with your patient now, or I'll call security." Jin Chow was seething with anger and was about to speak when he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Isn't this Jin Chow? What are you doing here? Did someone fall ill?" Jin Chow turned around and saw that the person approaching was his classmate, Wang Jianyu, a wealthy second-generation heir. By his side was none other than Qin Shui. The nurse immediately greeted Wang Jianyu with a warm smile. "Isn't this young Master Wang? What brings you to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Jianyu said, "How could anything happen to me? It's my girlfriend who's feeling unwell, so we came to check. Just put it on my tab for now." The nurse fawned. "Young Master Wang, what are you saying? Would I ever rush you to pay?" Seeing the nurse's sycophantic expression, Jin Chow was already seething with anger. The poor who truly need life-saving treatment are ignored by the hospital. The hospital fawns over wealthy people even when they just have minor ailments. What kind of world is it where regulations meant for the poor are applied to the rich? Wang Jianyu wasn't in a hurry, instead looking at Jin Chow with a teasing expression and asking, "What's going on here?" Seeing this, the nurse glanced at Jin Chow disdainfully and said, "His father attempted suicide by cutting his wrist and is still 130,000 short on the surgery fee." Qin Shui sneered upon hearing this. "If you can't afford it, why even come for treatment? If it were me, I'd just let them die at home." Jin Chow hadn't expected Qin Shui to say something like that and was instantly furious. Just as he was about to angrily curse at her, Wang Jianyu interjected, "Xiao Shui, how could you say such a thing? After all, we were classmates." With a malicious grin, Wang Jianyu turned to Jin Chow and said, "Old classmate, you really are something. If you're short on money, you could borrow from me. Just kneel down and crawl through my crotch, and I'll cover your father's medical bills. Sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? Or, your mom can do it for you." With that, Wang Jianyu smirked maliciously at Jin Chow, waiting for him to kneel down, be humiliated, and ultimately left in despair without getting the money to save his life. Blame it on the fact that you monopolized Qin Shui all through middle school. Did you really think someone like you, could lay a finger on the person I fancy? Jin Chow could no longer endure it. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting his family was absolutely unacceptable. Hidden in the shadows, Xiaohua also sensed its master's fury. At Jin Chow's command, he immediately pounced on Wang Jianyu, knocking him to the ground. The sudden appearance of Xiaohua left Wang Jianyu utterly terrified. He could clearly sense that this was a mutated beast. But how could a mutated beast appear in Wangzhong City? "Help! There's a mutated beast! Help! I don't want to die." Wang Jianyu struggled desperately, but with his strength, how could he possibly break free from Xiaohua? The hospital was in complete chaos at this moment. With everyone in a panic, the security team rushed over swiftly. Qin Shui was so terrified that she wet herself, crawling away from Wang Jianyu without even acknowledging his cries for help. Jin Chow looked at Wang Jianyu, who had wet his pants in fear, and slowly walked up to him, saying, "With your cowardly appearance, you think you're worthy of making me kneel? And you dared to insult my mother, you deserve to die." As he spoke, Xiaohua pressed down with its front paw, shattering Wang Jianyu's right thigh bone in an instant. A miserable howl instantly echoed through the entire hallway. The excruciating pain contorted Wang Jianyu's face, leaving him only able to cry and beg for mercy. "I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Just let me go, and I'll pay all the medical expenses. I'll even give Qin Shui to you, just spare me." Chapter 5, You're Not Worthy. Qin Shui immediately looked at Wang Jianyu with an expression of disbelief. He actually wanted to hand her over to Jin Chao. Wasn't that tantamount to killing her? What did Wang Jianyu take her for? At this moment, Qin Shui's heart was filled with regret. How could she have been so blind to fall for someone like him back then? Jin Chao sneered in response. "Money? You think a martial artist would lack money?" Upon hearing Jin Chao's words, Wang Jianyu's heart sank into despair. Indeed, why would a martial artist ever lack money? Why did I have to provoke Jin Chao? I don't want to die yet. Just as Jin Chao was about to continue punishing Wang Jianyu, a group of security guards rushed over and surrounded them. The middle-aged security captain at the lead saw Wang Jianyu, covered in bloodstains, pinned to the ground by Xiaohua. His expression instantly changed. How could he not recognize the son of the hospital's major client? If something happened to him here, their jobs would be on the line. We must save Wang Jianyu as soon as possible. Seeing the security guards arrive, Wang Jianyu arrogantly shouted, "You bunch of useless fools, hurry up and kill this, and this too." The security team leader's face darkened as he said, "Second and third, move in." As security guards of Wangjiang City's First People's Hospital, they were naturally not ordinary people. The second and third brothers were even advanced martial artists. Dealing with a young boy and a level 1 mutant beast was effortless for them. Jin Chao's icy voice rang out, "Anyone who dares to move, I'll kill him." As she spoke, Xiaohua revealed her sharp nails, pressing them against Wang Jianyu's throat. If the other party dared to take even a single step, Wang Jianyu would surely die. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly shocked. What's going on here? Why is this exotic beast obeying this young man's commands? Could it be that this young man has tamed the exotic beast? The idea was absurd, yet the reality unfolded right before their eyes. The monstrous beasts were incredibly ferocious, refusing to submit to humans even in death. Countless powerful individuals had attempted to tame them, yet no one had ever succeeded. How could a mere boy possibly achieve it? But the scene before them left no room for doubt. This young man had truly tamed a mystical beast. The security captain quickly tried to calm the situation, saying, "Don't act rashly. Killing him would cost your life too. Let go now, and there's still room for reconciliation." Upon hearing this, Jin Chao growled fiercely, "We've already reached this point. There's no room for reconciliation. Even if I die, I'll kill him." As she spoke, Xiaohua pressed her sharp claws slightly deeper, and bright red blood immediately flowed from Wang Jianyu's neck, staining most of his shirt. Seeing this, Wang Jianyu panicked and screamed, "Ah, I don't want to die. If you let me go, I'll agree to anything you say." 9 years as classmates, Jin Chao knew him too well. There was no way he'd let him off. Seeing Jin Chao remain unmoved, Xiaohua even lowered her sharp claws a bit further. The security captain lost his earlier composure and panicked. "You can't kill him. Even if you don't care about yourself, think about your family. The Wang family will never let your parents go." Wang Jianyu seemed to clutch at a lifeline, screaming hysterically, "That's right, you can't kill me. Otherwise, my dad will never spare your family, never." "Ha ha ha." Jin Chao responded with a chilling tone, "Don't forget, your life is still in my hands. At worst, it'll be mutual destruction." As Jin Chao spoke, the security captain slightly raised his brow, signaling the second-in-command to take Jin Chao's mother hostage. But such a subtle movement could never escape Jin Chao's sharp eyes. The moment the second-in-command moved, Jin Chao's full attention was immediately fixed on him, and the security captain was waiting for just this moment of distraction. In an instant, the security captain moved like a ghost, appearing in front of Wang Jianyu and rescuing him from under Xiaohua's claws in the blink of an eye. The gap in strength was so vast that Jin Chao couldn't react in time. Then a group of people came to Wang Jianyu's side and helped him up. Some even shouted for a doctor to come and provide medical aid. But Wang Jianyu shoved those people aside and approached Jin Chao with a fierce expression. "Jin Chao, aren't you so tough? You even wanted to kill me. Today, I'll make you regret crossing me. Cripple him for me. Chop off his limbs. I want him to watch as his parents die before his eyes. I'll make sure he suffers for the rest of his life." Wang Jianyu shouted at the security guards, "Go, catch this. I want him to watch his parents die before his eyes. I want him to suffer unbearably, to wish he were dead." Jin Chao shielded his mother behind him and yelled frantically, "I'd rather die than let you lay a finger on my parents." the security team quickly surrounded Jin Chao and his mother, leaving him no chance to escape. Tensions ran high as the security captain coldly stated, "You don't stand a chance." Fully aware of the disparity in strength, Jin Chao still refused to back down, declaring, "Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me." Without wasting words, the security captain simply ordered, "Go." The entire security team rushed forward in unison. Jin Chao also prepared himself for battle, but before he could take any action, a vigorous elderly voice suddenly rang out, "Stop!" Immediately after, a gust of wind swept by, followed by several screams. Upon looking again, all the security team members were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. What happened? What's going on? A white-haired elder appeared before them, surrounded by a crowd of people. Wang Jianyu was even lifted by the neck with one hand by a burly young man dressed in martial arts attire. The sudden change left Jin Chao momentarily stunned. However, Xiaohua immediately shielded Jin Chao, hissing at everyone in front of them in an attempt to scare them away. Jin's mother also rushed to Jin Chao's side immediately, crying as she frantically checked every inch of his body. "Son, are you okay? You mustn't scare your mother like this." "Mom, I'm fine." Jin Chao, who had narrowly escaped death, took a deep breath. Although he didn't know who the old man was, he had saved him. Wang Jianyu, his throat being choked, gasped for air and said, "Old man, let me go now. If my father finds out, he will surely kill you." The person in a white coat following behind the old man kept wiping sweat off his forehead non-stop. Upon hearing Wang Jianyu's words, he immediately became furious. "Shut your mouth. Do you even know who this esteemed elder is? He is Master Zhao, the director of the martial artist building. Your father isn't even worthy to tie his shoes, yet you dare to spout such insolence. You truly don't know how the word death is written." The martial artist building. Master Zhao. This name is legendary in Wangjiang City, no one could possibly not know it. The strongest warrior in Wangjiang City, the leader of its most powerful faction. Almost all the martial artists in Wangjiang City were under his control. Who would dare to provoke him? Hearing the name of Elder Zhao, even the usually arrogant Wang Jianyu trembled in fear. But why would such a prominent figure come here? Just as everyone was puzzled, Elder Zhao walked toward Jin Chao with a smile on his face. He said kindly, "You must be Jin Chao, right? Quite an impressive young man, becoming a martial artist at just 18. Your future achievements will be limitless. Would you like to follow me, old man? If you agree, I guarantee no one in Wangjiang City will dare to bully your family." Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Old Zhao actually came for this kid. How is this possible? Isn't he just some poor guy? How could someone like old Zhao be personally summoned to meet him? And it was Elder Zhao who came to see him, not the other way around. Such a thing, not only unheard of, but never even imagined. What kind of luck did this kid stumble upon? And who on earth did I offend? Chapter 6, The Three-Way Struggle. Although they already knew Jin Chao might be a martial artist, hearing it from Elder Zhao's mouth still left them utterly shocked. 18 years old, at 28, they still didn't know what they were doing with their lives. Yet at 18, he was already a martial artist. Such talent is rare in Wangjiang City. Who knows how many years pass before someone like him emerges? That's a one-in-a-million existence. No wonder even someone like Elder Zhao came to see him in person. Jin Chao was also shocked. He had never met such an important figure before. Never expected the other party to invite me to join him. If it were before, I would have refused outright. With the system, I can easily become a powerhouse and effortlessly earn a lot of money. But joining any organization would mean being bound by their rules and doing things against my will. But after what just happened, I've come to understand. In this world, no matter how strong one person is, they ultimately cannot contend against an entire organization. Even if someone becomes powerful enough to oppose an entire organization. But what about the people around them? So, this time, he chose to join a faction. Especially an organization like the Martial Artists Tower. Just as Jin Chao made up his mind to join the Martial Artists Tower, a robust voice rang out, "Old Zhao, isn't this a bit against the rules? A talent like Xiao Jin isn't just spotted by your discerning eyes alone." A middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, walked over. Ignoring everyone else, he headed straight for Jin Chao. He said bluntly, "I am Sunny Long, chairman of Nani Group. I just want to ask you one question, and I hope you can answer truthfully." Nani Group, Sunny Long? Upon hearing the visitor announce his name, everyone was somewhat shocked. This was one of the few forces in Wangjiang City capable of rivaling the Martial Artists Tower. Sunny Long was notoriously ruthless, showing no courtesy to anyone. No one expected him to use the word consult when speaking to Jin Chao. Could it be that he also wants to win Jin Chao over because of his talent? Jin Chao's heart was pounding wildly, filled with nervousness. Never did he expect to meet two such important figures today. "Go ahead, I want to know, can you really tame exotic beasts?" With that, Sunny Long looked at the little flower protecting Jin Chao. His eyes filled with shock. Yet there was even more joy. From the first glance at Little Flower, it was already confirmed that Jin Chao's ability to tame exotic beasts was real. After all, no supernatural beast would protect humans, let alone sacrifice its own safety to shield a human in the face of a powerful enemy. If Jin Chao truly has this ability, we must recruit him at all costs. Hearing Sun Yilong's words, the crowd finally snapped back to reality. They had witnessed with their own eyes Jin Chao's ability to tame supernatural beasts. Even if old Zhao didn't witness Jin Chao commanding Little Flower in battle, he still saw the creature's loyal act of protecting its master. How could this not be shocking? This is the first person to achieve such a feat since the emergence of mutant beasts. If one could master the skill of taming these mutant beasts, in this era where they run rampant, who or which faction could possibly stand against them? No wonder even someone like Sun Yilong is being so polite. I truly can tame exotic beasts. As soon as Jin Chao finished speaking, Sun Yilong excitedly exclaimed, "Great! As long as you agree, from now on you'll be part of Nani Group. Name your terms, whatever you want. I'll meet them all without hesitation." Brother Sun, isn't it a bit unfair to start poaching before everyone's arrived? At least wait for old Zhu here. As he spoke, a heavily overweight man with layers of fat staggered over. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Jin Chao. "Hello, Xiao Jin. I'm the leader of the Sanlong gang. I came here to invite you to join our organization. I won't beat around the bush, name your terms. As long as you agree to join the Sanlong gang, I'll pay you 1 million per month, and you'll have full authority to command our members. No one but me can order you to do anything. How about that? The Three Dragons gang. Zhu Dai? What kind of day is today?" The three giants of Wangjiang City actually appeared in the hospital at the same time, and they all came to fight over Jin Chao. Moreover, Zhu Di immediately offered Jin Chao a position second only to himself, above all others. This was the Sanlong gang, the largest underworld organization in Wangjiang City. It was filled with countless powerful figures, and the mere ability to command such strength was enough to make everyone envious. Zhu Di even gave him 1 million every month, a whole million. Even a martial artist would have to work for 8 to 10 years to earn that, but Jin Chao could get it effortlessly in just 1 month by agreeing to join the Sanlong gang. This is the dream pursuit of countless people. Moreover, if you agree, I can help you quietly dispose of these people, no leaks guaranteed. With a smile on his face, Zhu De looked at those people. Everyone who met his gaze couldn't help but tremble all over. This was the Sanlong gang. Eliminating them silently would be as easy as drinking water. Now, their lives hung in the balance of Jin Chao's whim. At this moment, Wang Jianyu, Qin Shui, the female nurse, the security guard, and even the hospital director were all extremely nervous. How could they have imagined that Jin Chao possessed such immense power? Had they known earlier, they wouldn't have dared to offend Jin Chao even if it killed them. Immediately, everyone knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. "Uncle Jin, we beg for your mercy. Please spare our lives, we'll never dare to do it again." Qin Shui even tried to crawl to Jin Chao's feet, groveling like a dog, but she was scared back by Xiao Hua's hiss, forced to stop just 2 steps away. Sobbing, she pleaded, "Brother Jin Chao, I was foolish and deceived by Wang Jianyu. I lost my senses, I'm not human. I just beg you to let me go this once. I'll never dare to do it again." The female nurse even knelt directly on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly to beg for mercy. "Mr. Jin, it was my fault for failing to recognize your eminence and delaying your father's treatment. I deserve to die for my sins. Please be merciful and spare me. I will serve your father with all my heart and make sure you are satisfied. Please spare me." Pleas for mercy filled the air, creating a chaotic scene. Witnessing this scene, Jin Chao was filled with a myriad of emotions. This is the gap that status and position create. Just moments ago, he was a penniless wretch at others' mercy. But now, with just a word from these 3 individuals, he had become someone who held the power of life and death over others. This further solidified his resolve. Jin Chao took a deep breath and said, "It's too late. You should have foreseen this outcome when you did all this." It wasn't that Jin Chao was heartless, but they shouldn't have threatened him with his parents, so they all had to die. Hearing Jin Chao's words, Zhu Di showed a satisfied smile. This kid was cut from the same cloth as him. The others begged for mercy even more frantically, not wanting to die. At this moment, they wished they could beat themselves to death. If they hadn't interfered in this matter or insulted Jin Chao and his family, if they hadn't laid a hand on him, how could they have ended up like this? Thrown to the ground, Wang Jianyu let out a miserable laugh upon hearing this. He didn't beg for mercy, knowing full well it would be useless. If only he had cherished the chance Jin Chao gave him earlier, things wouldn't have come to this. All of this was his own fault. "Jin Chao, I don't beg for your mercy. I only ask you to make it quick." Jin Chao gave him a cold look and nodded. Seeing this, Zhu De waved his hand, and the brothers behind him stepped forward to deal with these people. But Sun Yilong stopped them, saying, "Wait." Everyone looked at Sun Yilong in confusion. Those who were about to be executed even thought Sun Yilong was going to save them. They all looked at him with hopeful eyes. Chapter 7, dealing with you is just an afterthought. Even the despairing Wang Jianyu felt a glimmer of hope and looked at Sun Yilong. As long as Sun Yilong spoke up, there was hope for these people to survive. Thinking of this, Wang Jianyu said excitedly, Mr. Sun, please save me. If you could just put in a word for me, the Wang family will be the Nani Group's dog from now on. Whatever you ask, we will do. Sun Yilong coldly retorted. What kind of thing is the Wang family? They're not even worthy of joining my Nani Group. With that, he completely ignored him and said to Jin Chao, I was too abrupt earlier and didn't clarify the terms. As long as Mr. Jin agrees to join Nani Group, not only will you receive the conditions mentioned by Brother Zhu, but I'll also provide your father with a level 3 recovery potion to restore his health. Even paralysis can be cured. As for these nuisances, I can help Brother Jin handle them too. A level 3 recovery potion, this is something even money can't easily buy. Rumor has it that even if you're on death's doorstep, using it will have you up and about in no time. Its value has already surpassed hundreds of millions. Such a treasure could only be produced by Nani Group after all. It was developed by them. To think Sun Yilong would be so generous. The mention of a level 3 recovery potion instantly stirred Jin Chao's desire. His father had been paralyzed for years. Without something like this, recovery would be impossible. Yet this was the kind of thing money couldn't buy, making it utterly out of his reach. Moreover, buying it would cost at least over 100 million. Even saving for decades without eating or drinking might not be enough to accumulate that much money. Now, just by agreeing to join Nani Group, my father could recover his health immediately. How could one not be tempted? Humph, trying to deceive a genius like Xiao Jin with just a bottle of potion. Brother Sun, aren't you being too naive? After speaking, Elder Zhao also said to Jin Chao, as long as you agree to join the martial artist tower, aside from the conditions they offered, I promise you this, if you remain loyal to the martial artist tower, I won't make you do anything against your will. All your actions will be under your own control. Once such terms were laid out, not to mention the onlookers, even Sun Yilong and Zhu De were utterly shocked. Their efforts to win over Jin Chao were solely to make him work for them. If he were given such conditions, why go through all this trouble? Jin Chao was also very tempted to agree, as the terms were too enticing, but for his father's sake, he had to decline politely. Before he could speak, Elder Zhao continued, as for your father, it's not just the level 3 recovery potion that can cure him, he can treat him too. He pointed directly at the burly man who had just grabbed Wang Jianyu by the throat and continued, he has awakened a healing type ability. As long as he intervenes, even missing limbs can be restored. As for these lowlifes, wiping them out is just a matter of a single word. Upon hearing this, Sun Yilong and Zhu Da's faces turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. The martial artist building's resources are truly beyond their comparison. To win Jin Chao over, they even mobilized someone with such an awakened ability. And it's awakened a healing type ability. This is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with geniuses like Jin Chao, who became a martial artist at just 18. How could they possibly compare? Wang Jianyu and the others wore numb expressions. So, dealing with them was just something they did in passing. After all, every condition they proposed was absolutely outrageous. A monthly salary of 1 million, the second-in-command position, and no restrictions on him. These terms are unheard of for a rookie martial artist. Even those high-level martial artists don't receive such treatment. The onlookers were so shocked they didn't know what to say. The three giants of Wangjian City pulled out all the stops to recruit a newcomer. Since when have these big shots become so cheap? You should know that ordinary martial artists would break their heads trying to join their faction, and still might not get in. They really got an eye-opener today. At the same time, their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Jin Chao. No matter which one he chose, he could walk sideways through Wangjian City from then on. With the martial arts building making such an offer, Jin Chao didn't have to think twice. Elder Zhao, I promise you, and I also ask you to step in and save my father. Thank you very much, said Jin Chao slowly kneeled down. His head heavily knocked on the ground, and his eyes were instantly moist. It's finally over. It's all over. Jin Ma also knelt down and kowtowed to Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao, thank you. You are truly our savior. With that, he kowtowed to Sun Yilong and Zhu De. Thank you both as well. Your kindness, our family Jin Chao will not forget. This time, Jin Chao didn't stop it. This kneeling was a heartfelt thank you from their mother and son. Without them, this family of theirs, today, would really be ruined. Zhao Lao laughed out loud. Good. From today onwards, Xiao Jin is my martial artist buildings man. Whoever dares to touch him is crossing the line with the old man me. Mu He, go and treat Xiao Jin's father. The big man, Mia, nodded his head nervously and said, okay Elder Zhao. With that, he went straight into the emergency room. Zhao Lao also helped Jin Chao's mother and son up, and then he turned his head to Wang Jianyu and the others, and before he could say anything, he heard Zhu De say, since Xiao Jin is joining the martial building, congratulations to elder brother Zhao. As for these scumbags, let's leave them to us. It's kind of like making a good karma. It was indeed more appropriate for the Three Dragons gang to step in. After all, their fierce reputation had long been spread throughout the entire Wangjiang city, and they didn't care about this one more. Sunny Long also spoke up. Mr. Jean, in the future, you can come to the Southfield group for whatever potions you need. You can take your pick. Thank you both. If there's anything I can do to help in the future, you two just ask. Jean Chao bowed and curtsied gratefully. People who can reach out when they are at their lowest point will be remembered for the rest of their lives. The two saw this scene and unanimously smiled slightly. They want Jean Chao's favor. It is easy to see from today's events that Jean Chao is extremely affectionate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to die to save his father. Son, wife, I can walk. I'm better. I'm not a loser anymore. Jin's dad stumbled out of the emergency room, old tears already on his face. Jean Chao rushed over to help Jin's dad. Zhao Lao, on the other hand, looked back at the director of the First People's Hospital and said, "You're really competent as a director. A good hospital, letting you make a mess." The dean's legs went weak with fear when he heard this. The sweat on his forehead kept pouring out. Elder Zhao, if you give me another chance, I will definitely straighten things out. A figure like Elder Zhao was not something a small dean could mess with, not to mention the position of dean. Even his own little life was just a matter of the other party's words. I'm going to give you one more chance. Just remember that hospitals are places for ordinary people, and I don't want to see anything like this happen again. After saying that, Elder Zhao left with his men. Sunny Long and Zhu De also left with their men. Wang Jianyu and the others were naturally taken away by Zhu Di. In the afternoon, a notice to the delight of all sick ordinary people appeared on the website of the First People's Hospital. All patients who can't afford treatment can be treated before they pay, and they can even pay in installments without interest. It was also specially labeled with the names of Zhao Lao, Sunny Long, Zhu De, and Jean Chao. The first three people, naturally, they all recognized, but not many people knew Jean Chao's name. But that doesn't stop them from thanking these people. It's literally saving the lives of poor people. Chapter 8, Who is Too Young? In the afternoon, Jean went beyond the entrance of the martial artist building with mixed feelings. It's kinda funny to be here twice a day. Wants to become a martial artist and wants to come to work in the martial arts building. Before Jean Chao could enter the martial arts building, a familiar figure approached him. Big round face? Why is she here? Jean Chao, Elder Zhao knew that you would be coming this afternoon and specially asked me to wait for you here and introduce you to the layout of the martial artist building. Come with me. The corners of Jean Chao's mouth twitched. What kind of brain circuit is this for Zhao Lao? There are so many good-looking beauties in the martial arts building. Why does it have to be big round face? Can't say anything about it, though. Followed big round face into the martial arts building. This is the first floor, which is mainly to guide the martial artists who come here to the corresponding floors, to conduct business or purchase things. With that, the big round face took Jean Chao to the elevator to the second floor. The second floor to the sixth floor is to receive all kinds of task commissions. The second floor has the lowest task requirements and low bounty. The sixth floor has the highest task requirements and highest bounty. Those tasks that no one has picked up for a long time. Our martial artist building will send people to solve them, and we will guarantee to complete the tasks commissioned by our customers 100%. This is what I do. Jean Chao looked at the second floor, which was bigger than a soccer field, with bounties posted everywhere. It was hard to imagine how many quests there would be here. The big round face smiled slightly at that and said, "It's someone else's job, not yours." Jean Chao was suddenly enlightened by what he said. Zhao Lao promised to give him $1 million a month, if it was really this kind of job. With his current strength as a level 1 martial artist, how many missions would he have to take on to be able to cover this salary? Immediately after that, the big round face led Jean Chao into the elevator and said as he passed by the 7th and 8th floors, "The 7th floor is where the martial artist medals are awarded and renewed, and the 8th floor is used to measure the chi and blood values. The 9th to 20th floors are used to sell all kinds of things that martial artists need, like weapons, defense gear, potions, space items, martial arts, everything. The higher up you go, the higher the grade of the things, the more expensive they are. The ones in charge of security inside are the people from our martial artist building. So my job is to be a security guard? A security guard who makes $1 million a month. How valuable that must be to protect. It's impossible to accomplish that with your own strength." Ah, the large round face looked Jean Chao up and down and said, "That's their job." Although big round face didn't say so, Jean Chao knew that it was because he was too weak to accomplish it. Letting out a deep breath, it seemed that he had to raise his strength level as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could he repay his family for saving his life? Besides, he wanted to form a party in the future and become a figure like Zhao Lao. Can't afford to hang around. Soon the two came to the 21st floor. The big round face continued. The 21st to the 30th floor is the fighting arena. Every day a large number of guests fight beasts here. It's the most lively place in our martial arts building, but this place needs a large number of foreign beasts. There are too many deaths every day, and there's an urgent need to replenish all kinds of foreign beasts. Speaking here, Big White Face sighed and continued, but capturing fey beasts is too difficult. Many fey beasts don't want to be captured even if they are fish dead, which leads to a shortage of live fey beasts. Moreover, when a fey beast goes up to duel, no matter if it wins or loses, it will be injured, and the losing party will be seriously injured or even crippled without dying. In fact, many of them can be healed, but no fey beasts will accept the treatment, and this is an important reason for the scarcity of the number of fighting beasts. So, is it my job to tame these fey, or to capture the fey, or do both? Yes, he could tame foreign beasts himself. Xiao Lao was aware of this. Borrowing the system to tame foreign beasts would indeed allow them to receive treatment properly and was more likely to be able to capture many of them back. It was also considered to have solved the headache for old Zhao, and at the same time, he himself could use it to increase his qi and blood, killing two birds with one stone. Thinking about this, Jin Chao, whose confidence was seriously hit, suddenly felt that he could do it again. Just then, two middle-aged men, carrying a dying, 3-meter-tall, huge tiger-type alien beast with a meter-long fong in its mouth. Both of them said respectfully when they saw the big white face, "Sister Zhao." The big round face said heartily, "This 10th level fey beast can't hold up either?" One of the fat men returned, "Yes, Sister Zhao, it's been 10 days, it doesn't eat or drink, and it's not allowed to be fed medicine, and today it's already more in than out, so we can only sell it for meat so that we can still minimize our losses a bit." "Well, go on," said the two men about to carry it away. At this time Jin Chao suddenly said, "Sister Zhao, how much is this giant tiger beast? I want to buy it." The big round face was a bit puzzled and said, "Little Jean, it's almost dead, why did you buy it? You should know, Sister Zhao, that I can tame the fey beast, and I might even be able to save its life." The big round face frowned a little less than convinced. "If you can really save it, Sis will do the honors and give it to you. It doesn't cost much anyway." Jin Chao was pleasantly surprised. "Then thank you, Sister Zhao." Originally, Jin Chao was not sure, but just wanted to give it a try. Now, well, even if it doesn't work out, you have nothing to lose. For the figure of Jin Chao, they had long been informed by Elder Zhao that everyone had to cooperate with him. Although the people didn't say anything with their mouths, they didn't take him seriously in their hearts. After all, the strength of a martial artist was honored, and even if his natural talent was good, he was still only a rank 1 martial artist now. In the martial arts building where there were so many strong people, even the martial artists at the bottom of the list were many times stronger than him. Who would look him in the eye? Now it still wants to tame a level 10 alien beast to heal its wounds with its level 1 strength. It really doesn't know the heights of heaven, but they wouldn't say anything about it, just to see his jokes and let him know that not just anyone could hold a job in the martial arts building. Even with Elder Zhao's approval, without strength, it was useless. Saying that, Jin Chao came to the front of the giant tiger. Even if it was already dying, that powerful intimidation made Jin Chao very nervous. Still, Jin Chao forced down the panic in his heart and grabbed the fur on the back of its neck. The two men carrying the giant tiger couldn't help but snort out a laugh when they saw this scene. What's he doing? Did he think that by grabbing the back of the giant tiger's neck, he could make it take the medicine immediately? Does he think this is his kitten? I really don't know how Elder Zhao, who was so wise, could give such a person such a high status. Even if he's gifted, he shouldn't be like this. It really chills a lot of people. Right after Jin Chao grabbed the back of the giant tiger's neck, the system's voice rang out. Detected that the host has captured a level 10 giant tiger beast, with an increase of 200 points in chi blood. May I ask if it is domesticated? Hearing the system's prompt, Jin Chao was very excited. Capturing a level 10 fey beast adds 200 points of chi and blood. One needed 500 points of chi and blood to rise to level 2, and one was still 300 points short. So wouldn't one just need to catch another level 10 fey beast to get to level 2? This would have been impossible to achieve if Jin Chao had been allowed to catch it himself. But this was the martial artist building Coliseum, and there were more than a few injured and immobile alien beasts. Besides, there were so many helpers. Even if he could move, he could have them help hold it down. He only needed to hold on to it for a while to increase his chi and tame it. The little moment Jin Chao spent thinking about it was, to an outsider, a realization that he had blown his load and didn't know how to get off. The sneers on those two men's faces intensified, and the big round face sighed in his heart. Still too young. Chapter 9, we want to see the fey beast hunchbacks. Big round face was just about to open his mouth to speak when he saw the originally hostile eyes of the giant tiger beast become soft, even letting out a low purr as he looked over at Jin Chao. Is it trying to please Jin Chao? Has it been domesticated by Jin Chao? How is that possible? Though they had heard that Jin Chao was able to tame foreign beasts, but this was a level 10 fey beast. Jin Chao was only level 1. How could he tame a foreign beast so much stronger than him? And he just scratched the giant tiger beast and domesticated it? That easy? All three were shocked by the scene before them. Knowing that someone could tame a foreign beast already made them feel incredible. And now this, how are they going to take it? Could this be Zhao Lao's intention of recruiting Jin Chao? It was only when the three were shocked that Jin Chao got up and said, "Is there any medicine for the injury?" Only then did the fat man respond, stuttering a little, there is medicine." With that, he took out a bottle of healing potion from inside his spatial ring. Jin Chao took it from him, then came to the giant tiger and spoke, "Tiger, open your mouth, I'll feed you the medicine." Only to see the giant tiger beast listen and directly open its mouth without a bit of resistance. There was no comparison to the fey beasts you usually saw. Make it open its mouth and take its medicine on its own? You're lucky you don't open your mouth and bite you. If he dared to talk to the giant tiger beast like that, surely he wouldn't live to see the night? This is all so shocking. Must tell my own brethren about this. To be able to witness the entire process of a martial artist taming a foreign beast, this bull was enough to blow one's own trumpet for quite a while. The giant tiger beast took the medicine, and within a minute, its breathing had stabilized. Jin Chao was visibly relieved to see this scene. Seems like he's a little useful after all. At the same time, Jin Chao gained a little more understanding of the system's capabilities. Host, Jin Chao. Rank, Level 1 Martial Artist. Blood, 400. 03/500. Favorite Beast, Little Flower, Civet Cat Fey, Level 1. Tiger, Giant Tiger Beast, Level 10. Highest level that can be tamed at the moment. Number of tameable, 5. Domesticating a Fey is not without any requirements. At least for now. You can only domesticate Fey below level 10. The first level of strength can only tame 5 of them, but it didn't have any effect on himself. As long as there were enough of them, his strength would increase very quickly. Just in the moment Jin Chao was thinking, who directly staggered to his feet and walked towards Jin Chao. The big round-faced trio tensed up when they saw this scene. With the strength of the three of them, it wasn't difficult to deal with the injured giant tiger beast, but a wall away were the guests attending the fights in large numbers. Strength is also uneven. This if the fight, class no way to ensure the safety of the guests. The three of them can't afford anything to happen. It was necessary to kill the giant tiger beast as soon as possible. Just as the three of them were about to make a move together to kill the giant tiger beast, the giant tiger beast had already come to Jin Chao's front, ambled its head to the ground, and rubbed Jin Chao's face very carefully and meekly. Where was its usual ferocious appearance? Jin Chao smiled slightly and said, "That was quick." The giant tiger beast roared lowly twice, and although it couldn't be understood, it could understand what it was trying to say. "You want me to sit on your back?" Jin Chao looked back at the big round face and said with some difficulty, "That's not good. Sneaking around on a level 10 alien beast, this would be too shocking for others to see." It is indeed appalling. Just hearing it makes you wonder. Using a foreign beast as a mount, Jin Chao was definitely the first person in the ancient world, but the big round face had a twinkle in his eye and said directly, "Jin, it's okay, it's yours now, you can sit on it if you want, we'd love to see it too." Fatty and the two of them also quickly nodded their heads. They were also eager to see how pulling it was to have a foreign beast as a mount. Jin Chao looked at the three of them and could only say helplessly, "Fine." With that, he climbed right up along Tiger's head and sat on the back. Only when he felt his master sit back down did Ahu slowly get up, his head high as if it was a great honor for his master to sit on his back. "Sister Zhao, are there any other injured fey beasts here? I'd like to take a look, and I want one that's under level 10. Only then did the big round face wake up, and quickly nodded his head and said, "Of course there are, more than enough. I was worrying about what to do, but you have helped us solve a big problem for the martial artist building. Go, I'll take you there." Saying that, he didn't bring Jin Chao to continue the tour and directly let him inside, and take a route that specializes in crowded places, in order to let more peoples know that the martial arts building can tame foreign beasts. Once this gimmick comes out, I don't know how many people will be attracted to come. This performance shall not rub upward. The entire 21st floor was different from the floors below, and it was more than 10 meters high. In the center was the huge steel floor cast as a fighting platform, surrounded by its sturdy glass outside, and at that moment there were 2 alien beasts fighting to the death. All around them, from low to high, were rows of seats, crowded with people, and the shouting was deafening. Meanwhile on the fighting stage was the huge 4-sided projection television, on which was playing the very scene of the 2 alien beasts fighting each other. And just as everyone was paying close attention to the 2 foreign beasts winning or losing, a spectator sitting in the south seat suddenly froze as his mouth was also extremely open, but he was unable to speak, as if he had seen a ghost. I could only use my left hand to pull my friends around me, and my right hand to point to the front, shouting "Ah, ah." His friend, on the other hand, was getting pissed off because he was on the verge of losing the battle because the beast he bought was at a disadvantage. Interrupted again by his friend, he said in a very rude manner. What for? Seeing a ghost in the middle of the day? But his friend still kept barraging him, stuttering, you, look, someone, sitting on a giant tiger beast. You've lost your mind. That's a foreign beast. How can someone sit on it? The man was clearly not convinced. Don't believe me. Look, he said and pointed to the man. The man said in an exasperated voice, if you don't have it, let's see how I can clean you up. With that, he looked in the direction his friend was pointing. Straight away, he stood up with a shocked face and roared. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is someone really sitting on a giant tiger beast? Am I not awake? Look everyone, someone is sitting on a giant tiger beast. A shout from the man immediately drew the attention of the crowd. The crowd, who were originally very angry because they were blocked from the man's view, were instantly drawn to attention when they heard the man's words and looked in the direction the man was pointing. Soon, the entire Colosseum, almost everyone saw Jin Chao sitting on the back of the giant tiger beast, slowly walking down the corridor. What's going on here? How could a giant tiger beast let someone sit on it? Who is that man? Why does he look a bit familiar? Asterisk 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 asterisk, am I getting a hard-on? To actually see a giant tiger beast humping a human? How is this possible? For a while, everyone stopped focusing on winning or losing the beast fight, and all of them looked towards the giant tiger beast. The discussion overshadowed all, and some people even shouted directly to the staff to focus the camera on the giant tiger beast because they couldn't see it. Aim at the giant tiger beast. Aim at the giant tiger beast. Aim at the giant tiger beast. The sound waves were so loud that no other sound could be heard at all anymore, echoing in the Colosseum for a long time. Inside the studio, the staff was sweating with impatience. They had no such right, but if they don't broadcast it, so many people will lose their jobs if they complain about them. As usual, what to do? Chapter 10, the person I'm looking at can be wrong? Just when the staff didn't know what to do, a competent figure walked in quickly. When the several staff members saw the visitor, they all stood up and respectfully said, Brother Chi. The man known as Chi frowned at the camera and said, what's going on? A staff member hurriedly said, we don't know. It seems like someone is riding on the giant tiger beast, and the audience is shouting for us to show that image. Chi heard the staff's words and didn't believe them, but after looking at the reaction of the audience outside, he had to believe them. Aim the camera at the giant tiger beast. The staff was relieved to see Chi speak up. Now the job was saved. Quickly operated. All four large screens began to show the image of Jin Chao riding the giant tiger beast. All the spectators began to shout, awesome! It's worth it even if I die if I can see someone taming a foreign beast in my life. I go. Where did the martial arts building find this talent? Actually able to tame foreign beasts. The martial arts building is trying to unify the Wangjun city beast fighting market. All those who saw the scene knew what it meant. Being able to domesticate the Fae means being able to catch more living Fae. It was more than capable of saving those foreign beasts that were injured during the fight. With more types and numbers of this foreign beast, it would naturally attract more people to come here to fight the beasts. The sky is about to change in Wangjun City. In the studio, Chi was also glued to the screen, quickly recognizing the big round-faced Joe. Could this person be Jin Chao? The whole martial arts building knew about Big Round Face going to receive Jin Chao. Not one person was convinced about this parachuted leader. A martial artist of only level 1 is worthy of commanding them? What makes you think so? The martial arts building was full of young men with prestige who defied no one. Suddenly being pressed by a level 1 rookie martial artist, how could he obey? All waiting to see his joke. She was naturally one of them. I just didn't expect that this Jin Chao would give them such a big surprise as soon as he arrived. If memory serves, Big Fatty and 3 monkeys were going to drag this dying giant tiger beast out to sell it. This giant tiger beast that had been placed in the martial artist building for 10 days without eating or drinking was alive and well only after such a great deal of effort? Could he really tame the beasts? He's just arrived and he's making such a big splash. This Jin Chao is quite interesting. Thinking so, she walked out quickly. The crowd in the studio quickly came to the monitor screen and watched the amazing scene. Even more, the camera was aimed at Jin Chao's face, which instantly filled up 4 screens. Many people recognized that Jin Chao was the person who had brought the civet cat exotic beast in the morning at the martial arts building, but it was only taken as a joke at the time. I didn't expect to see the real thing this afternoon, and a real person riding a giant tiger beast. It's exciting. Jin Chao also sensed the abnormality, but seeing that the big round face didn't have any reaction, he didn't say anything more. Soon, the group arrived at the westernmost part of the 21st floor, the place that specialized in holding injured foreign beasts. Just opened the door and the smell of blood hit me. Jin Chao couldn't help but frown. However, when he saw hundreds of foreign beasts of various grades, his eyes glistened. If they were all domesticated, their strength would rise several levels. Catching a level 10 Fey beast increases 200 points of chi and blood value. Catching a level 5 one should increase 100 points of chi and blood value anyways. The big round face looked at the Fae and was heartbroken. This is all money. A lowliest level 1 Fae beast must be at least nearly $100,000. Level 10 is even more expensive. Hundreds of thousands of dollars more. If these 100 or so, if they all died, the martial arts building would lose at least $100 or $200 million. It hurts to think about it, but now it's good. With Jin Chao, these beasts are saved. The martial arts building will also save over $100 million. When the time comes, one's bonus, mustn't one give $1 million or $800,000? Thinking of this, Big Round Face looked at Jin Chao with a begging face. Meanwhile, on the 33rd floor of the martial artist building, in the curator's office, Elder Zhao sat by the coffee table, leisurely cooking and drinking tea. Beside him sat a bony, balding old man. Old Zhao, are you really going to give a brat so much power? The bald old man said with a frown of dissatisfaction. Old China, I know what you want to say. You also know the situation of our martial arts building, the youngsters one by one who are not convinced by anyone, but also who do not have that ability to suppress the others. If this goes on, will not become a scattered sand? Zhao Lao leisurely sipped a mouthful of tea and said slowly, you're thinking this kid can overpower these boys? Whether or not we can suppress this bunch of brats depends on his ability. I'm just bringing him to the martial arts building. The young people's matters, let them young people solve their own problems, those who are able to do so, and those who are incompetent, they can only obey. Elder Qin sniffed, his hands sipping tea lurched. As an old man, how could he not understand the meaning of old Zhao's words, trying to knock himself out and not intervene? What a joke! With him being a rank 1 martial artist, he was worthy of being compared to his grandson? You're right, now these boys are all set to make Ken look bad. Can he get past this first hurdle? To be honest, I'm worried for him. Elder Qin hemmed and hawed. He didn't believe that these boys from the martial arts building would lose to a level 1 martial artist, much less believe that his grandson would be inferior to Jin Chao. You have to know that although they are proud, they have the capital to be proud. Other than his own grandson who could slightly overpower them, the others really didn't have it in them. The next curator of the martial arts university was definitely his grandson's. No one is going to take it away from me. As soon as Elder Qin's words fell, he saw a figure knocking on the door in a panic and said, Elder Zhao, there's something important to report. It's about Jin Chao. Listening to the panic tone, I could tell that it was definitely not a small matter. Just said something about him and something happened. The smile on Elder Qin's face got even more confused, while Elder Zhao was a bit worried. You just got here and something happened? Come in. The visitor was Mu He, and just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he saw that Elder Qin was also there and hurriedly closed his mouth, looking at Elder Zhao with inquiring eyes. Zhao Lao spoke. It's fine. Say it. Old Qin and I have been friends for so many years. It's fine to let him know about the martial artist building. Yes, Elder Zhao. There's a big move on Jin Chao's side. He's just arrived at the 21st floor and he's tamed and cured a level 10 Fey beast. Upon hearing Mu He's words, Elder Zhao didn't have much of a reaction yet, but Elder Qin shouted, What? A level 1 martial artist domesticated a level 10 foreign beast? How is this possible? What is Old Qin so excited about? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that he can tame foreign beasts? Why do you have such a bad memory? Elder Zhao's face was full of smiles as he spoke. Letting a bad old man like you look down on my chosen one. Now that's a slap in the face. What am I excited about? Isn't it just saving a level 10 alien beast? It's nothing. It can't be worth the credit of those old people who have followed you for many years. Mu He continued. This is just the beginning. Then Sister Zhao took Jin Chao to the place where they give the alien beasts to nurse their wounds. And then they cured more than 100 of them. And by rough estimation, they directly saved $210 million. Jin Chao has made a great achievement this time. What? This time? Not only Elder Qin, even Elder Zhao was a bit excited. You've been here less than an hour, and you've saved the martial arts building too. $1 billion? What a find. Chapter 11, Employing People Without Doubt. Elder Zhao and Elder Qin naturally looked further ahead. The martial artist building wasn't the only one in Wangjiang City that was in the business of fighting beasts, but because the Fae are so brutal, it's hard to catch them alive. This has led to all the coliseums being half open and half closed, and there are only so many types of Fae that come on the field, so you can almost guess the winner or loser when you see the Fae that come out. It's making business hard for all the coliseums, but now with Jin Chao around, none of this is a problem. It was even extremely possible to monopolize the beast fighting business in Wangjiang City. Zhao Lao knew that Jin Chao could greatly help the martial arts building, but that would have to be after his strength increased. I didn't realize that Jin Chao was only level 1 and had such a big role. This was a great relief to Zhao Lao's heart. Come on, go check it out. Jin Lao's face was ugly. Jin Chao was so brilliant that he had to worry about his grandson. Inside the Fey healing room, Big Round Face looked at more than 100 Fey that were alive and well, almost as good as pets. The whole thing froze. Wasn't it a little too easy for him to tame the Fae? With that one grab, the ferocious beast was domesticated, and so submissive, only to see a python more than 10 meters long was opening its mouth wide, and Jin Chao's whole body went in to check the wounds inside. This scene, when has it ever happened? You know, the beasts here are not eating or drinking for more than 10 days, just in time to get hungry. If this were a different person, he would have been in the python's belly long ago. Okay, Jin Chao said and stepped out of the python's mouth. Look at the system panel with a smile on your face. Host, Jin Chao. Rank, 10th level martial artist. Blood, 20, 173. March 25th, 000. The column of favored animals was even more densely packed. After taming these foreign beasts, one's strength skyrocketed. In one day, it broke through to the 10th level. This was simply unthinkable before, but it's exhausting enough. After all, the number of tamed pet beasts was at most 5 times their own level. Once the number is full, the domestication relationship has to be dissolved. It consumes a lot of time, but that's okay. In the end, the Fae are going to be lifted anyway. These beasts, after all, were not their own in the first place. The moment Jin Chao broke through to 10, the system beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host for elevating to level 10. The system has rewarded the host with a gift pack. Please collect it. And the gift bag? The features of the system are really becoming more and more enjoyable. Hurry up and say, pick up. The gift pack opens with 3 rewards. Reward 1, 10,000 times the power of comprehension. Reward 2, 3 choices of psychic abilities, light, poison, earth. Reward 3, the level of the favored beast is increased to level 10. Jin Chao was very excited to see the 3 rewards. The most important thing to look at is the alien ability triple option. It's an alien power. It is so precious that even elementary school children know about it. There weren't many martial artists born in Wanzhong City every year, but there were at least tens of thousands of them, and those who can awaken their powers are only a few per year at most. You can see how rare it is. Also, there are 1,000 different abilities gained from an alien awakening, but undoubtedly all of them can greatly enhance their own combat power. Take the morning's treatment for his father, Mu Ho. His abilities appear to be limited to being a healing aid, but if Kikyo fights while healing himself, as long as the difference in strength wasn't too much, Wood Hopper was just consuming it all and could drain the other party to death. I just don't know which of the 3 powers is better to choose. When you get a chance, ask Big Round Face. No, Sister Joe. The next step is to level up your pet to level 10. Though the domesticated pet beasts were all of a higher level than himself now, but none of them, except Tiger, are their own. Only Koana can use this opportunity, and it's just the right thing to use to level it up a bit. So Jin Chao chose Little Flower without hesitation. I wonder what Hannah will look like when we get home. As for what 10,000 times comprehension power, I don't know how to use it yet, so I can only discover it slowly. I'll go back to the cage. Hearing Jin Chao's words, all of these alien beasts returned to their cages, and one by one, Jin Chao disengaged them from their domestication. These foreign beasts didn't go crazy like before, and they still had an affinity for Jin Chao. As for the others, it's the same old story. They can't be touched. They can't even get close. Jin Chao said with some fatigue. Sister Zhao, these foreign beasts have been cured. Where are we going next? The big round face was still in a daze, but soon said excitedly, where to go? Go to dinner. You have made a great achievement today. That is, my sister has followed a lot of light. This meal, my sister must please. It's nothing. It's just a matter of reaching out. That is, to say the least, very Versailles. Stretching out his hand would save the martial arts building more than $200 million, and the rewards alone would be at least $1 million. You've got a level hand. Without waiting for Big Round Face to speak, a taunting voice was heard. That's pretty modest, but you're in for a big one. All 4 looked toward the doorway, only to see Chi standing in the doorway with a gloating look on his face as he looked at the few people. The Big Round Face was the first to speak up. Chi Feng, words can't be taken lightly. Little Jean has made such a great achievement. How can he be in great trouble? Jin Chao was also a bit puzzled by what he heard. Chi Feng strolled in with a face full of contempt. Sister Zhao, although I don't know how he tamed the Fey beasts, there's still one thing that I understand. When the Fey beasts are tamed, they belong to him. Chi Feng didn't say any more about the following words, but the big round face changed color. These are all foreign beasts from the martial arts building. Wouldn't all of them listen to Jin Chao if they were domesticated by him? How would that work? If the curator found out, he must scold her to death and maybe even fine her. These are small things. If she had to pay for them, it would be a disaster. Jin Chao spoke directly. These Fey beasts, I have already dissolved the domestication relationship, and do not belong to me. Big Round Face hurriedly said. That's right, Little Ken has dissolved the domestication relationship. Shi Feng said with full indifference. Who knows if you lifted it? That's a good point. Taming a foreign beast in the martial building without authorization is any different from robbery? A voice full of pleasure rang out. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. Shi Feng immediately said respectfully, Elder Zhao, Elder Qin. Jin Chao didn't know what kind of person Elder Qin was, and as soon as he saw that he was targeting himself, he naturally wouldn't be polite to him. Elder Zhao. When Elder Qin heard this, he immediately said in displeasure, Is this the young man you have your eye on? There are no rules at all. Elder Zhao just smiled and didn't say anything. Jin Chao frowned tightly and was just about to retort when he saw that big round face, then said with a displeased face, Old man Qin, what does the matter of our martial artist building have to do with you? Xiao Jin, don't mind him, just an old man who relies on his old age. Zhao old man sniffed. It's hard to hold back not to laugh out. A series of 3 old. A little did not put old man Qin in the eyes. Qin Lao was instantly enraged at his words. Little girl, if it weren't for my friendship with old Zhao for so many years, I would have asked about the martial artist building? Seeing that it was about to get noisy, Elder Zhao spoke up. Alright, stop arguing. I believe in little Jean. Moreover, I had planned to let little Jean take over the fighting arena first. Even if these beasts listen to him, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to give him a reward for it. The moment these words came out, everyone looked at Elder Zhao with some shock. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to hand over such an important place as the Colosseum to Jin Chao when he's only just arrived? Even the big round face who had been helping Jin Chao said, Old man, are you really not afraid that Jin Chao has something else in mind? Zhao Lao looked at the big round face somewhat breathlessly and said, Use the people. Chapter 12, Alien Ability. Jin Chao was very touched by what he heard. Not only did Elder Zhao save his family's lives, he also trusted himself so much. One must repay him no matter what. In the future, all things in the Colosseum will be under your control, and you'll familiarize yourself with the other departments first. As for the rewards, speaking of which, Zhao Lao stroked his beard and made a mistake. Pay up. It's a bit tacky. Jin Chao's eyes widened as he sniffed. Too vulgar? No, I like cheesy. Unlike you guys, I have become a martial artist for so many years, and I don't know how much money I have saved in my bank card. I've only just become a martial artist. But he couldn't say anything. It was a rush. How can it be vulgar? It's not vulgar. It's not vulgar. The big round face spoke impatiently. If you don't give Ken Chao his bonus, your own bonus is finished. Hearing this, Jin Chao looked at big round face with eyes full of gratitude. You know me better than that. Zhao Lao looked meaningfully at the big round face and said, It's really not vulgar? It's really not bad. Big round face with a smile on his face. Endured for the sake of my bonus. Good. Then we'll give Xiao Jin a month's salary. Ing. Guided with merit. Rewarded with 200,000. You too 100,000. In the future, Ing will assist Xiao Jin with all her might. The counter work is not necessary. Jin Chao's glasses widened as he listened. $1 million? That's a lot of give and take. I've never seen what $1 million looks like. It's like happily ever after. Early start? The big round face hurriedly said. Shouldn't my salary go up then? Zhao Lao sniffed and said somewhat helplessly. Up? 1 month for you to go up 10,000. Okay. Thanks boss. Up 10,000. And the big round face is overjoyed. Jin Chao was very curious as to how much big round face was paid. Oh Ken, do a good job. With that, he turned to leave. Elder Qin glared fiercely at the large round face in resentment. Shi Feng then said, It seems that Elder Zhao thinks highly of you, but taking over the Colosseum won't be that easy. After saying that, Shi Feng followed suit and left. After everyone left, Jin Chao spoke up. Sister Zhao, how much is your salary? Elder Zhao gave you an increase of 10,000. You seem to be very happy about it. At that the big round face gave him a blank look. You think everyone is like you. $1 million a month as soon as you arrive. I've been in the martial arts building for more than 10 years, and counting today's increase in salary, it's only 70,000. People are more angry than people. Jin Chao was also embarrassed at his words. Soon this matter spread throughout the entire interior of the martial arts building. The new management became the Colosseum Hand. This infuriated the crowd that was still vying for the position. It's the department with the most grease, and who wouldn't want to be in charge of that department? I didn't expect to let a level 1 newbie take it in hand. How could they be willing? Jin Chao was naturally unaware of the thoughts of the people in the martial artist building. I'm running a company right now looking at a bunch of information and getting a headache. And at this time, the outside of the martial artist building was not calm either. In front of the gate of an abandoned building in a remote suburb in the south of the city, there was standing a man whose entire body was shrouded in a black cloak. At the man's feet lay a mound of 7 black stones the size of a man's head, piled up. It took a long time before a man with a half-black and half-white mask on his face came out of the ruined building. Looking at the man he said, Come in with me. The man didn't say a word and followed close behind until he entered the basement of the building. It's nothing like the abandoned look of the outside. No abandoned look at all. It's just that the decor is very cold and austere. It was filled with people with black and white masks on their faces, perusing the various quests on the walls. Didn't even care that someone came in, much less spoke. The man was taken into a cubicle. The man is Wang Biao, who has just experienced the loss of his son. The purpose of coming here is naturally to buy a murder. And his target was none other than Jin Chao. Although he wasn't the one who killed, the incident was due to him. And the murderer was Zhu De. He simply couldn't afford to mess with him. Nor could he afford that price for revenge. Soon a man came into the room and said in a hoarse voice, "What's the kill?" Wang Biao didn't say anything and directly took out Jin Chao's picture, and tapped the table 3 times to ask for the price. Jin Chao, from the martial arts building, newbie martial artist level 1, cost $5 million. Wang Biao was a little anxious when he heard it, and his right hand knocked on the table 5 times, 3 long and 2 short, and he thought that the price was too high. A newcomer martial artist is naturally not worth $5 million, but he's someone valued by Elder Zhao of the martial arts building, so the price is naturally much higher. Wang Biao sniffed. His face was a bit ugly. Pondering for a moment, he directly took out a bank card and handed it to the other party. The right hand tapped the table again, 1 long and 1 short, asking for a few days to complete the task. 3 days at the most. When Wang Biao heard this, he directly got up and left, waiting for the news of Jin Chao's death. Being targeted by the #1 assassin organization in Wangjiang City, Black and White Infernal, a small level 1 martial artist had no chance of surviving. After Wang Biao left, a masked, youth-like person walked in. Flirtatiously, he said, "Father, just give me this mission. A rank 1 martial artist is just right for me to practice." The man regained his voice and said, "I really don't understand. Father opened this killer organization is to want you to live in peace, but you and your brothers have to be killers to risk. Figure what?" The youth licked his lips and said, "Because killing people is exciting. Not to mention killing this kind of genius, it's even more exciting." The man sighed helplessly and said, "Be careful yourself. This Jin Chao has a foreign beast by his side. It's a bit tricky." The youth grinned. A rank 1 martial artist, plus a rank 1 alien beast, is just garbage plus garbage, and can still escape from my hands, said the youth, turning to walk out the door. The youth was now level 15, not to mention only level 1, or level higher than him had killed several. How could he possibly put it in his mind? Martial artist building. Inside Jin Chao's office. After reading all the documents, Jin Chao stretched hard. I didn't realize that the Colosseum had suffered so many deaths of foreign beasts over the years. Almost all of the Fae that were collected, fought a battle or two, and then had to be sold. That's a lot to lose, so to speak, but now it was good. Taking over the martial arts building's fighting arena by himself, to say the least, the profit would have to be doubled several times. Looking at the big round face who was stoned on the side, Jin Chao asked, "Sister Zhao, can you tell us about awakening your powers?" The big round face sniffed and stumbled, scattering the melons in his hands. Somewhat incredulously, he asked, "You've awakened your powers? Good lord, he's only just become a martial artist, and his strength is only level 1 and he's awakened his powers? Isn't it too anticlimactic?" Jin Chao said, "Not yet, just trying to get a head start." Hearing this, the big round face breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't about awakening psychic abilities, or he would have to die of envy. It's hard to awaken an alien ability. You need to have extreme resonance with something to get the chance to awaken an alien ability. You've only just become a martial artist. It's really impossible for you to awaken. Jin Chao sniffed without directly saying anything about his impending awakening of his powers. So what do you need to pay attention to when awakening your powers, such as your choice of powers? The big round face looked at Jin Chao with contempt. Thinking about what? Still choose? Can awaken supernatural ability you just steal joy? There is no choice. If you can choose, must choose the elemental system, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, ice and whatnot. Can master the elemental ability, but also can be transformed into an element, to avoid attacks. Very counterintuitive. For newcomers such as you, there is a great help. Next is the Flora and Fauna department, which gives you the ability to awaken Flora and Fauna, as well as the ability to turn into Flora and Fauna and gain great battle power. Lastly, there's the Special department, which contains a wide variety of types, such as Makuho's healing, as well as any curses, speeding up the growth of chakra values, and so on, with a great deal of uncertainty, and a wide variety of abilities. Chapter 13, Sister Zhao. I'm already level 10. After saying that, Sister Zhao looked at Jin Chao and said, "Don't be overly ambitious. What you need to do now is to raise your strength without fear and try to reach level 30 earlier." That way you can stand your ground in the martial artist building. Or else how can you fight with those small monsters that are level 40 or 50? Young people, they're just not practical. He had only just become a martial artist and was thinking about awakening his powers. So worried for him. After listening to Sister Zhao, Jin Chao also had a general understanding. It seemed that the powers given by the system were quite powerful. 2 elemental systems at once. As for light and earth, Jin Chao preferred light. After all, light was extremely fast, and with the system, one's chi and blood would be boosted very quickly. It's settled. Thinking like this, Jin Chao directly chose light alien energy awakening. The moment he awakened, Jin Chao's entire body radiated a dazzling light. It was as if it had turned into the sun, and the entire 33rd floor was enveloped in it. The big round face really froze. What's going on here? Could it be that the powers have awakened? How is that possible? He just asked me about my powers awakening. You've awakened so soon? He's only just become a martial artist. Nope, like I shouldn't care. He seems to actually be able to choose powers? This discovery directly caused Big Round Face's entire body to freeze. Choosing your own powers? What kind of operation is that? Other people had trouble trying to awaken their powers, but he was even able to choose a power? Isn't this too anticlimactic? Never. That's never going to happen. The Big Round Face quickly dismissed the thought in his mind. It wasn't that she didn't believe it, but she was afraid to believe it. Soon, the light dispersed and Jin Chao was speechless. What's with all the commotion about awakening a psychic ability? I was going to hide this whole thing and keep a card for myself. He would have scolded him if anyone else knew about this idea. Whoever awakens his powers must not be overjoyed and run for cover. Hate for everyone to know. He's good for it, and he's trying to hide it. The moment the light cleared, the Big Round Face lunged right over. Viciously, he asked, "You awakened your powers?" Jin Chao was taken aback and said, "It looks like it should be. What powers did you awaken?" "Light alien." At that, the Big Round Face took another deep breath. Light elemental powers? How lucky is this kid? Not only the elemental class, but also the ubiquitous light. What an envy. Finally Big Round Face asked with some trepidation, "You can choose your own powers to awaken?" Jin Chao nodded calmly. "It does allow for a small selection." At that, the Big Round Face dropped straight into a sitting position. That's quite a choice for him. How did he meet such a demon? Is there any justice at all? Seeing the Big Round Face fall, Jin Chao hurriedly had to help. But what he didn't expect was for his body to turn directly into a beam of light, bypassing the desk in front of him and coming in front of the Big Round Face. Jin Chao was directly confused. This is elementalization? It works pretty well, except that I can't control it myself right now. Big Round Face was also fiercely envious by this scene. Light elemental awakening. Not only do you get the speed of light, but you also get the attack power of light. Plus normal attacks are ineffective, invincible at the same level. How can we fight? No, I'm not going to be able to tell the curator about this as soon as possible. Before she could call, her martial arts medallion rang. Picking it up, it was, unsurprisingly, the curator's. "Curator, what just happened?" Elder Zhao's voice was clearly gasping as he spoke, clearly having guessed something. "It's Xiao Jin who has awakened her powers, and it's a light elemental power." Well, I told you that the old man I won't look away. You teach him well to familiarize himself with the light elemental abilities. The rewards won't be short of you." As soon as the Big Round Face heard that there was a reward, he immediately closed his mouth in a small way. "I will definitely teach him well." I didn't expect Xiao Jin to awaken his powers when he was only at the first level, but before she could finish her words, Jin Chao whispered, "Sister Zhao, I'm level 10 now." 10th grade? Hearing Jin Chao's words, both ends of the phone froze at the same time. What did he say? He's level 10? The Big Round Face asked Elder Zhao somewhat incredulously. Zhao Lao shouted, "You're by his side, and you're asking me?" "I still want to ask you," Jin Chao said sincerely. 10 levels indeed. Both of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Level 10. It's only been a day and he's at level 10? Isn't that so counterintuitive? Who boosts their strength so fast? What's the matter with you? I'll slow down and hang up. With that, Zhao Lao hung up the phone. Even for a man of his stature, it was a bit too much to take in. The main reason is that Jin Chao is just too anticlimactic. Big Round Face looked at Jin Chao with a speechless face. "You're here to be stimulated by transferring yourself here?" "No, I need to slow down too." It was a long while before the Big Round Face said to Jin Chao with a complicated face, "Come with me." Saying so, he walked out of the office first and went straight to the martial arts hall. The 33rd floor was huge, but before, there was only Elder Zhao. Now there's more Jin Chao and Big Round Face, which shows how much Elder Zhao thinks of him. As for the martial arts hall, there was no one at all except for someone to clean it at regular times. Your training is divided into 3 main categories: elementalization of yourself, mastery of elemental specific attributes, and finally, elemental materialization. Elementalizing yourself is like what you just did. Turning your body into an element can nullify the vast majority of attacks, controlled mainly through your mind. As long as you think about turning into light, you can do it. Try it. Self-elementalization, which Jin Chao had already experienced once, was simple to accomplish. Only Jin Chao's body, except for his clothes, instantly turned into the appearance of light. Instead, Big White Face took a melon and threw it at him, unobstructed, right through his body. That's attack nullification, but you'll need more clothes. The following is to master the attributes of the elements. The attributes of the light element. The biggest point is speed, but the speed is also based on your own strength as the benchmark enhancement. You now only need to master this on the line. The rest, have to discover by yourself. With that, Jin Chao began to experiment. He only saw that he was about to run forward with a step, but before his feet could move, his body had already transformed into a beam of light that reached its destination and coalesced into his body. The speed is even more amazing, at least 200 meters per second. Such speed, not to mention a 10th level martial artist. Even a 20th level martial artist was not much of a stretch. How else is anyone supposed to fight him? The speed alone is already a complete abuse. Sister Joe, isn't that right? The big round face held his forehead with his left hand and closed his eyes tightly as he extended his right hand towards Jin Chao. You can talk to me later. Let me slow down. What's with this kid? How to learn so fast? Even if the body is elementalized, how come mastering elemental attributes is learned in one go? This is too unbelievable. Does this kid have any weaknesses? Jin Chao could only smile awkwardly. It was a long while before the big round face slowed down and said, the rest is elemental materialization. To put it plainly, it is to take an invisible element and turn it into a solid entity for you to use. You can think of an item in your mind and then try to condense the light to become what it is. With that said, Big Round Face wrapped his arms around his chest, ready to see what Jin Chao had in store for him. This is the most difficult point. It will take at least 2, if not 3 years to master this. Even if Jin Chao were to go against the grain, this one item would be enough for him to learn. But as soon as this thought rose, the big round face stared with a face of incredulity, only to see a ball of light gradually converge in Jin Chao's hand, and in just an instant, it turned into a 1 meter long tang horizontal blade. Immediately after that, Jin Chao also asked with a confused look on his face, is that so? Big round face's eyes rolled back in his head and he just started pinching himself. This kid is definitely not human. Chapter 14 Killer. Jin Chao was shocked to see it. What's wrong with it? It was fine just now. Immediately, he activated his light elemental powers and ran over to the big round face. But before he could say anything, Big Round Face directly disliked Jin Chao's face with his right hand. Without even looking at it, he said, don't talk, hurry up. I don't want to see you. Who do you kid want to envy to death? Hurry up, hurry up. Jin Chao looked at the martial artist medal, and it was also time for the point. I'll be off then. See you tomorrow. Big Round Face said with some uneasiness. Don't just use your powers. For this god of fortune, it's a genuine treatment. More or less teach him to hide his cards. Otherwise how will you fight those youngsters in the future? Got it. Flowerwood Drive Subdivision. Under the door of Building 28, a young man in his late 20s or so, with a cigarette in his mouth, dressed in black, picking up the information in his hand, he said carelessly, it's really rare that such a place can produce such a genius. Jin Chao's information was memorized in his head, even where Jin Chao was now. In less than 2 minutes, he'll be passing through here. When the time comes, kill him by surprise yourself and you'll have accomplished your mission. With his level 15 strength against a level 1 rookie martial artist, plus a level 1 alien beast, there was no challenge at all. If the target wasn't Jin Chao, he wouldn't have taken this mission at all. A favorite is the sadistic genius. Thinking of this, Zhou Xing licked his lips in a somewhat perverted manner, and just then, his martial arts medal rang out. This made Zhou Xing impatient. What is it? Young lord, there is important information. Jin Chao has tamed a level 10 giant tiger beast, and is now riding the giant tiger beast in your direction. And the Intermaster means for you to give up this mission and return to Black and White Infernal. Go back? This young master would be afraid of a level 10 Fae? Tell my dad to go find Wang Biao for more money. I'll go back after I kill someone, said, ignoring the person on the other side, directly hung up the phone. Taming a level 10 alien beast with a level 1 strength is awesome, but the more powerful the better. This one's a sure kill, and it's going to be a good kill. Within minutes, there was a commotion at the entrance to the neighborhood. Isn't this the city? How can there be a foreign beast? That's right, it's still a level 10 foreign beast. Everyone run away. What are you running for? Can't you see Jin Chao sitting up there? Don't even watch the news. What an old fool. The majestic giant tiger beast was as well behaved as a kitten at this moment, and there was no hint of aggressiveness at all. There hadn't even been a single growl, not even a hint of resistance when a child came up to pet it. Instead, They startled the parents of the children. Jin Chao looked at the group of people around him and had a headache as well. Tiger is so big, how are we going to bring him home? The home was already a small place, and it was a struggle to house 3 people, plus the little flowers. By the way, I wonder how little flower is doing now. Does it get big when you go from level 1 to level 10? Will the house hold up? Thinking of this, Jin Chao hurriedly said to Ahu, you stay here well, don't move I'll be right back. With that, he rolled over and got off the tiger, about to run upstairs. But just at this moment, a cracking sound suddenly rang out not far from his side. An aura of danger instantly swept through his body. Without even thinking about it, Jin Chao directly elementalized. An iron dart went straight through Jin Chao's head, nailed into the wall not far away, followed by bang, a huge explosion. The entire wall collapsed with a loud bang, and many of the residents who were watching were badly injured. There were even a few people, too close to the iron dart, who were blown apart and died. Seeing this scene, the people watching the scene all shouted and ran in all directions. Murder, run! The scene was a mess. There were cries everywhere. Tiger came to Jin Chao at the first opportunity and roared, showing its majesty as a level 10 Fey beast, but not the slightest deterrent. Only Zhou Xing, half covering his face, said with a maniacal laugh while clapping, good. Worthy of being a genius that is rarely encountered in 100 years in Wangzhong City. Even your supernatural ability has been awakened. It's still the elemental system. I really like you more and more. Seeing the uncles in the neighborhood who usually help their family a lot, injured and dead, Jin Chao was completely furious. Who is this guy? Why do it to yourself? Without the slightest hesitation, Jin Chao directly transformed into a stream of light and instantly rushed in front of Zhou Xing. Who even let out a roar and opened his bloody mouth, tearing towards Zhou Xing. At this moment, Jin Chao was already less than 2 meters away from Zhou Xing, and the Tang horizontal blade cast from light elements in his hand was already formed and sharp. At this distance, with Jin Chao's current speed, it wouldn't even take the blink of an eye to kill the opponent. This was the terrifying speed of the light element. But just as Jin Chao was about to get his hands on the knife, Zhou Xing suddenly stepped in and took hold of Jin Chao's right hand that was holding the knife. With a scornful face, he looked at Jin Chao and said coldly, 1 day's time to race to level 10, and also mastered the elemental materialization. Awesome. I kind of don't want to kill you, a genius like you, not to mention 100 years, even 1,000 years is rare. I really want to be able to torment you properly every day. Saying that, Zhou Xing's smile became more and more perverted. Within the eyes staring at Jin Chao was naked possessiveness. Jin Chao's face was horrified when he saw that his opponent was able to grab his hand. How is that possible? Wasn't it said that after elementalization, you could evade the vast majority of normal attacks? How could he capture my entity? Just in the moment Jin went out of his mind, a dagger appeared in Zhou Xing's hand at an unknown time and stabbed Jin Chao directly in his abdomen, followed by a bounce away from Ken Chao. An explosion went off directly in Jin Chao's abdomen? Boom! With the huge explosion, even the ground Jin Chao was standing on was blown out into a large crater of about 10 meters. It was evident how powerful this strike was. Who was even lifted off by the aftermath of the explosion, and his body was also covered with horrible wounds incapable of fighting again. But Tiger still wailed in the direction of the explosion and struggled to get up. After a few tries, I couldn't get up after all. Zhou Xing clapped his hands and said, it's a real bummer. The martial arts building is not teaching him at all. It's really unpleasant to be killed so quickly. But just as Zhou Xing was lamenting, coldness suddenly came from behind him. Zhou Xing directly ducked short, and a bright yellow Tang horizontal sword made of light convergence swept across flatly. Dodging the blow, Zhou Xing's figure suddenly scrambled a dozen meters away from Jin Chao. At this time Jin Chao also showed his figure, with his left hand covering his abdomen and his right hand holding a knife. He glared at Zhou Xing with a gasp. If he hadn't reacted quickly and elementalized before the iron dart exploded, he would have dodged the fatal blow. There may not even be a crumb left now, but even though he dodged the blow, he was still badly injured. Until now it was hard to figure out how the man had caught himself. It seems that one cannot rely on elementalization. Chapter 15 Light Pendant. Zhou Xing said with some surprise, not dead. That's good. You can still play for a while, but there's not much time left for you. The military is almost here. After saying that, without giving Jin Chao any time to react, his figure directly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already come behind Jin Chao. This speed is not slower than Jin Chao at all. Boom! A jab lands directly on the spot where Jin Chao was just stabbed. It made Jin Chao's cold sweat flow from the pain, but there's no time for that right now. The Tang horizontal sword in his hand slashed at Zhou Xing without any pattern. Although it was extremely fast, it couldn't hit Zhou Xing even once. Instead, Zhou Xing's casual strikes were able to hit Jin Chao's vitals. The speed of the light element is just fast. Otherwise you wouldn't even have a chance to fight me. If I give you time to grow, I really can't kill you, but today, you'll die in peace. With that, he kicked Jin Chao in the face. It was blocked by Jin Chao with a Tang horizontal sword, but in the next moment the Tang horizontal blade crumbled with a loud bang. It turned into countless points of light and shot out, penetrating the ground. Countless small holes appeared, and Jin Chao, who took the kick, flew straight out backwards until he hit the wall and stopped. Fresh blood was sprayed out of his open mouth, and his face was even paler to the extreme. Jin Chao also saw the gap between the two. Whether it's strength, speed, or combat experience, there was no comparison between himself and this man. Directly crushed, and it's a huge gap that even awakened powers can't make up for. I didn't expect that the first battle of becoming a martial artist would actually be this tough. If I had the time, this young master would really like to have a good time with you, but now I can only kill you. Saying that, 10 iron darts suddenly appeared in his hands and quickly ran towards Jin Chao. The speed was so fast that even if Jin Chao relied on the speed of the light element, he couldn't dodge it. You can only elementalize, dodge the attack, and retreat. But before Jin Chao's body could completely materialize, Zhou Xing kicked again. Jin Chao's body once again flew out backwards. However, this time, the points of light that erupted from Jin Chao's body injured Zhou Xing. Dots of crimson red came into view, making Jin Chao's eyes light up. After fighting for so long, this was the first time Zhou Xing had been injured. There seems to be hope, but his own body now could not withstand any more blows from his opponent. Zhou Xing's face turned ugly when he saw that he was injured. Elemental powers are just troublesome. Kid, let me get hurt and I'll let you die a painful death. I heard that your parents are on the 5th floor. What do you say I beat you half to death and then let you see with your own eyes how I tortured your parents? When he said this, Jin Chao suddenly opened his eyes in anger and sprayed out a mouthful of blood once again. Never let anyone touch a hair on their parents' heads again. Thinking of this, Jin Chao's mind began to constantly recall the image of Zhou Xing's injury just now. And Zhou Xing wasn't going to give Jin Chao time. The only way not to have any accidents is to beat him half to death. It's a habit you get from years of being a killer. Thus, Zhou Xing dodged and came straight at Jin Chao. Clutching the iron dart in his right hand, he stabbed straight at Jin Chao's abdomen. This strike was going to make Jin Chao completely lose his ability to defend against it. As Zhou Xing got closer and closer, Jin Chao's expression became more and more tense. If you can't figure out why Zhou Xing was injured, not only will you die, but even your parents will suffer. That kind of ending must not be allowed to happen. Just when Zhou Xing was less than 3 meters away from Jin Chao was suddenly as enlightened. It was light that hurt this man just now. It's the power of light when it coalesces. As long as the light was condensed to a point and hit Zhou Xing, it could definitely kill him. Thinking of this, Jin Chao did not hesitate for a second. Immediately, the ubiquitous light elements coalesced together. In just an instant, countless bright yellow points of light appeared above Jin Chao, and then it fell quickly, not giving Zhou Xing the slightest time to react at all. Even with less than 3 meters to go, Zhou Xing was able to stab Jin Chao, but Zhou Xing no longer had a chance. The speed of light was far beyond him. Even though Jin Chao was only level 10 at this time, he could not exert the speed that light originally had. But it's enough. Light, fall. Before the voice fell, countless points of light condensed by light elements smashed into the ground one after another. There was a rumbling sound for a while. Zhou Xing's screams were even louder. However, such a scene lasted less than 3 seconds. Wait for all the points of light to fall. The scene was already a mess. 100-meter radius was filled with wreckage shattered by the falling points of light. The entire ground sank more than 3 meters. Zhou Xing was even smashed without even leaving his body. All that was left was a puddle of flesh and blood that no one would even recognize if they didn't say it was a person before this. Seeing Zhou Xing killed, Jin Chao was relieved, planted directly face first into the earth. But Jin Chao laughed. It seems that this time, one has survived. In a few moments, however, the military surrounded the place. Along for the ride were Big Round Face and Zhao Lao. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw the scene in front of them. Is this the destructive power of a level 10 martial artist? Even a level 20 martial artist would be nothing more than that. What shocked them even more was that Jin Chao had actually killed his opponent. Early on, he recognized Zhou Xing after receiving news and photos coming out of the scene. All of them were sweating for Jin Chao. Zhou Xing's great name, they all heard it like thunder. But at 20 years old, he reached level 15. Extremely talented and extremely strong. He had once beaten a level 20 martial artist without the ability to fight back, and finally made a human swine out of the opponent, who had bled to death. Since this battle, Zhou Xing's name had completely resounded in the Wangjiang City assassin community, although his strength was not comparable to those experts on the killer list, but the means are the most brutal. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to have a place in the killer ranking in the future. Even scarier, Zhou Xing was also the youngest son of the head of the strongest assassin organization in Wangjiang City, Black and White Infernal. Zhao Lao was really surprised that it would be Zhou Xing who would assassinate Jin Chao. What was even more unexpected was that Jin Chao was able to kill his opponent back. Seems to have underestimated this kid's strength. Looking at Jin Chao, who was lying on the ground, Big Round Face wailed and came to him with a sliding shovel. Both hands went up, then slowly slapped on Jin Chao. At the same time cried out very rhythmically, "How can you be so cruel, leaving me behind and going like this? How can you let me live?" All of the actions were done in one fell swoop, and both the tone and the look were incredibly genuine. When Zhao Lao saw this scene, he covered his face with his right hand with a helpless face. He was now tempted to tell everyone that he had nothing at all to do with this woman. Just as Big Round Face was about to continue crying, Jin Chao, who was lying on the ground dying, had strength that came out of nowhere. A hand grabbed the Big Round Face's hand and said weakly, "Sister Zhao, I'm not dead yet. If you keep shooting, I'll really be accounted for here." Chapter 16, The Big Villa. The Big Round Face said awkwardly, "You're still alive. I thought you'd already breathed your last." It's good. Zhao Lao couldn't watch any longer. "Don't make a mess. Mia, hurry up and go treat Jin Chao," Mu said in a jarring voice. "Yes, Elder Zhao." Immediately after that lanky body completely enveloped Jin Chao in his shadow, giving a great sense of oppression. It would have to be scary to not know that he was here to save his life. Immediately after that, Muhi pressed his hands on both of Jin Chao's shoulders, and a green energy, using Muhi's arms as a channel, directly covered Jin Chao's whole body. Those wounds on the ground covered with green energy healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the organs were healing at a rapid pace, and in less than a minute, Jin Chao, who was originally dying from serious injuries, was completely healed, except for feeling a little tired. Jin Chao was also shocked by Mia's powerful healing powers. Such a powerful healing effect, if it really keeps enchanting itself. Even if he himself and Kim contracted levels and then fully mastered the light elemental powers, it would be impossible to defeat him. The good thing was that anyone who awakened this kind of psychic ability shouldn't be too strong in combat, and he wouldn't be able to go up against him himself. After all, Mu had saved his own and his father's 2 lives in one day, and was too grateful to go up against him. "Brother Makuro, thank you so much." Neil laughed nervously and said in a jar, "No need to thank you. From now on, we are all brothers." It's too much to say this. At this time, Elder Zhao came over and said with a frown, "Little Jean, being targeted by the Black and White Infernal, you're in a dangerous situation, and since you killed the youngest son of the Infernal Master, they won't be able to let it go." Although Jin Chao had never heard of any Black and White, he could guess that it was a killer organization. For his own safety, Jin Chao did not worry too much. The big deal was that he had stayed in the martial arts building. Even if Black and White was more powerful, he wouldn't dare to kill people in the martial arts building, and he didn't have that ability to kill people in the martial arts building. After he had strengthened himself with the help of the system, he would surely be able to get out of the predicament. But parents and friends can't all be hiding in the martial arts building, and he didn't want to hold back that much. "It seems like we have to boost our strength in a hurry. In a day's time, raising from level 1 to level 10. Such a speed could no longer be described as fast. It's like riding a rocket. However, in terms of strength, it's still not enough. Elder Zhao, I want to go outside of the city, to catch the foreign beasts. I still ask for your approval." Though he didn't know the intention of Jin Chao's move, but Jin Chao does need to practice outside of the city. His current combat experience was too weak. Killing with foreign beasts was the fastest way to improve combat experience. "Yes, Ying, I'll leave this matter to you." After that, Zhao Lao looked around again and said, "Change another safer place for Jin Chao to live." The Big Round Face said, "Good." After saying that, Elder Zhao walked towards the people from the military. The other party was very polite when they saw Zhao Lao, and the two of them didn't know what they said, and the military didn't come to Jin Chao at all. Big Round Face then took Jin Chao's family and left the Flowerwood Road neighborhood. After an hour or so, Jin Chao's family moved into the center of Wangjiang City, the most famous villa area. This place gathers the dignitaries of Wangjiang City, and the safety is even more unimpeachable. Even the security guards on patrol were at least level 20. Moreover, the house here was also big and had a garden, so there was no worry about Little Flower and Tiger not having a place to live. Jin's father and Jin's mother looked at the small 2-story villa and were dumbfounded. Not to mention living in a house like this. "I've never seen a house like this on TV. Ken's mom said with some concern, "Son, how much is this going to cost?" The Big Round Face waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's not much, just over $10 million. Ken's dad and mom were stunned to hear over $10 million. "How many bricks do you have to move to make that much money?" Jin's father said worriedly, "Girl, our Chow, how long do we have to work to earn so much money?" The Big Round Face returned unconcernedly, "You don't have to worry about this. Our curator loves Xiao Jin, not to mention this villa. It wouldn't hurt to give him another $10 million. Hearing this, Jin's father and Jin's mother let go of the idea that it was from curator Zhao. I didn't realize that my son was so highly regarded in the martial arts building. This is only the first day of work. Zhao curator to send a villa. The bitter days finally came to an end. Jin's father was just about to open his mouth to thank him, when the big round face said, "When the time comes, just deduct it from your paycheck. Anyway, little Jin earns more than $1 million a month, so he'll pay it off soon." Jin's parents, Jin's mom, sniffed and the corners of their mouths twitched twice. Jin Chao also stumbled and nearly missed his footing. "It's over $10 million. It'll take at least a year to pay it off." Big round face spends a lot of money for himself. How else is this going to buy martial arts? Looks like there's going to have to be more contributions to the martial arts building. Otherwise, I don't know when I would be able to afford martial arts. Letting out a deep breath, Jin Chao said, "Mom and Dad, why don't you go clean up your room? I have something to talk to Sister Zhao." Ken's dad, Ken's mom, had the good sense to leave. "What happened to my son is more important than anything right now. Sister Zhao, there's something I don't understand and would like to ask for advice." Big round face sat down on the sofa and pulled out a handful of melon seeds from somewhere and said while knocking, "Is it because you want to ask Zhou Xing how he was able to beat the elementalized you?" Jin Chao did have to ask that question. Originally, with your strength, it's not the right time to touch this kind of thing, but you've already encountered it, so I'll talk to you about it. In fact, the elementalization of an elemental system awakened person can't circumvent all attacks. There is a kind of person in the martial artists who practiced a kind of chi that can directly attack the origin, which is called astral chi, and this kind of person, which is also 1 in a million in the martial artists, is very rare. After saying that, the big round face gave Jin Chao a somewhat pitying look. For this expression, Jin Chao also understood it in seconds. "You mean I'm unlucky?" The big round face also nodded helplessly. "It is indeed rather unlucky. Normally, with your level 1, no, even at level 10, you shouldn't have encountered a pervert like Zhou Xing. Don't you see that he's only level 15, a very low level, and he hasn't even awakened his supernatural abilities, but as long as he practiced his astral chi, he can already crush martial artists of the same level, and he can even challenge them across several levels. Zhou Xing can have a record of killing a level 20 martial artist, and it was a sadistic kill. The other party didn't have the ability to fight back at all. With my prediction, he can at least kill a level 25 martial artist. Under normal circumstances, even if you awakened your light elemental abilities, you wouldn't have the ability to fight back in front of him," said Big Round Face. Looked at Jin Chao even more strangely. "Zhou Xing is a monster. You're even more of a monster. If level 10 killed Zhou Xing, then it wouldn't be a problem to cross the level to challenge a level 25 martial artist. Crossing 15 levels in one go is something you've never seen before." Jin Chao sniffed and also looked pensive. Under Zhou Xing, one really had no room to fight back. It's been crushed. If it wasn't for the surprise realization of a new move at the end, the one who dies today is definitely himself. Chapter 17. Preparing to leave the city. "How is that astral energy practiced?" Jin Chao said with great eagerness. What do you mean by that? Don't think you're strong enough? You want to practice the Big Dipper? Do you want others to live? Despite what's in your heart, what needs to be taught still needs to be taught. This kind of thing like astral energy. It's not like supernatural ability. Awakening all depends on talent. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Jin Chao's face. As long as you're not doomed at birth, then you have the confidence to practice. In case he met a martial artist who had awakened the same elemental system powers as himself in the future, wouldn't that just be a beating? But it's harder than an alien awakening. Ken Chao stumbled again. What's with the big round face today? Always talking with a big breath. But the big round face didn't look at Jin Chao and continued. Gang Qi is originally the origin of human Qi. Everyone has it, but to perceive it is 1,000 times more difficult, and to mobilize it against the enemy is 1,000,000 times more difficult than to perceive it. Put it this way, you get the picture. With that said, the big round face looked at Jin Chao. Jin Chao, however, was confused. Half the time, you didn't say how to practice. It was only then that big round face was a bit embarrassed, but said with a straight face, "Why are you looking at me like that? I don't know astral chi, and you still want me to teach you? Hurry up and go to sleep. There are still a lot of things to do when you get to the martial artist building tomorrow." With that, the big round face walked away. Meanwhile, the southern outskirts of the city, inside the innermost conference room of the Black and White Infernal, Intermaster Zhou Yu sat on the first place, his eyes slightly closed, and the left and right columns were full of killers with black and white masks. No one who can sit here is in a high position in the black and white world. However, no one dared to speak, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Zhou Xing's death set off a huge wave within the Black and White Infernal. All those who are affected will not end well. Zhou Xing was Zhou Yu's favorite son, and had always nurtured Zhou Xing as the next interlude master. Now tell Zhou Yu, the son he spent all his efforts to raise. His favorite son, Zhou Xing, was killed by a level 10 martial artist? How does that make him acceptable? Tell me, who gathered the information on Jin Chao? Zhou Yu said softly, with a very flat tone, but the more they did, the more scared the others became. At this time, the fat middle-aged man sitting in the second seat on the left, his whole body trembled and his chin kept dripping sweat down. Master, listen to me. This matter is our negligence. The martial arts building is really too well protected. We can't investigate with any news at all. We don't even know that guy was promoted to level 10 in one day, let alone knowing that he awakened his supernatural ability on his first day of becoming a martial arts practitioner. Not to mention that they can't investigate, or if they do, they can't believe it. How could such a thing happen? Upon hearing Fatty's words, Zhou Yu then opened his eyes and said softly, so, it's my fault for not investigating Jin Chao's information? Or is it that Zhou Xing deserved his own death? As the last word was uttered, Zhou Yu's figure had disappeared from the chair. When he reappeared he had already arrived behind the fat man and lifted him up with one hand around his neck. The fat man was strangled and said in a hoarse voice, Master, spare your life, we will never again. Before the latter words could be uttered, a bone crack was heard. The fat man was then choked off and his whole body went limp. Zhou Yu let go of his hand and the fat man's body fell to the ground, lying in a strange position. Zhou Yu clapped his hands as if he had done something insignificant. But they, who knew the bottom line of Fatty, were scared out of their wits. Fatty was a level 61 martial Zun powerhouse. The entire Wangjiang city is only how many Wu Zun, placed in which big power is not treated as the bottom card as a good supply. Zhou Yu killed one so easily and without the slightest bit of heartache. Pass the order down. From today onwards, kill Jin Chao with all your might, at all costs. When everyone in the conference room heard this, they all stood up and said in unison, yes, afraid that if he was a second late, he would end up in the same place as Fatty. But right at this moment, a figure barged in and said in a panic, Master, someone from the martial building barged in and said they want to see you. How many? The middle-aged man with a slim figure on the side asked with a sorrowful voice. Although, the strength of the martial arts building was strong, they, black and white, were by no means afraid of it. One man dares to break into the black and white infernal chamber. He's crazy, right? He wants to see the master of the chamber? Zhou Yu frowned and said with some displeasure, it's old man Zhao who's here. The man bowed his head and said, yes. Inside the conference room, everyone except Zhou Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. What's he doing here? Is it for Jin Chao? Zhou Yu's face was extremely ugly as he said, I'd like to see what old man Zhao is up to. With that, Zhou Yu disappeared in a flash. The crowd followed suit, but not before they went out. The entire black and white infernal then began to shake violently, as if it was an earthquake. It also erupted into a gush of violent crashes. Everyone looked horrified. A fight so soon? They couldn't even fathom the strength of Zhou Yu and Zhao Lao. But to be the master of the top two forces in Wangjiang City, the strength is far beyond what these people can imagine. The battle between the two was such that even a level 60 or higher martial exalted powerhouse couldn't intervene at all. Even if you get close, you could be caught in the wave. In this case, it will have to wait. It took a good 10 minutes before the vibration slowly subsided. The people in the conference room dared to go out. Seeing the black and white at this moment, everyone had shock in their eyes. You can just see a big pit, 100 meters deep, everywhere. The original lush green grass and woods all disappeared, hundreds of meters high. The hill melted in half from top to bottom. The melted rocks of the mountains flowed in all directions. It was as if a natural disaster had come. The two men's hands were so terrifying. But at this moment, Zhou Yu was the only one standing at the door of black and white. His face blue. Assassins higher than Jin's super level 20 are not allowed to make a move. The rest of you, assassinate him with all your might. I want him dead without a body. Everyone was shocked to hear such an order, but still obediently returned. Yes, early the next morning, Jin Chao arrived at the 6th floor of the martial artist building, where Big Round Face had been waiting for a long time. Sister Zhao, I'm late, Big Round Face said. Not late, how can it be late? To introduce you, these are the team that often all capture foreign beasts. If you want to go out of the city to catch foreign beasts, just pick a peer from among them. I will also follow you. Just don't expect me to do you any favors. Though, Jin Chao smiled awkwardly and nonchalantly at his words. Wasn't expecting much help from Big Round Face. Jin Chao was just about to say what he wanted when he heard someone in the crowd say, you are Jin Chao, right? If it's you, I won't take this mission. With that, the team turned and left, followed by a large number of teams leaving without even a word. Seeing such a scene, Jin Chao was also a bit confused and looked at Big Round Face with a puzzled face. Chapter 18, The Wealthy Squad. The Big Round Face said somewhat helplessly, it's not their fault. Originally, a mission like capturing a foreign beast is very difficult and the returns are often unsatisfactory. It's not easy to catch two live ones at a time. Moreover, the martial artists who post such quests are either powerful or very helpful in capturing foreign beasts. Otherwise, no one would post such quests. Thinking about it, Jin Chao was very puzzled. Doesn't being able to tame a Fae yourself count as being helpful in capturing one? It seemed that he could see Jin Chao's doubt. The big round face said, "Your strength is too low to sell the alien beasts you catch for a price. Their pay is tied to their funds. With your rank, you can only pick on these C rank and D rank teams now." Looking at the few teams left on the field, Jin Chao did not lose heart. "Come and stand before the crowd." Just when the crowd thought Jin Chao was going to make some kind of request, Jin Chao said directly to a team, "You're chosen." The crowd looked at the team that had been chosen, and they were all amazed. D team? The lowest strength D team? What was this guy thinking? Even though the rest of them are now C and D ranked, anyone with a sane brain would have picked the stronger C ranked over the D ranked teams. However, none of them cared. At the sight of Jin Chao, it was clear that he wouldn't make much money on this mission. It's just as well that it's not being picked right now. The team that was selected was thrilled. They were also not expecting to be selected. The squad leader, a young man in his 20s, came to Jin Chao very happily and said, "Hello, my name is Yu Ming. I'm the leader of the Tyrannical Wealth Squad, and we will definitely cooperate with Mr. Jin on this mission." Jin Chao said, "The Riot Squad?" Embarrassed, Yu Ming touched his head with his right hand and said, "Yes, isn't this name a bit too earthy?" Jin Chao said, "Not earthy, the name is very much to my liking. Getting rich, who wouldn't want to? Don't look at $1 million a month now." But Big Round Face went right ahead and advanced himself over a year's paycheck to buy a house. "I want to beat her up just thinking about it. I had thought that the villa was a free gift. At the end of the day, you still have to spend your own money. LOL. The Big Round Face came to Jin Chao and said, "The Tyrannical Wealth Squad, a D-ranked squad with 5 people, can only take on D-ranked missions, and their entire team strength is at level 10 to 15, with no abnormal awakened." Having said this, the Big Round Face stopped talking. Such a team is arguably at the bottom of all teams, but Big Round Face didn't care. This trip out of the city was originally meant to give Jin Chao a long view of the city, with no thought whatsoever as to how many foreign beasts he could bring back. Jin Chao nodded. The strength of the team was not something he put too much stock in. The main purpose of this mission is to improve strength. Departure. The group quickly exited the martial artist building and traveled in the direction of North City, and the way the crowd traveled was truly remarkable. It was only Jin Chao's 7 men, all sitting on Tiger's back, quickly through the crowd. When Yu Ming's 5 people first got on Ahu's back, they were even a little shaken by the fear. After all, it was the first time for them to come into such close contact with a level 10 giant tiger beast, but it got less scary over time, even a little excited. To be able to use a giant tiger beast as a mount was considered to be the first of its kind besides Jin Chao. This would have been unthinkable in the past. It's a treatment that you just can't buy with money. Little did I know that just by taking on a mission, my dream would come true. Just as excited as they were the passers-by. "Holy, isn't this a giant tiger beast? Why is it humping so many people? Isn't that Jin Chao who's been in the limelight lately? He can really tame foreign beasts." Of course it's true. Would the martial arts building lie? Is this a new program in the martial arts building? How much does it cost to ride it once? I want to ride it too. Wherever Jin Chao passed, there was a commotion. Just ask, which martial artist didn't want to have a foreign beast as a pet beast? Even if the strength is low, it doesn't matter. Just pull it out enough to pull it off. But it is such a simple wish that is out of reach. Even if a martial artist was strong enough to try to tame a level 1 alien beast, it was impossible. They will never be enslaved by humans, even if they die in battle. This caused the destruction of the desire of a group of martial artists to pretend to be a good person. And with the emergence of Jin Chao, hope was rekindled in the hearts of the hot-blooded youths. Even if you can't have your own favorite beast, it's nice to be able to ride around a bit. But Jin Chao didn't know what they had in mind. With the Tyranny Squad, they sped along and soon left the city and came to the outskirts. There were no forested mansions here. There were green grain fields everywhere. And at this time, many martial artists were guarding the place, including many from the army. Ever since the outbreak of the alien beasts, the territory where humans can move has been repeatedly reduced. In the end, they had to hide inside a fortress surrounded by steel walls and thrive. This makes land extremely valuable. These grain fields are even more vital, taken over directly by the state and cannot be destroyed by anyone. Jin Chao knew all this back in school though, but I've never seen a real grain field. So today is an eye-opener. Keep going for about an hour. The surrounding grain fields faded away. Appearing in front of them was a copper wall several hundred meters high. The gate is very busy with people coming and going. A large number of soldiers in military uniforms guarded the area, wary of a riotous invasion by the Fae. Soon, Jin Chao passed the inspection and exited the city gates. Naturally, the way they traveled drew prying eyes. Just after leaving the city gates, a strong smell of blood immediately hit his face. It was only a dozen meters from the gates, but it was a completely different scene from the city. Even the land was dyed red with fresh blood. Oddly shaped skeletons of foreign beasts were everywhere, though it was known that it was dangerous outside the city. But I really didn't expect to see such a shocking sight just after leaving the city gates. This caused the 7 people, who had just been talking and laughing, to become heavy. The people coming and going around were even more silent as they hurried along, never talking to anyone else. Even when they see someone, they avoid them from a distance. After all, outside of the city, there are no laws governing the killing and looting of goods. Outside the city, you can trust no one but yourself, even sleeping with one eye open. Big Round Face glanced at Jin Chao and took out a map and said to Jin Chao, "This is our destination this time. It's a gathering place for foreign beasts. Most of the foreign beasts here are at level 5 to 10. We just need to be careful and we won't be in danger." Jin Chao looked at the markings on the map. 4,357. East, 20 kilometers. Gathering of large numbers of level 5 to 10 Fey. The extent is about 300 hectares. Jin Chao did the math. A level 5 Fey is 100 points of blood value. Level 10 is 200 points of blood value. Himself is now 20, 173, 03, 25, 000 from level 11. Still 4826 chi in blood values to go. You need to catch at least 49 level 5 exotics and 25 level 10 exotics. It should be done in 2 days if you do that math. After all, with his plan, as long as he survived the early stages, he could definitely keep up with the speed in the later stages. 4,357. Here I come. Chapter 19 What We Do. Inside 4,357, the vegetation was lush, and one tree was so tall that it couldn't see the top, and it was at least 30 meters tall. In the forest, it was even covered by dense foliage, and only sporadic sunlight could pass through the gaps in the foliage and project on the ground. The ground was also incredibly wet as a result, with moss all over the place and a variety of plants in full bloom. At this moment, a giant python, more than 10 meters long, hid its body in the dense bushes. Eyes were cold and fixed on a wild boar with huge tusks that was munching on potatoes that had just been turned out of the ground. In just an instant, the body shot out electrically, capturing the boar, not giving it a chance to react at all, directly strangling the tendons and bones of the whole body. Even the internal organs were all squeezed. Then take a bite and swallow it whole. Such scenes happen every day within this mountain forest. Sometimes the dead were foreign beasts, sometimes human martial artists, and this level 7 purple boa python. After this hunt, will find a hidden place to digest its food, but before it could leave, a huge tiger claw descended from the sky and pressed directly on its head. The python was startled and its huge body began to strike quickly, trying to wrap itself around the giant tiger's body. But the giant tiger was prepared for this, biting down on the python's tail and flinging it with force. The huge body of the python crashed into a large tree that required 4 or 5 people to surround it, and the 30-odd meter high sky-high giant tree fell down with a loud bang. Bewildered, the python's entire body was pinned under the tree, unable to move. No matter how much the python struggled, it was to no avail. It was only at this point that a group of 7 people jumped down from a side tree. One of them came directly to the python's head with quick steps, completely ignoring the python's cold gaze, and pressed his hand on its head. At that moment a mechanical voice sounded in his head. Detected that the host has captured a level 7 purple boa python and gained 140 points of chi blood. Please ask if you want to domesticate it. Domestication. The moment he was tamed, the purple boa python, which had just looked like it was going to eat someone, instantly became well behaved. Spitting out snake letters, he pleases Jin Chao, who also lifted the giant tree at Jin Chao's signal. The purple boa python completely ignored the injuries on his body and coiled a mountain of snakes to encircle Jin Chao. Its huge head lowered on Jin Chao's side, spitting out its letters cheerfully. Yu Ming's 5 people were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Taming a level 7 purple boa python so easily? It's a cold-blooded Fae. No feelings at all. There's so much more to be said for the other Fae being domesticated, but isn't it too unreasonable for a foreign beast like the purple boa python to be domesticated, and so easily? And just as the 5 were shocked, Jin Chao's move threw them off even more. Spit that pig out. What did he say? Getting the purple boa to spit out the boar Fae it just ate? How is that possible? Don't even say it's an exotic beast. It's a pet that's been domesticated for many years. Trying to get them to spit out the food they've eaten is all but impossible. But the idea had just popped up. Seeing the purple boa python's abdomen squirming continuously, in less than a minute, the boar alien beast that had just been eaten was spat out in its entirety. And the purple boa python wasn't the least bit upset, or defiant. This scene left the crowd not knowing what to say. Ordinary people couldn't even do it if they wanted a favored beast. Jin Chao not only tamed the alien beast so simply, it also allows the Fae to do such things that are almost impossible to pull off. Isn't this a bit too much of a bully and a fae? A girl behind Yu Ming, seeing this, said with some unhappiness, why do you want it to spit it out? It's obviously hungry before it eats it. As a matter of common sense, girls should be repulsed by this kind of foreign beast. But now this girl is speaking for a purple boa? This puzzled Jin Chao a bit. It wasn't her fault. Domesticated fae were too rare, not to mention a python, but a maggot. She couldn't bear to see it harmed. Yu Ming frowned and chided softly, Snowy, this is Mr. Jin's own business, we have no right to interfere. For Yu Ming's reprimand, Xiao Shui was very unconvinced, but she also knew that this matter was not their business. After all, the squad was only here to cooperate with Jin Chao in his mission. It's okay, in fact, I let it spit it out for the sake of the mission behind it. The purple boa's binding ability is very strong, and it can control the fae very well, but if it eats too much, its movements will be very slow, which affects its efficiency. I'll make it a good meal when the mission is over. It was only after Jin Chao said this that Yu Ming and the others came to a realization. It turned out that Jin Chao was preparing, with the domesticated fae beasts, to capture other fae beasts. This would indeed capture a large number of alien beasts, and as Jin Chao domesticated more and more alien beasts, catching other alien beasts would become incredibly simple. There's no danger yet. That's a great idea. It saves time and labor, and it's safe. After all, these fae can still protect themselves, but there is one thing that makes you wonder. If Jin Chao has this kind of ability, why would he need his own people? Yu Ming was the first one who couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jin, what are you looking for us for? The big round face was also puzzled. It can't be for them to come and chat with them. Jin Chao sniffed and said, there should be a lot of fae corpses for you to deal with, and I don't really know what to do with fae. So, what Jin Chao said was clear enough. They were invited to come here to do odd jobs. Yu Ming sniffed and came to Jin Chao with a very strange face. Placing the ring on his left middle finger in front of him, he said, Mr. Ken, do you know what this is? Jin Chao sniffed and shook his head in confusion. The big round face was helpless when he saw this scene. Blame me. Blame me. Should have taught him those basics a long time ago. Yu Ming continued. This is a space ring with 300 square meters of space inside, which is enough to hold the corpse of a foreign beast. With a space of 300 square meters, several hundred alien beast corpses could fit. Jin Chao is treating himself like a warehouse. Jin Chao smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was such a thing, but don't worry guys, I won't short you guys a penny on the cost. Yu Ming and the others didn't say anything. It's all about earning money anyway, so why work so hard when you can take it easy? In this way, Jin Chao used the same method to capture a dozen or so level 7 or 8 alien beasts. During that time, he also killed 20 to 30 low level 5 alien beasts. It was rewarding to say the least. Jin Chao's level had even risen to level 11 in one day. At nightfall, Yu Ming looked at the 17 different beasts of all kinds that surrounded the several people in the center. And in the spatial ring, a small mountain of alien beast corpses. The heart is full of emotion. This Jin Chao is a monster. Never seen it yet. Who in becoming can accomplish the task so easily? In just one afternoon, it's as good as someone else's harvest in 10 or 20 days. And it's easy as pie. Even lighting fires at night in the mountains where the beasts roam. You know this is extremely taboo. After all, the firelight would reveal the location. And even more so, it would attract other foreign beasts to surround it. But it's someone else. Jin Chao's current formation. Not to mention the other alien beasts looking for trouble. It was good enough that Jin Chao didn't go after those alien beasts. This Jin Chao is really bull. Chapter 20 C-Class Squad. In the dimly lit woods, the sound of insects chirped continuously. The two human figures were like ghosts, fleeing in panic, as if there was some kind of life-threatening monster chasing them behind. Captain, I can't run anymore. The figure behind him stopped, panting. The figure in front of him sniffed, and also stopped to gasp for air, looking around warily to make sure it was safe before letting out a sigh of relief. As soon as the spirit was relieved, the fat man who had just spoken crouched down on the ground, holding his head and crying, Captain, how can this be? Isn't there only a level 10 foreign beast at the highest here? How could a level 20 golden crowned inferno eagle suddenly appear? Old 3, Old 4, Old 5 and the others died so unjustly. The captain sniffed in pain as well. This time, he had originally planned to hunt level 10 fey beasts and bring them back to sell them. If you're lucky enough to catch a live one, even better. The price goes straight to 10 times. But who would have thought that the good luck didn't hit and he met a king of hell who demanded his life? A level 20 golden crown inferno eagle was an upper tier of strength even amongst all level 20 fey beasts. Even a level 25 martial artist would have to hold off when they encountered it. What's more, a C-rank squad with a rank of around 20. When you encounter it, you can't even escape, let alone resist. If the 5 hadn't run separately, they probably wouldn't have even survived themselves in fatty. As for the other 3, one was swallowed on the spot. One was burned to ashes. the other one escaped, but being targeted by the golden crowned Inferno Eagle, there was no way he could survive. A level 20 martial artist was truly unbeatable in front of a level 20 Fey Beast. Don't cry. It's not safe for us yet. Hurry. With that, the two of them once again jumped quickly between the trees. Soon, a bright light attracted the two men's attention, and the smell of roasting meat wafted up to their nostrils. Someone? Building a fire and roasting meat here can be extremely daring. One slip up would cause the Fey Beasts to mob them. Even for myself, I wouldn't dare do that. However, the fact that they dared to build a fire here also showed that this person was powerful, so it seemed that they were saved. With that thought in mind, the two men quickly ran toward the fire, but just as they arrived nearby, they saw a dozen or so foreign beasts surrounding a group of 7 people. The two men froze. Is this surrounded? But it wasn't right. The 7 people inside didn't look like they were going to fight at all. Instead, he sat very cozily on a few dry rocks around a roaring fire in the center, roasting chunks of meat of unknown origin. There was even a girl lying on the tail of a giant tiger beast. It's not at all like they're here to kill each other. Instead, it's like they're here on vacation. Compared to the miserable state of the 5 people, it was completely a heaven and a hell. No, not compared to myself. Rather, it was compared to all the martial artists who had come out to accomplish their mission. Normally, which martial artist who went outside the city to complete his mission was not in a sorry state. Even the stronger teams were careful in every way, so as not to cause the beasts to mob. After all, the strength of the Fey Beasts was far too strong compared to martial artists. 5 people against a Fey Beast of comparable strength was barely a fight. There's no point in living under siege. But these people, it's like they're not afraid at all. Couldn't they still tame the beasts? The idea just popped up and struck itself as absurd. But upon seeing Jin Chao, his face instantly changed. Isn't that Jin Chao from the martial artist building? The one who can tame foreign beasts? Fatty let out a cry of alarm, and the captain hurriedly looked in the direction Fatty had pointed. It's still true. No wonder they can get the Fae to stand guard for them. Jin Chao's recent fame was so great that almost all martial artists knew him. Naturally, he also knew about his ability to tame foreign beasts. Thinking of this, a strong jealousy rose in the hearts of the two men. When will we be able to come to the outside of the city like they do? Like a vacation. And what an easy task. Is that someone over there? The conversation between the two caught the attention of Jin Chao and the others. The captain sniffed. Don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. With that, the two jumped down from the tree and appeared in front of Jin Chao and the others. Seeing that someone had appeared, the alien beasts took up combat stances. This caused the two fat men to be startled, although they were not afraid of these foreign beasts, but don't want to invite so many easily. Jin Chao hurriedly spoke. It's fine. No need to be nervous. Hearing Jin Chao's words, the group of foreign beasts relaxed their guard, but still kept their eyes on each other. Seeing as you're not in very good shape, are you in some kind of danger? The two fat men sighed at the words and told what had happened to them. Upon hearing about the level 20 golden crowned Inferno Eagle, Yu Ming and the others were startled. This was a level 20 Fey Beast. It wasn't something a D-rank team could fight against at all. But Jin Chao didn't have much of a reaction to hearing that. It does look pretty bad. So do you guys need to spend the night here? It's fairly safe here. Hearing Jin Chao's invitation, the two fat men were visibly stunned. After all, it was the consensus of all martial artists that they could not trust anyone in the wild. Not to mention one that is ranked higher than itself. Thank you, Mr. Jin. Then, we'll rest here for the night and return to the city tomorrow. With that, the two came to sit not far from Jin Chao. Jin Chao handed the other party the roasted alien beast meat in his hand. It drew a moment of consternation from the two men. It's exotic beast meat. He just gave it to himself? You should know that Fey meat costs hundreds or thousands of pounds a pound in the city. This piece, it's at least a pound or more. I don't usually eat it myself. Isn't Jin Chao a bit too generous? Yu Ming was a bit worried about Jin Chao's approach though, but it's not good enough to say anything. Just seeing that the Fey beasts didn't seem to have enough to eat, he took out a dozen or so Fey beast carcasses from his spatial ring and threw them to them. On the other hand, Captain Qin Hao and Fatty Du Ming, who saw this scene, had obscure eyes. Greed grew. The two of them looked at each other and knew what was in the other's mind. A dozen or so living Fey, and feed those Fey meat. There were quite a few Fey corpses in there at first glance. Moreover, these 7 people were all at level 10 to 15 and were not even their own opponents. The only one to guard against is Jin Chao. As long as they could deplete the number of these alien beasts and kill them, these alien beast corpses would be all theirs. When Qin Hao thought of this, he began to climb into a conversation with Jin Chao. Mr. Jin, I had heard that you could tame foreign beasts and was a bit unconvinced, but I didn't expect it to be true. Jin Chao smiled faintly at his words and said, A fluke. Qin Hao continued, if Mr. Jin has such an ability, if he can tame the golden crowned Inferno Eagle, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in this place? What task can't be accomplished? Hearing Qin Hao's words, Jin Chao's eyes lit up. Being able to defeat a C-rank team, the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle was indeed ridiculously strong. If it could really be tamed, wouldn't the speed of capturing foreign beasts be raised by another notch? The faster one's chi and blood would be raised. Thinking about this, Jin Chao couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. The black and white will definitely not let themselves go. If he didn't raise his strength as soon as possible, he wouldn't have the power to defend himself at all. Even though he knew that the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle was strong, he was still prepared to take a chance. Seemingly seeing that Jin Chao was a bit intrigued, Qin Hao continued, "If Mr. Jin has this idea, we can contribute, and we also have some of the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle's weaknesses, so we can definitely help Mr. Jin." Chapter 21, Taking a Risk. Hearing this, Jin Chao reinforced his thoughts, but there was also some confusion about what they were doing. Qin Hao continued, "Mr. Jin doesn't need to doubt my motives. We're not helping for nothing." "Then tell us your terms." Seeing that Jin Chao had already taken the bait, Qin Hao said with a slight smile, "We also have a mission this time. We need to hunt 30 alien beasts. As long as Mr. Jin can help us complete it." With 30 alien beasts, this quest was really something only a C-rank or higher team would dare to take on. However, this kind of task could be easily accomplished by Jin Chao alone. "Then it's settled. When do we do it?" Qin Hao was a bit dazed at his words. 30 Fey, so easily agreed. Looks like they have a lot of Fey corpses on their hands. How nice it would be to have that ability yourself. That way it wouldn't be such a mess as it is now. However, this Jin Chao is also too arrogant. The level 20 Golden Crown Inferno Eagle wasn't as simple as he thought. Otherwise, one would be like this? If it's possible, it's better to do it at night. The Golden Crown Inferno Eagle will be stronger during the day, and it's hard to deal with. Hearing this, Jin Chao didn't even think about it and directly stood up and said, "Then I'll work hard for you too." Yu Ming sniffed and his face looked a bit ugly. Against a level 20 alien beast, his own squad didn't have that kind of strength. Just as Yu Ming and the others were in a dilemma, Jin Chao directly said, "Captain Yu, you guys just stay put here with the Fey beasts. I'll just go with Captain Qin and the others." The crowd was shocked at the words. Jin Chao, this is not going to use a Fey beast to deal with the level 20 Fey beast Golden Crown Inferno Eagle? Do you want to die? Yu Ming was just about to open his mouth to stop it when he heard Qin Hao say, "Mr. Jin, isn't this too dangerous?" Jin Chao spoke up, "Captain Qin, don't worry. When the time comes, just tell me its weaknesses. There's no need for you guys to do anything. Even if I can't beat it, it's still easy for me to run away." Qin Hao sniffed and despised in his heart. "Even if you're fast, you're only level 11. Can you be faster than level 20? What a way to get yourself killed. Since Mr. Jin is so confident, I can't say anything, so let's set off now. Go." Jin Chao gave an order. Qin Hao and the two of them jumped up to the treetops first, followed closely by Jin Chao. Only after the three of them walked away did Yu Ming ask with some concern, "Sister Zhao, Mr. Jin won't be in trouble, right?" A level 11 martial artist single-handedly taking on a level 20 alien beast. It was unreliable to even think about it. Big Round Face said, "Don't worry, even if you can't beat him, that kid can still run away. Don't worry about it, go to sleep." With that, he found a furry Fey and plopped down into its arms. Yu Ming and the others were worried, always feeling that Jin Chao was too risky, and Big Round Face looked at the direction Jin Chao and the others left if he had any deep meaning. An hour later, Jin Chao's trio stopped at the outer edge of a valley. A bright fire was conspicuous. Only a very huge eagle covered in fiery red feathers with a blazing golden flame on top of its head was seen, reclining within the valley. Just one of the retracted wings was 7 or 8 meters long, and if both wings were unfolded, they would be at least 30 meters long. It could be seen how huge the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle was. Qin Hao pointed at the fire and said, "Mr. Jin, over there is the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle's nest, and its weakness is the Golden Inferno on its head." Fatty continued, "Brother Jin had better lure it to fight on the ground. In the sky, it's stronger." Jin Chao sniffed, not taking it to heart at all, and said with full concern, "Tough luck to you too." Saying that, he scurried out with a single step and headed straight for the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. The two Qin Hao looked at Jin Chao's back and revealed a cold smile. "When you're dead, the rest of those beasts and the 6 are ours." Jin Chao flew wildly and soon caught the attention of the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. However, when it saw that it was a level 11 human martial artist, its eyes were filled with disdain. Opening his mouth, he spat out a crimson flame, instantly drowning Jin Chao. Jin Chao was completely missing. The two of them, Qin Hao, felt a bit surprised when they saw the scene. "I thought Ken Chao could last at least 2 rounds after blowing such a big hole in his head. I didn't expect to be burned to a crisp before reaching the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle." Thinking of this, the two of them, Qin Hao, prepared to retreat. Never attract the attention of the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle. It's better to flee quickly. But before they could turn around, a bright light suddenly lit up and appeared above the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle's head. The two were shocked that he wasn't dead. And, an elemental awakening. How never heard of it? Everyone in Wangjiang City was very concerned about Jin Chao's matter, but never heard about it. It seems that the martial arts building is protecting him very closely. No wonder he said he could run even if he couldn't fight. It was true that the golden-crowned Inferno Hawk couldn't deal with an elemental ability awakened, but one can. Jin Chao, who transformed into a flash of light, appeared directly at the golden inflammation on top of the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle's head. A fist blasted out, striking the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle's most vulnerable spot. The golden-crowned Inferno Eagle, on the other hand, was not the least bit flustered. Instead, it was very human to show contempt. In just an instant, the golden flames on top of the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle's head blazed, quickly covering his entire body. At once, the golden fire light illuminated the entire valley. The golden-crowned Inferno Eagle also raised its huge wings to meet Jin Chao's fist as it arrived. Jin Chao didn't even take the blow to heart, just waiting for the body to elementalize and pass through the wings of the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle, hitting that golden flame and pounding the opponent. But in the next moment, a huge force swept through his entire body. Jin Chao's body instantly flew backwards, hitting the stone wall of the valley and embedding itself deeply into it. All three of them were incredulous. What's going on here? How could a Fey beast hit an elemental type ability awakened? Could it be that it could still have mastered the Big Dipper? No way. That's never going to happen. Jin Xiaoyuan felt more deeply than the two Qinhao. I thought I could dodge its attack with my elementalization, but I didn't expect to be hit right in the face, and it was the golden flames that covered the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle's entire body that struck him. At this moment, his own fists were covered in scars from the gold flames. If he hadn't reacted quickly and stopped in time, his hand would have been ruined. Thinking about it, Jin Chao had a moment of fear. It seemed that no enemy could be underestimated, and the same went for the Fey. The golden-crowned Inferno Eagle didn't give Jin Chao a chance to react at all. Once again, he opened his mouth and spat out flames to attack Jin Chao. And this time the flames changed from the red flames of the first time, to a golden color. Jin Chao didn't dare to be careless and increased his speed to the extreme, running along the stone walls of the valley, quickly running away. The golden-crowned Inferno Eagle, on the other hand, lifted its wings and soared, nipping at Jin Chao's trail, the golden flames in its mouth never stopping. Wherever it passed, grass and trees burned, and even the stone walls were burned into magma by the scorching golden flames that flowed downward. The whole valley, as if it was a fiery hell. In less than a minute, Jin Chao didn't even have a place to land, and the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle's wings kept flapping, stopping in mid-air, scornful of everything. The two of them, Qin Hao, who were hiding in the shadows, were shocked to see this scene. It turned out that this was the true strength of the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle. The golden-crowned Inferno Eagle was useless in dealing with himself during the day, not even half of his strength. Just an ordinary attack had already caused the five to collapse and be powerless to resist. If it had used this level of attack during the day, I'm afraid, a few of their own people wouldn't even be able to last a second. And Jin Chao actually confronted it for almost a minute. Although Jin Chao was powerless to fight back, at least he had lasted this long under the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle. Is he still a level 11 martial artist? Such strength was beyond the reach of even the five of them. Chapter 22, Serious Injury. At this point, Jin Chao was at the end of his rope. It was only possible to land on a larger rock, surrounded by melted lava. There were also multiple flame burns on his body. It was only a matter of time before this rock melted underfoot. By then, one would really be at the end of one's rope. The fight must be resolved quickly. Just in the moment Jin Chao was thinking about countermeasures, the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle made a direct dive. The huge eagle claws directly grabbed Jin Chao. Jin Chao dodged and rushed into midair as a stream of light. The huge rocks, on the other hand, were like tofu and were scratched to pieces by the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle. The last piece of landing is gone. Seeing this scene, Jin Chao's face instantly became grave. Only exchanged hands for a minute. He was forced into a corner himself. This golden-crowned Inferno Eagle was too strong. At this moment, the disdain in the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle's eyes was even thicker. But it was not the slightest bit careless. It directly rushed towards Jin Chao, who was in midair. He wanted to take advantage of Jin Chao's inability to control his body at this time to kill him. Seeing this scene, Jin Chao also showed determination in his eyes. Hopefully the light pendant would fix it, and even if it didn't, at least give himself a chance to breathe. Thinking of this, Jin Chao no longer hesitated and instantly gathered all the light elements around him. It turned into a peanut-sized ball of light and appeared in the sky above the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle. Lightfall. With a loud shout, countless balls of light descended at extreme speed, and the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle didn't even take Jin Chao's attack into consideration. It was impossible for a tiny level 11 martial artist, even if he was more powerful, to injure the level 20 Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. And it was the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle in its full strength state. Boom! With a loud bang, countless balls of light instantly struck the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle's entire body, stirring up the sky with firelight. It illuminated the entire forest as if it were daytime. There were even countless balls of light falling to the ground, sinking the entire valley by more than 10 meters. The ground shook even more violently. Jinhao looked at the scene in front of him and simply couldn't believe that this was something an 11th level martial artist could do. Let's not talk about level 11. It's just not possible to do it at level 20. This Jin Chao is just too good. If he hadn't made a solid wave and didn't directly fight the other side, there may not even be any bone crumbs left. Originally, he thought that the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle would be able to kill Jin Chao with a crushing force. Now it looks like it's still up in the air as to who's going to win and who's going to lose. After all, the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle was exceedingly strong, and even level 25 or even level 30 martial artists would have an extreme headache when they encountered it. Even if Jin Chao, who was only level 11, was strong, it was impossible for him to defeat the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle. It ended up with a corpse. Himself remains the winner in the end. Just as the two were pleased with themselves, the battle in the air came to a close. Only a figure could be seen rapidly descending through the roiling fire, and to the surprise of the two, the figure was very huge. Even if he couldn't see it, he knew that it was the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. Seeing this scene, the two of them couldn't close their mouths in shock. Golden Crown Inferno Eagle lost? How is that possible? A level 11 martial artist had defeated the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle? One is not dreaming. Before the two of them could slow down from their shock, they saw Jin Chao's figure falling at breakneck speed. And straight to the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. At this moment an absurd thought rose in the minds of the two men. He wouldn't be trying to domesticate the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. This was a level 20 Golden Crown Inferno Eagle. It was a full 9 levels higher than him, so how could it be tamed? If there's such a big difference in rank, they can all be domesticated. Then Jin Chao would not be invincible at the same level, but invincible beyond the level. How can such a person exist? The two of them swallowed nervously and stared at Jin Chao's figure with unblinking eyes. But in an instant, Jin Chao caught up with the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle. Soon, the two figures crashed into the valley. The two Jinhao looked at each other. Failed? The thought brought momentary disappointment to the two men's faces, but it quickly responded. What are you disappointed in? It's better if both are dead. Not only can you grab a lot of low-level alien beast corpses this way, and bring back a Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle carcass, it's a level 20 Fey corpse. The price is dozens of times that of a level 10 Fey. How much money must be earned? But don't dare get close now. In case the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle isn't dead, wouldn't it be a suicide mission to go there? Even if it's dying from serious injuries, as long as there's still a breath in it. Trying to kill yourself is incredibly simple. He himself is not a pervert like Jin Chao. With this in mind, the two of them carefully stepped backward. Whether they were dead or alive, one could take advantage of the opportunity to kill and rob. After exiting a few meters, he turned and ran at a fast pace. But before they could run a few steps, two beams of light directly penetrated the two men's skulls. Jinhao and the two of them didn't know where they had miscalculated until they died. At this moment, Jin Chao, who was lying on the back of the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle, had used up all his strength. Dealing with the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle was really not something that could be done easily right now, but it was good to be slightly better in the end and manage to tame it. As for Jinhao's two minds, they had already been exposed when the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle first breathed fire. Jin Chao had naturally stayed back a long time ago. Jin Chao gasped and braced himself, and from the pocket of his tattered clothes, he took out a handle of green potion and handed it to the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle's mouth. Drink this. The Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle's eyes were full of aggression, as if it was accusing Jin Chao of just hitting it too hard. After domesticating the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle, Jin Chao was able to clearly perceive its emotional changes. At this moment, I can only look embarrassed. If I am not a little more ruthless. At this moment, it is me who is lying down. After a moment of pacification, the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle then drank the healing potion. In just a minute, the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle recovered most of its status, taking Jin Chao in the direction he came from. In the camp, Yuming looked at the distant fire with a worried face and paced back and forth. With such a big commotion just now, even if they were far away from here, they could still feel that the battle was very intense. With so much commotion, it had long exceeded the strength of an 11th level martial artist. Not even a level 20 martial artist could do it. Jin Chao couldn't handle it at all. Now I just hope Jin Chao will return safely. The big round face said with some impatience. Can you settle down for a while? It's making so much noise that I can't sleep. Yu Ming said in a rude manner. You still have the heart to sleep. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Jin is in danger? The big round face didn't even open his eyes, snorted and said, even if he can't fight, he can run back. Don't worry. Yu Ming laughed at this. Even if you can't beat it? That's not a fight at all. That's the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. Even a level 30 martial artist wouldn't dare to mess with it. How could Mr. Jin possibly beat it? Big round faces think so too. Even if Jin Chao was as strong as he was only an 11th level martial artist. And being able to defeat a 20th level martial artist was already the limit. It was indeed too early to challenge the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle that gave even level 30 martial artists a headache. However, Jin Chao was a light elemental ability awakened, so there wouldn't be any danger. It's also a way for him to get some insight and not be so adventurous in the future. The only one who was worried now was Qin Hao. The Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle couldn't deal with Jin Chao, but the two of them weren't sure. Let's hope Jin Chao is smart. Just when Yu Ming was still chattering and rambling, an eagle's cry resounded through the sky, and immediately after, the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle's huge body of more than 10 meters tall descended from the sky. The 30-odd meter long wings rolled up in a hurricane, fanning the crowd from their perches. All six were on alert, nervously drawing their respective weapons. The dozen or so fey beasts also took up combat positions, but they all couldn't stop trembling in the face of the level 20 Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. Yu Ming and the others knew deep down that if they fought, they didn't have half a chance of surviving. Chapter 23, The Trembling of 4357. Jin Chao. Qin Hao didn't come back. The Golden Crowned Inferno Hawk, however, struck. Were they all killed? It wasn't that Yu Ming was pessimistic, but he simply couldn't think of any slightest possibility that Jin Chao could defeat the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. Even Big Round Face, who knew Jin Chao the best, had a hard look on his face at this moment. Did Jin Chao really get killed? If Old Man Zhao found out about this, he wouldn't peel his skin off? What can we do about this? Just as a few people were panicking, Jin Chao's weak voice rang out from the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle's back. Sister Zhao, are there any more healing potions? I can't move now. Everyone froze when they heard Jin Chao's voice. Jin Chao is still alive, and it was still on the back of the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle, sent back by it. This meant that Jin Chao had won the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle and had even domesticated it. Is this happening? That's just not possible. How could a level 11 martial artist win against the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle? The five people were shocked in their hearts and could not be calmed for a long time. No wonder Jin Chao wasn't the least bit scared and was even a little bit excited when he heard about the level 20 Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. No wonder Sister Zhao didn't stop it and said Jin Chao would be fine. No wonder Jin Chao said that even if he couldn't fight, he could still escape. That's not being able to escape. That's straight up domestication. Is Jin Chao that strong? Throughout, only he was kept in the dark. No wonder he dared to light a fire and roast meat in the dead of night without any fear. That's nothing to be afraid of at all. The big round face was also surprised. It seems that Jin Chao was still underestimated. Not only did he not lose, he also domesticated the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle. The fact that it could be tamed meant that Jin Chao had the strength to kill it. It even solved the two Qin Hao. Jin Chao's strength was really a bit terrifying. To have the strength to kill a 30 martial artist with a rank of 11. What was the difference between this and a pervert? Just in the time that the crowd was dumbfounded, the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle had already shortened itself, lying on the ground, displaying the miserable and incomparable Jin Chao in front of the crowd. Seeing Jin Chao's current condition, several people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. At this moment, Jin Chao, his whole body clothes were almost burnt, and his body was covered with burn marks. Miserable, almost no one. If Yu Ming were to choose, even if he were to give a Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle as a pet beast, he wouldn't want to experience this level of injury from Jin Chao. Jin Chao saw that the big round face didn't move and called out again. Sister Zhao? The big round face then reacted and hurriedly ran to Jin Chao, taking out 2 level 1 recovery potions, one for Jin Chao to drink. One coated Jin Chao, the green liquid was poured on, and the wound healed as far as the eye could see, even the scar disappeared. A minute later, Jin Chao also had the strength to walk on the ground. It was only then that big round face assisted Jin Chao to the ground. The crowd gathered around in a brainstorm, wanting to ask about the details of the battle, but he was stopped by Jin Chao waving his hand. After what happened to Qin Hao, Jin Chao kept a sharp eye on anyone. How could they know about being a light elemental ability awakened? It's good to keep a base card after all. I know you all are worried about me, but it's been a really tiring day, so everyone get some rest, Jin Chao said very weakly. Having just gone through a big battle, Jin Chao really needs to rest. The crowd could only resign themselves to going back to rest. Tiger, on the other hand, lay horizontally on the ground and surrounded Jin Chao in the center, licking Jin Chao's face in a very heartfelt manner. Jin Chao soothed. It's okay, go to sleep. Nothing happened overnight. The crowd was up at the crack of dawn. With the addition of the Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle, The 7 are fully capable of pushing across the entire 4357. Just as Jin Chao was about to let all the foreign beasts go out to hunt, Yu Ming and the others were waiting in place. Yu Ming, however, stepped forward and said, Mr. Jin, we discussed it last night. It's not a solution to always mingle like this. We'd better go out alone to hunt some foreign beasts and get some exercise, or else we'll really become a drag. Jin Chao's excellence had struck the 5 deeply. I was still celebrating the fact that I was able to follow Jin Chao on his mission. However, after seeing Jin Chao tame the golden crowned inferno eagle with his own eyes, his mind changed quite a bit. The same martial artist, even his own rank was higher than Jin Chao, and yet it doesn't work at all. It is necessary to improve your strength. Even if you know you can't catch up with Jin Chao, you can't just hang around like this anymore. In response, Jin Chao agreed with only a little thought and asked Tiger to follow and protect their safety. For the next day, Jin Chao stayed where he was to nurse his wounds. A dozen or so alien beasts scattered in all directions looking for prey, wounded and brought to Jin Chao. Then let Ken Chao tame it and the big round face heal it, then sent out again to hunt the beasts. Among these beasts, naturally, the golden crowned inferno eagle was the fastest. Often, not even a minute after going out, they recaptured a severely injured Fae. Even before the big round face could heal the previous one, the other had already been grabbed back. It's simply too busy. Even Jin Chao had his hands full taming foreign beasts. The limit number of 55 was quickly reached. The chi and blood grew even more rapidly. At the end of the day, the only way to kill the beast was to kill it after gaining chi and blood. Jin Chao was all ages here, reveling in the joy of his chi and blood growing wildly. But the whole of 4357 was in a state of panic. Only 5 middle-aged martial artists, who had just killed a level 7 alien beast, saw a level 10 giant tiger beast, carrying a half-dead level 7 giant tooth rat appear in front of them. The 5 people were suddenly ashen. Having just finished a battle, he was already exhausted and didn't have the energy to deal with this level 10 giant tiger beast, so he could only give up his prey in hand and escape. And just as a few people were getting ready to run away, another level 10 giant lizard beast, knocking down 2 large trees, appeared in front of them. In his mouth was likewise a dying Fey beast. Seeing this scene, the 5 people looked at each other and directly gave up resisting. 1 had a way to escape. 2, not even a hope of escape. Why are you so backed up? Encountering a level 10 Fey in this situation, could it be that he's just going to give up here? Just as the 5 were about to give up their resistance, the giant tiger beast and the giant lizard beast ran off together with their prey in one direction. Seeing this, the 5 froze even more. What's going on here? I'm surprised I wasn't attacked myself. That's something that's never been heard of before. In the wilderness, whenever a human encounters a foreign beast, a big battle is inevitable. The Fae simply won't leave humans alone. These 2 foreign beasts actually didn't attack themselves today, and running in the same direction with their prey. It's as if someone is directing them. No sooner had the thought risen than the 5 smiled to themselves. How is that possible? Who can command the Fae? Even high-level Fae can't command them. Humans are even less likely, not to mention commanding them to hunt, which Fae beasts catching prey are not exclusive, and will not share it with other Fae beasts at all, much less offer it to other Fae beasts, and humans are even more unlikely. Just as the 5 were about to rush out of here with their prey, a huge figure quickly flew over the heads of the 5. The 5 people were stunned in place, because it was a level 20 golden crown inferno eagle. Moreover, the 5 people clearly saw that it was carrying a severely injured and dying foreign beast in its mouth. Similarly, the direction in which it flew was exactly the same as the 2 level 10 alien beasts just now. Chapter 24, A Terrifying Day. The appearance of a level 20 Fae beast here was shocking enough, and it also seemed to be helping something catch its prey, just like the 2 level 10 Fae in front of it. Isn't that a little out of line? The middle-aged man who was leading the group said with a pale face. Hurry up and leave 4357 back to the city right away. We can't stay here. The 5 of them didn't care about their physical exhaustion. They didn't even care about packing up their prey and ran straight away, afraid that if he ran a little slower he would be targeted by that horrible thing. An existence that could control a level 20 Fae was by no means something the 5 could imagine. The same situation occurs in various parts of 4357. All the martial arts squads that saw this scene fled quickly, not caring whether the mission was completed or not. People are dying. What do you care about the mission? At the same time, the legend of the existence of terrifying monsters in 4357 was also spreading wildly among the martial arts squad. There were even some bold ones who captured this scene with their martial arts medals and posted it on the internet. Only in the video, a level 7 python, half swallowing a wild boar, was rapidly advancing towards the north. Behind him was a boar with a level 5 wild dog in its mouth, running in the same direction as the python. Such a video was posted and it sparked a firestorm of controversy. This is a fake. How can a python catch prey and not eat it, and carry it back and forth? Can the video do it with a little brain? Did you not read the video title upstairs? That's right, this looks like it's being controlled by the terrifying existence that appeared in 4357. Otherwise how could there be a giant python and wild boar alien beast hunting in company? What kind of horrible existence is it? It's just a chance event. I haven't heard of anything controlling a foreign beast in all these years. Upstairs, want to know more about Jin Chao? You guys, could it be Jin Chao controlling these foreign beasts? You're stupid. Even though Jin Chao can tame alien beasts, he can't tame so many of them, and control them to hunt. What are you thinking? It was already well known in Wangzhong City that Jin Chao was able to tame foreign beasts, but it was simply impossible to empty so many of them. After all, the video was a full dozen different alien beasts. The entire 4357 was rippled with it. Jin Chao alone could not do it at all. Just when the online bickering was going on, the military released a direct video confirming the abnormal behavior of the 4357 Fae. But it's not clear if there's a terror present. The martial arts squad was also warned not to approach 4357 in the near future, lest something bad happen to them. The military's message was cryptic, but it simply couldn't be hidden from the general public. The first thing that was confirmed was that 4357 really did have a big scary presence. At one time, all the martial arts squads were all evacuated from 4357. Not only the human martial artists, even the foreign beasts were panicked, fleeing in all directions, and there were huge trees that had been broken off everywhere, and the Fae that were trampled to death. If it was normal, all these trampled alien beasts would be enough to make the martial arts squad a fortune. But right now, no one can care about that. Compared to money, life is more important. 4357 is already a mess. In the face of this turmoil, the national forces, which have never been easily mobilized, were forced to send their elite troops to investigate. The turmoil outside didn't affect Jin Chao in the least. Right now, just taming the Fae was busy enough. There are too many alien beasts sent over. On average, you have to deal with 3 Fae a minute. It's simply too busy. After a day, the corpses of the surrounding foreign beasts had piled up into a dozen or so small mountains, while Jin Chao's chi and blood were also rising crazily. In just one day's time, it had directly risen to level 18, and if it hadn't stopped early, it would have been more than enough to rise to level 20. As night fell, Jin Chao lay straight down on the ground. It had been a long day, and my body was already weak. Add to that a workload of this magnitude and it's straight up overwhelming. And the big round face couldn't be happier as he looked at a small mountain of foreign beasts piled up in front of him, and 89 living foreign beasts. It's all commission. It's all money. On the other hand, Yu Ming and the others were happily heading back. Today, the squad, in total, killed 10 level 5 alien beasts, 3 level 7 alien beasts, and 1 level 10 alien beast. Such a record was simply unthinkable before, but it was thanks to Tiger's help. It couldn't have been done otherwise. It was only until this moment that Yu Ming and the others truly felt the benefits of having a favored beast. If you get the chance, you must get one. That helps so much. Compared to owning Fae, he was more envious of Jin Chao's ability to domesticate so many Fae, and also tamed a level 20 Fae. I wonder how many alien beasts they've caught this day. Soon, the 5 men and 1 beast arrived at the camp, but before a few people could approach, they saw a dozen or so small mountains piled up by various foreign beasts. The thick smell of blood enveloped a few thousand meters around. Not to mention the beasts, even the few people who knew this was Jin Chao's doing didn't dare to approach. What made the 5 feel even more palpitating were the dozens of foreign beasts. As far as the eye could see, there were all huge beasts with huge bodies that were at least 5 meters in size. That powerful sense of oppression. Even one of them was enough to kill 5 people in seconds. So many appeared at once. Even if they knew that this was Jin Chao's favored beasts, they were still scared and the 5 of them didn't dare to breathe. Having such an army of Fae is enough to push across the entire 4357. What invincible at the same level had long been insufficient to describe Jin Chao. That is, no one could step in to fight against a level 20 martial artist. That's still not counting the level 20 Golden Crown Inferno Eagle. It's so shocking. The 5 gulped in unison, already frightened and unsure of what to do. Just as a few people stood frozen in place, Jin Chao was the first to spot a few people. With a face of relief, he shouted, "You guys are finally back. Hurry up and collect these alien beast corpses. The smell is too great." Hearing Jin Chao's voice, Hu directly ran 2 quick steps and pounced directly in front of Jin Chao, shortened his body and intimately licked Jin Chao's face with his tongue. But it was only a day apart, but it was as if they hadn't seen each other for a year. Jin Chao, tickled by the licking, laughed a few times, then placated Tiger a bit before it relented. Slaying the 2 Chin Hao people had resulted in the harvesting of 2 spatial rings though, but it's all locked down and doesn't work at all. Only after returning to the martial artist building and finding a specialized person to crack it, could it be used again and the contents removed. Big round face is even poorer and doesn't even have a ring. This task, then is left to them. Seeing Jin Chao annoyed by the fact that there was no place to put the corpse of the alien beast, the 5 men laughed to themselves for a moment. When would they ever have to suffer like this themselves? Soon, Yu Ming finished cleaning up the camp and loaded up all the alien beast corpses, but new problems have arisen. 5 people's space rings were full. This was the first time several people had encountered such a situation. The space within the 5 space rings could not be modest, enough to hold thousands of alien beast corpses, but today's one-day battle was too much. The original plan of 10 days also had to be changed midway, but Jin Chao didn't want to go back now. There were still 2 levels to go before level 20. No one else would go back. He can only arrange for Yu Ming to go back first and wait until he was level 20 himself. At nightfall, the crowd slept very peacefully. 90 foreign beasts are guarding it, so you can't even think of sleeping uneasily. Chapter 25, The Infernal Must Kill Order. Late at night, a silhouette whose entire body was hidden in darkness kept wandering outside 4357. The look was a little anxious. On the first day Jin Chao arrived at 4357, the black and white infernal assassins had gotten the news. Many level 30 killers, all converging here, just waiting to kill Jin Chao and take away the great reward from the interloper. But who knew that such a strange thing would happen just after the crowd arrived? To be able to drive so many foreign beasts to hunt for it, the strength of that thing must be terrifying. Even so, for the sake of that great reward, the assassins decided to take a chance and break in. But who knew that army powerhouses would actually intervene at this time, if encountered, let alone killing Jin Chao, probably killed by the army before they even met. So the crowd kept guarding the various exits of 4357, waiting for Ken to come. With this terrifying presence, a D-rank squad would definitely not dare to stay in 4357, but after waiting for a day, all the martial arts squads that had entered had already withdrawn, but only Jin Chao's team was not seen. Are they dead? If so, won't the reward go down the drain? No, the reward of the Intermaster must be obtained. This could be the key to whether or not he could successfully rise to level 35, and further advance in the 95th position of the Infernal Killer ranking. Such a good opportunity must not be let go. If Jin Chao and the others don't come out after dawn, even at the risk of being captured by the army's strongest men, you have to go in, live and let die, or else, not willingly. There are a lot of killers with this idea. Martial arts upgrades are just too costly. There are no more than 3 channels for wanting to raise chi and blood: eating the meat of foreign beasts, taking chi and blood pills, or exercising endlessly. The first 2 are quick to raise your chi, but they are just too costly. And endless workout tussles save money though, but the boost is too slow. Even if you work out for the rest of your life, you don't know if you'll make it to level 30. And while these killers were able to rise to level 30, almost exhausting their families, they were all caught in the level 30 bottleneck. Now the Intermaster has issued a must-kill order. If you kill Jin Chao, you will get 3 billion. That's a huge amount of money, enough to get to level 35 or get away with it for the rest of your life. Therefore, even if they put their lives on the line, they must kill Jin Chao. Wait one more night, and at dawn, if there's no word, go into 4357. For the army, 20 level 30 elite martial artists entered stealthily. It's almost a carpet search. It would have been enough for this team to wreak havoc in 4357. But because of the level 20 Golden Crown Inferno Eagle and that terrifying presence that could drive a large group of Fey beasts, also had to be careful. It makes their progress very slow. All night long, nothing. The only clues were the blood of the alien beasts all over the place, and the traces of the fight. And the further we traveled toward the center, the more alarming it became. What shocked the crowd the most was the melted valley. Seeing the completely altered terrain, even those who had been in 100 battles had their mouths open wide and stayed in place. This kind of terrifying destructive power had to be at least level 30 or above to be able to do it. Or even level 40. Could 4357 still have such a strong Fey? Or was that terrifying existence already this strong? The squad leader leading the team rushed the video link to headquarters. Army Commander, there's important information. With that, he aimed the video at the still melting and flowing lava. On the other end of the video, the white-haired, country-faced old man, who was called the military chief, saw this scene and his face instantly sank. After a long silence, the military commander said wearily, "No need to look any further. I'll evacuate 4357. This mission, it's not for you to accomplish." "Yes," the squad leader answered, then said into his pager, "Ops squad, all out 4357, all out 4357. 20 level 30 martial artists, who had come with great vigor. And now, without even seeing each other's faces, they were going back in disgrace. Such a contrast was unacceptable to the crowd. But only the few people who had seen the valley knew that leaving was the right choice. These people simply didn't have the strength to deal with such an existence. The entire Wangjun city was highly concerned about this operation. Going back like this now naturally caused endless speculation. As for the footage the military got, it was also the first to be posted online. Everyone was stunned at the sight of that tragic situation. The fear of that terrifying existence was even stronger in his heart, even called it the terror melt abyss. And now, Jin Chao and the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle, who had triggered all of this, were sleeping soundly on the ground, not knowing at all. It was not even known how powerful this golden-crowned Inferno Eagle was. An ordinary golden-crowned Inferno Eagle, even if it was powerful, could only exert a strength of around level 30 at most. There was simply no way to go beyond this boundary, nor would they mobilize the golden flame to attack. It was even more unlikely that they could cover their entire body with gold flames or even attack an elementalized ability awakening. This current situation was as rare as a human martial artist comprehending astral energy. The same was also very powerful, which was why it exerted a strength far beyond that of a level 30 martial artist. As the day dawned, Jin Chao and his group marched towards the exit closest to Wangjiang City. Originally, with 50 foreign beasts accompanying them, Yuming's 5 would not be in any danger. But Jin Chao was still not too worried, so he sent it to the exit. Captain Yu, we'll send it here, and be more careful on the road behind us. Hearing Jin Chao's words, Yu Ming smiled helplessly. This kind of team, not to mention the fact that they would almost never encounter fey beasts in the back. Even if we meet, we are not afraid at all. Jin Chao is so careful. We'll be back as soon as we can. After saying that, he took 50 various kinds of foreign beasts and ran in a great hurry in the direction of Wangjiang City. Jin Chao watched them fade away and was also ready to continue capturing foreign beasts and break through to level 20. So Jin Chao stroked Tiger underneath him and prepared to go back to 4357. But just as the nerves slackened a little, a cracking sound appeared from the shadows of the woods. A flying dagger with a cold glint flew towards Jin Chao's forehead at great speed. Sensing the danger, Jin Chao also elementalized his body at the first opportunity. The body transformed into a single point of light that quickly left the spot and converged towards the flat ground 100 meters away, condensing into Jin Chao's appearance. The flying knife, however, directly penetrated through where Jin Chao had just been and nailed itself to the abdomen of a level 10 boar beast. The boar didn't even come to let out a miserable cry before its body quickly turned into a puddle of blood and water, directly dying. Seeing this, Jin Chao's face became even more ugly. All of the foreign beasts were also quickly alerted, their gazes unkindly looking in the direction where the flying daggers were thrown. However, only a black shadow could be seen flashing by, directly hidden into the darkness. Big round face let out a strange cry. Murder? No, pig killing. Then it was a mad dash to one side, away from the battlefield. At the same time, a handful of flying daggers shot out from all directions, pointing directly at Jin Chao's vitals all over his body. The number was so large that it directly covered all the 100 meters in the square where Jin Chao was. To be able to throw so many flying daggers in such a short period of time with such a wide range of movement, it was evident how fast the other party was. When the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle saw this scene, anger appeared in its eyes in a very humanized manner, only to see its wings vibrate and rise up into the air, opening its mouth and spitting out roiling golden flames to melt all flying to. Chapter 26, Dangerous Situation. Jin Chao was very confident in the golden flame of the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle. Not to mention the district's flying knives, even the hardest diamonds could be melted. Therefore, Jin Chao kept staring at the shadows, trying to find the other party's figure. But, it was all in vain. And right at this moment, countless flying daggers directly broke through Jin Yan's block and shot towards Jin Chao without any hindrance. Seeing this scene, Jin Chao froze, very surprised. However, this kind of thing, even if there were more of it, would not be able to hit itself. He himself was an elemental ability awakened after all. How could he be hit by a weapon? Without even thinking about it, Jin Chao directly elementalized and turned into countless points of light to dodge the attack. But something unexpected happened, only to see that the body, which had already turned into a point of light, was directly hit by the flying dagger. A splash of bright red splashed out, and a tearing pain instantly swept through his body. Jin Chao was beyond horrified. What was going on? He had clearly been elementalized himself, so how could this flying dagger hit him? Also, this flying dagger was highly poisonous. A level 10 boar was hit and directly turned into a puddle of blood. How could one's body block this toxicity? Moreover, now that the sky was filled with these flying daggers, it was simply too late to escape. What to do? Are you going to die here? Too careless. After experiencing Zhou Xing's assassination, one should know that there were many people who could deal with elemental ability awakened, and one could not rely too much on elementalization. I didn't realize that it was still planted at this point. The black and white infernal assassin, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous sneer at the corner of his mouth when he saw this scene. As a battle-hardened assassin, he knows best to gauge the mindset of his target, especially for a teenager like Jin Chao, an elemental psychic awakened genius. feeling elementalized evades all physical attacks. However, they didn't know that in this world, not only were there astral auras that could deal with them, there were also Thai stones that could ignore their elementalization. Just add a little bit of powdered Thai stone to the weapon making process. This ordinary flying dagger would be able to hit an elementalized ability awakened. What's more, one's own flying dagger was coated with a strong poison. Taking a stab, not to mention a human martial artist, even a 10-meter tall giant elephant would have to turn into a puddle of blood. Now he's dead. The sharp pain of melting blood and flesh on his back prevented Jin Chao from hesitating for half a second. Directly condensing the Tang horizontal blade, he cut off the back that had been slashed, with flesh and skin, in its entirety. Ah! A scream resounded through the mountains. The originally flat back was chipped and dented. The wound was hideous and blood trickled out. But the crisis is not over. There was no chance of escape in the face of a sky full of flying knives. What to do? Just when Jin Chao was at his wit's end, a huge figure appeared in the sky above, protecting it firmly under his body. He blocked all the flying daggers, and the figure fell directly in front of Jin Chao. Seeing this scene, Jin Chao's eyes were instantly covered with tears. In a sad voice, "Tiger." It then pounced on Tiger, but the violent toxin didn't even give Jin Chao a chance to arrive. Whose huge body became a puddle of blood in just an instant. Couldn't even say a final goodbye. Who was the first favored beast to follow him besides Little Flower? Unlike the Fae that were captured and sold, the mind has long thought of it as its companion. I didn't realize that because of my carelessness, I had actually killed Tiger, and it was all my own fault. Frozen in place, Jin Chao completely forgot that he was in danger. It wasn't until the sound of breaking air sounded again that Jin Chao reddened his eyes and instantly locked onto the other party's whereabouts. In the next moment, Jin Chao directly disappeared into a point of light, approaching the killer's location at speed. The black and white infernal killer didn't expect Jin Chao to discover his trail so quickly, but it was only a momentary surprise. If he couldn't even deal with such goods, he wouldn't have become an elite assassin of black and white. In an instant, countless flying knives shot out, directly blocking Jin Chao's speedy advance. It made Jin Chao have to dodge, but it also gave the killer the opportunity to drop a wave of flying daggers. A wave of flying daggers came out again, following Jin Chao's figure. No respite at all. The current Jin Chao couldn't even stop, let alone approach his opponent. As for the 38 foreign beasts, they were completely unable to keep up with the other party's speed. He would even be affected by Jin Chao's wave and die under the flying dagger's intense poison. In just an instant, half of the alien beasts disappeared. With the remaining half, it was only a matter of time before they died. And just like that, those beasts were not afraid, and even sacrificed their bodies to block the flying daggers that could potentially hurt Jin Chao when he was in danger. Just like Ahu, die willingly. Jin Chao was incomparably angry in his heart, itching to dismantle the other party. But it simply can't be done now. One must calm down, find the other person's cracks, and kill them with one blow. As time passed little by little, Jin Chao also found a crack in his opponent. Jin Chao clearly saw that every time the other party attacked, they would show up, and after one strike, they merged into the dark shadows and instantly appeared in another place to attack again. And as the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle kept spewing out flames to burn the trees, the area of shadows kept receding, making it impossible for the opponents to attack in some places. Obviously not enough distance, so Jin Chao directly ordered, "Yan Ing, burn all the nearby trees." Without the slightest hesitation, the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle flew upwards, and with its mouth open, it coalesced a huge orb of flame. In the next moment, countless small fireballs shot out from within the huge flame orb, incinerating everything in the smash. All of a sudden, the 10-mile radius around Jin Chao was empty and turned into a sea of fire. The black and white infernal killer no longer had a place to hide and appeared in front of Jin Chao. Looking at his enemy who had killed Tiger, Jin Chao could no longer hold back his anger. Holding the light Tang cross sword in his hand, he instantly came before his opponent. A slash to the opponent's head. The speed of the slash far exceeded that of a level 20 martial artist. Not even a level 30 martial artist could reach it. This knife, it had to kill the other side. But the black and white killer didn't dodge at all. Even through the black and white mask, Jin Chao also saw the smirk of conspiracy in the other's eyes. He was in a state of shock, but it was too late to retract the knife. In the next moment, the Guangtang horizontal sword in Jin Chao's hand directly slashed the opponent's head, but it didn't feel like it had cut into a physical object in the slightest, only to see the other party's body like flowing water, dissolving in front of Jin Chao and blending into the ground. Elemental alien awakened. Definitely. Otherwise, how could you be struck by a sword and still be able to avoid it? Just in the moment Jin Chao was slightly stunned, a figure appeared in the shadow behind himself. A cold flying knife was already on Jin Chao's neck. An emotionless, grim voice then rang out. "Idiot, you're not the only elemental ability awakened in this world. Go to hell in peace." In the next moment, the blade cut directly through Jin Chao's neck. This time, there is no escape. Chapter 27 Light and Shadow. A knife fell, but the imagined scene of blood erupting did not occur, only to see Jin Chao's body directly dissolve into dots of light. In the next moment, a ball of golden flames directly penetrated the killer's chest. Killer looked incredulously at the empty chest. Till death do us part. We can't figure out what's going on. Why did Jin Chao's body disappear? Why was he himself struck by the golden crowned inferno eagle? What the hell is going on here? Without waiting to think about this, his body was lifeless and fell to the ground with a loud crash. It was only at this point that Jin Chao jumped off the back of the golden crowned inferno eagle. The right hand covered a chipped piece of his back. The expression was extremely painful. As early as the first time he was hit by the flying dagger, Jin Chao knew that he should never let the flying dagger touch him. So they tried to fool each other with the light. And there was the scene just now. It was just that he never expected that the other party was actually an elemental ability awakened as well. If it wasn't for this light and shadow doppelganger, he would be dead. Seeing his opponent fall, a large round face that had been hiding sneaked out, coming behind Jin Chao. He said with palpitating heart, "Black and white infernal killer. It's really insidious. Luckily you're great, Jin Chao." Jin Chao, on the other hand, took a deep breath and looked towards the puddle of blood, his heart overwhelmed with sadness. Although it had only been a day since the domestication of these foreign beasts, but they disregard their safety in order to protect themselves. What a difference from your own family. Himself, on the other hand, was too weak to protect them. Thinking of this, Jin Chao took a deep breath. Strength. It is necessary to improve strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, the next time, he or she would still be unable to protect the people and Fae around him or her. Even your own life will be accounted for. At the same time, his killing intent towards black and white rose to the extreme. One day, to destroy the black and white. At the same time, one must quickly master the method of dealing with elemental ability awakened people. Otherwise, one would only get beaten. Thinking of this, Jin Chao came directly in front of the golden crowned inferno eagle's head. Reach out and touch its gold flames. Close your eyes and be still and feel. Though for some reason, the golden crowned inferno eagle was able to utilize golden flame to attack elemental ability awakened people. But as long as one could master the same method as it, even if one could not master the astral energy, one could still deal with elemental ability awakened people. The golden crown inferno eagle and Jin Chao shared the same thoughts, although they could not express them. However, it was very cooperative, making the gold flames become active. Jin Chao quietly sensed, shielding himself from everything around him and completely immersing himself in the golden flames in his hands. And the big round face was a little bored. Walking directly over to the infernal assassin's body, he reached out to take off his mask. Wanted to know which assassin was the one who actually managed to push Jin Chao, a monster, to near extinction. Jin Chao had killed the monster Zhou Xing at level 10. He even defeated the golden crowned inferno eagle, which gave even 30 martial artists a headache. The strength was on par with a level 30 martial artist, but that's all it was, and it still almost killed him. This guy is definitely not simple. With this thought, the big round face had taken off the mask of the killer, and his small eyes were filled with shock. It's actually him. Shadowless, the 95th on the black and white infernal killer list. I didn't realize that even he was here. He was the only one, with his level 30 strength, who was among the top 100 of the black and white infernal killer list. It was more of an existence that had steadily pressed down 5 level 40 plus killers, unable to roll over. His war record is even more brilliant. A ruthless man who had slaughtered 3 B-rank teams with a single blow. That's a B-rank team with a strength of 40 per capita. Even in a place like the Martial Building, where the elite martial artists gathered, it was a rare existence. There was no need to mention the strength, directly crushing level 30 martial artists. And it was this kind of existence that he exterminated 3 of them, the whole 15. Such a war record directly alarmed the military at the time. Carpet searched for a month and couldn't find him, and because of him, all the killers were afraid to show their faces that month. No wonder, it was able to force Jin Chao, a monster, to do this. It seemed like Zhou Yu was really in a hurry this time. I just don't know if Zhou Yu will go even crazier when he learns of this guy's death. The moment Shadowless died, the assassins who came together had gotten the news, and everyone was shocked. That's Shadowless, the legendary assassin who could easily kill a level 40 martial artist, actually died at the hands of Jin Chao, a martial artist of only level 10? How is that possible? What's more, they directly withdrew from this mission and fled back to Wanjian City. The remaining assassins did not dare to assassinate Jin Chao alone. Instead, they chose to tie up. Though, assassination missions are never completed in formation. After all, in the completion of the task, one's own people will not stab in the back. The final points reward cannot be in their own favor. Our very headache. But in order not to be killed to complete the mission, these killers had to choose to cooperate with others. And it's still a minimum of 10 people. Otherwise, there was no confidence in killing Jin Chao. 10 people in a team. Not to mention in the assassin world, even in the martial arts building, there were few precedents for this. If those killers from Black and White knew about it, they didn't know how they would make fun of them. It was evident how much pressure Jin Chao had put on these killers. For a while, all the assassins who came to assassinate Jin Chao all became frightened. I was afraid of meeting Dr. Ken, but I wanted to meet Dr. Ken, so I was very conflicted. And all this, Jin Chao knew nothing about. At this time Jin Chao was already completely immersed in the golden flame. An originating power was felt from the golden flame, which belonged to the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle. It's its lifeblood. It is the origin of all its attacks. It was the power of this origin that allowed it to attack the elemental ability awakened. The ability to go straight to the source of all things makes the attack more direct and effective. Even the power was several times stronger. But this was the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle's origin power. And what is the power of one's own origin? Jin Chao struggled to understand. And so all attention was drawn away from the gold flames. Put it into yourself and feel everything about yourself carefully. Soon, the constant flow of blood through the body was heard, like a trickle of fresh water. It was weak, but good and full of power. Jin Chao came to a realization. Yes, the original power that belongs to you is blood, or chakra. Humans need blood to supply energy to survive, and martial artists need chi and blood to enhance their strength. What is the original power of mankind if not blood? Thinking of this, Jin Chao began to try to control his own chi and blood, but blood is fundamental to human survival. If you leave your veins and you die, how can you take on the enemy? Thinking about this, Jin Chao was agonized beyond measure. But soon, Jin Chao recalled the scene when the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle attacked using Golden Flame, so began trying to emulate the Golden Crowned Inferno Hawk, transferring the blood out of the body a little bit, while at the same time the blood is flowing in order to supply itself. And it got faster and faster until it was impossible to see the blood as it was, as if it were a mist of blood, more in line with the blood and guts look. At the same time, when the blood was transformed into blood chi, the original blood in the body, basically, could not be seen to have decreased. It also no longer needs to be transferred out of the body. Is this a done deal? Jin Chao slowly opened his eyes, a little less sure. Chapter 28, Blood Gas. The originally very bored big round face saw the faint chi and blood lingering around Jin Chao. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were even twice as big as they were originally. Shocked. How is that possible? How could he have learned how to use blood chi? How the hell did he do that? He's only level 18, and he's been a martial artist for less than a week, and he's mastered blood chi? What's wrong with you? He himself had become a martial artist for 10 or 20 years, but he hadn't even mastered blood chi. Even old man Zhao, the top martial artist in the entire Wangjiang city, hadn't grasped it. It was just mastered by a small martial artist? Demon. He's definitely a demon. It's blood breath. It's something even harder to master than the Big Dipper. Not all of them mastered the astral aura first, before there was a 1 in a million chance of mastering the blood aura. This guy had actually skipped the astral chi and directly mastered the blood chi. Big round face nearly fainted with a breath. I'm envious and jealous. Even if he was her boss and everything he did was tied to her bonus, she was jealous. Why is it that I'm not so unbelievably enlightened? So much hate. There's also this what's-his-name Golden Crowned Inferno Eagle, which can actually attack elemental-type ability awakened people. This was even more precious than a martial artist who had comprehended astral energy. The master is demonic. Even the tamed pet beasts are better than humans. It's really a people person. Feeling the changes in his body, Jin Chao slowly opened his eyes, looking at the light red blood aura lingering outside his body. He was a bit confused. What's going on here? Shouldn't he or she have learned the Big Dipper? How come it's red? Thinking about it, Jin Chao turned his gaze to the big round face, puzzled. The big round face rolled his white eyes to the sky. Extremely reluctantly, he said, how did I meet a monster like you? To put it simply, you have comprehended the blood chi, which is more powerful than the astral chi, and it boosts your strength greatly. And likewise, it can hit elemental-type supernormal ability awakened people. Hearing the big round face's explanation, Jin Chao was able to realize the current situation. In short, it's stronger than before. Before he had comprehended blood chi, it was very difficult to deal with level 30 martial artists, and he would even be killed if he wasn't careful. Now, if you do, you should be able to touch base with a level 30 martial artist. Thinking of this, Jin Chao stepped over to the infernal killer's corpse and touched his martial arts medallion, trying to get some information from it, trying to get some information out of it. When he opened the martial artist medal, with the dense red dots inside, he didn't need to think about it to know that they were killers just like him. Looking at the number of no less than 100 people, even Jin Chao, who had made a breakthrough in strength, was a bit numb. Against one, It's already such a struggle. Against so many, probably not. Moreover, the red dots were gathering in the direction he was in, and it seemed that they were trying to surround him. If he wanted to stay alive in front of so many killers, there was only one way to try now. He just didn't know if he could accomplish it now. Sister Zhao, I'm going to do something very dangerous. If you don't want to go, you can go back to Wangjiang City first. With that said, Jin Chao looked over at Big Round Face and waited for her decision. The Big Round Face said in a flat tone, dangerous? From the time I met you until now, which thing I did is not dangerous? Leaving you to go back by yourself. Old man Zhao shall not peel off my skin. Say it, what do you want? Upon hearing this, Jin Chao smiled faintly and said, taming a level 30 Fey beast. The entrance to the northern city of Wangjiang City. The soldiers in charge of guarding the city carefully checked the medals of all the incoming and outgoing martial artists meticulously. At the same time, they paid close attention to the gathering place of the foreign beasts in the distance, fearing that there would be any strange movements. After all, the abnormal behavior of the Fae had too much of an effect on humans. What's more, an unknown terrorist presence has just been discovered. It had to be treated with care. A soldier had just finished testing the metals of a martial artist who had left the city when he felt a slight tremor in the ground. Somewhat puzzled, he looked from side to side. When looking in the direction of 4357, it was a shock. Hurrying to take out his medallion and shouted, report, 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 there is a large-scale alien beast riot in 4357, requesting for support, requesting for support. When he said that, he drew his greatsword and looked in the direction of 4357 with a grave expression, taking up a combat position. The others, too, were ready to fight, and those martial artists were scared to death when they saw the scene. But when they encountered it, there was no reason to run, and they drew their weapons and stood at attention. Though it may be selfish and cowardly on a regular basis, but no martial artist would back down when encountering a riot of foreign beasts, because inside the city lived his family, friends, and things that had to be guarded. These guys must not be allowed to rush into the city. The crowd looked towards the hordes of foreign beasts, their hearts tense. It's the first time they've all been in this situation. What's more, these foreign beasts were in large numbers, and with the current number of people, they simply couldn't cope. The dust gradually approached. Just as the crowd was preparing to strike, 5 silhouettes that appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Someone is riding on a Fae. Did they bring the Fae here? What is their purpose? Not wanting to avoid any accidental injuries, the soldiers signaled the martial artists present not to make a move yet. Soon, the 5 of them appeared at the entrance to the city with a group of foreign beasts surrounding the place. When the soldiers and martial artists side saw the scene, they all gulped nervously. Just now, it was far away, so I didn't feel it too much. Now that it was so close, the feeling of oppression came straight to the surface. Although these foreign beasts, they were all level 10 and below, but there are just too many of them. Moreover, Fey beasts were already much stronger than martial artists of the same level. If this is a real fight, it's not really sure if we can hold out until the reinforcements arrive. Across the street, what are you doing? The soldier on duty boldly shouted. At that moment, the 5 people riding on the foreign beasts all jumped down. Panicked, he ran toward the entrance to the city. While running, he also said, soldier brother, we are the martial arts squad from the martial arts building of Wangjiang City. These are the foreign beasts we caught. You don't need to be nervous. Hearing this, the crowd all froze. What? What did he say? These are the Fae they caught? He's got a donkey in his head. How is that possible? How can a Fae be so obedient to a human? And still so many Fae. When capturing a foreign beast, which one was not trapping it, putting it in a specialized cage, and bringing it back to Wangjiang City? There would be no Fae willingly captured at all. It was even more unlikely that he would obediently follow back to Wangjiang City and be locked up. The leading soldier frowned and looked at the naively smiling Yu Ming with skepticism. Please bring out your martial arts medal and verify it. Yu Ming very obediently handed over the martial artist medal. The lead soldier took it and matched it with his own martial arts medal. All of Yu Ming's information appeared above his martial arts medal. It clearly showed Yu Ming's strength, the situation of the team, as well as a record of recent trips in and out of town and picking up quests. The most recent entry was the day before yesterday, August 9th, out of town from here. He went out of the city with Jin Chao from the martial artist building to complete the task of capturing the Fae. Chapter 29, This treatment, never enjoyed before. The soldiers guarding the city looked at Yu Ming with some suspicion, and then looked at the group of foreign beasts behind them. Doubtfully, it's really a mission from the martial artist building. The mission from the day before yesterday. Which Mr. Jin Chao was the one who completed the mission with you? Hearing the soldier's words, everyone in the room's eyes were shaken. The confirmation that it was a mission from the martial arts building was enough to shock these people. It's still the same mission from 2 days ago, and that's still not good enough. Not to mention a small D team. It's just a C-rank B-rank team that can't possibly accomplish this kind of mission. And it also took only 2 days to capture 50 of them. That's something that simply doesn't seem possible to everyone. And what's that Jin Chao? Why does it sound so familiar? Yu Ming smiled nervously and said, Mr. Jin Chao is still in 4357, not back. We'll go back to send a trip first and then come out again. The soldier listened and nodded. Before he could speak, the martial artist on the side looked a bit excited and asked, The Mr. Jin Chao you guys are talking about, is he the one from the martial artist building? The one who can tame foreign beasts? The soldier sniffed. What? Taming the beasts? Is there such a thing? How come I don't know? However, when the martial artists next to them heard these words, all of them were shaken in spirit. No wonder the name Jin Chao sounded so familiar. Yu Ming grinned and said, It is indeed that Mr. Jin Chao. Upon hearing the reply, the martial artists revealed a look of sudden realization. I'm afraid that other than Jin Chao, no one else has the ability to catch so many foreign beasts. However, even knowing that it was Jin Chao who domesticated it, but the mind was still in awe. A level 11 martial artist can domesticate 50 alien beasts. This kind of ability was very explosive when placed in the entire Wanzhong city. It's simply unbeatable in its class. No, the crosses are invincible. How nice it would be to have that ability yourself. 50 living Fae. That's at least tens of millions if you turn in a quest. Making tens of millions of dollars in 2 days is something most people wouldn't even dare to think about. Tough envy. The soldiers guarding the city knew that this was a mission for the martial arts building though. But still, he said, although this is a mission for the martial building, it's too dangerous for 50 alien beasts to enter the city like this. Hearing this, Yu Ming was instantly anxious. Can't you get into the city? It was fine when I got here. Why can't I go back? What then? The soldier frowned and thought briefly. It's only possible unless we have a level 40 or higher martial artist from the martial artist building come to meet us. With 50 Fae, it was too dangerous for a D-rank team to bring into the city. This situation could also only be secured by a level 40 or higher martial artist. But a level 40 martial artist can't be sent by just anyone who wants to. And it's still something like picking up people. What a face it must be. Yu Ming was a bit embarrassed, but it was the only way that worked. I'll get in touch with the martial arts building. With that, he took out his martial arts medal and dialed the number of the martial arts building. A sweet young lady's voice came from the medallion's end. Hello, this is the martial arts building. How can I help you? Hello, I'm Yu Ming, captain of the tyrannical wealth squad. I was on a mission with Mr. Jin Chao the day before yesterday, and now I've encountered a situation and would like to ask for assistance from the martial arts building. The young lady said with some surprise. Mr. Jin Chao? Hearing the name Jin Chao, the young lady was obviously a little excited. This is the second in command of the martial arts building. Elder Zhao, however, had specifically explained that he should provide him with all the services he could, and that he must not be neglected. Yes, the young lady hurriedly said. Wait a moment, I'll check. Tyranny Squad, Mr. Jin Chao. With a crackle of keyboarding from the young lady, the computer quickly displayed information about Jin Chao's mission this time. But the moment she saw the message, Miss Person froze. 4357? Isn't this a place where level 5 to his level 10 alien beasts gather? How can we be in danger here? Isn't Jin Chao a little too weak? And this is still the second in command of the martial artist building, the one that Elder Zhao personally explained to? At this level, it's probably not even passable to join a D-rank squad, right? What exactly did Zhao Lao see in him? 4357. The safest existence of all the Fey gathering points. Although there were also martial arts squads that were in danger here, but it's rare. Even if it's a D-rank squad here, as long as they're careful, nothing will happen. I didn't expect Jin Chao to be in danger in a place like this. He also had to ask the martial arts building to send someone to support him, which was really a disgrace to the martial arts building. If this were to be known by the others in the martial artist building, he didn't know how they would laugh at him. The young lady's heart was bursting with contempt, but what Elder Zhao had explained could not be delayed. Immediately and reluctantly, he said, May I ask what assistance is needed? Sending medics, or a stronger team? Distress in the wilderness is just one of these two things. Just send the appropriate martial artists. Yu Ming frowned. What's with the tone? At least they were a martial arts squad in the martial arts building, and after such a great job, just asking you guys to assist. What's with the attitude? Yu Ming didn't have the good sense to say either. We need level 40 or above martial artists to pick up the slack in. Before Yu Ming could finish his words, he heard the young lady laugh disdainfully. Mr. Yu Ming, don't joke around. A level 40 martial artist isn't something that anyone can dispense with, even if it's Mr. Jin Chao. He would have to get Elder Zhao to agree to it. Level 40 martial artist? What are you thinking? A martial artist of their level is at the behest of anyone? You really think you're a dish? Don't think Zhao gave you the title of second in command. Just really think you can do whatever you want. No one will serve you without strength. Who would listen to a second-in-command who needs support to even go on a mission in 4357? Yu Ming was instantly furious and forced down his anger. Is this your attitude at work? You don't even ask us what's going on and just interrupt? What's your work number? I'm going to complain about you, the young lady said disdainfully. My work number is 359,382. Sir, it's useless for you to complain. This matter must be agreed by Zhao Lao. No, you can't let Mr. Jin talk to Zhao Lao directly. Saying that, he didn't equal Ming's reply and directly hung up the phone. Inside the reception room of the Marshall Hall hotline, a young lady with a few good looks hung up the phone and cut with a disdainful face. The girl next to her with a double ponytail saw this and asked, "What's the matter, Sister Anne? Upset?" Sister Anne, who had just spoken to Yu Ming, suddenly said in a conspiratorial manner, "It's weird to be happy." The girl with the two ponytails said, "What is it? Tell me." It's not that newly appointed Jin Chao, on a mission in 4357, encountering danger and needing support. He actually wants a level 40 or above martial artist to go. Isn't that a place like 4357, where just any level 20 or above martial artist can take care of it, and still needs a level 40 martial artist to go? The girl with the two ponytails said, "So what did you tell him? After all, this is our leader." Sister Anne blanked her and said, "Look at you, that no interest in the way. The leader how? No strength. Is nothing. Save him like this. Do not know can stay in the martial arts building a few days it. Want to invite more than 40 levels of martial arts." He went directly to find Zhao Lao. Let Zhao Lao look at this kind of person worthy of not worthy of the martial arts building as the second-in-command. When he finished speaking, he looked very proud of himself, not putting Jin Chao in his eyes at all. Chapter 30, Retribution. Sister Anne continued, "Besides, my brother is the captain of an A-ranked squad, and I'm about to be promoted to team leader. So when Elder Zhao recognizes the virtues of that what's-his-name Jin Chao, he might even reward me." Saying that, Sister Anne took it upon herself to start touching up her makeup. The twin ponytails disagreed, but didn't argue with Anne. "It has nothing to do with myself." Just as Sister Anne was still boasting, the door to the room was violently pushed open, only to see a fat-headed, greasy bald middle-aged man in a light gray suit, angrily walking in quickly. Sister Anne and twin ponytails hurriedly stood up and respectfully said, "Supervisor Chin." Sister Anne said it is a charming face, twisting the waist towards the Chin supervisor to meet. Hands want a ring on the other side of the right arm bend. The twin ponytails saw this scene, but their faces weren't very pretty. Supervisor Chin took great care of her because of Sister Anne's brother In Yen. Plus, In Yen was very good at pleasing Supervisor Chin, and usually didn't let him take advantage of him. So no matter what happened, Supervisor Chin would report the mistake and press it on himself, taking the blame for In Yen. This time, I wonder what's going on this time. I hope it's not about Mr. Ken. He can't afford to take the blame for this. The twin ponytails sighed helplessly at the thought. "Brother Chin, what's the matter? Getting so angry?" And Yen softly and extremely charmingly said to Supervisor Chin, according to the past, as long as he begged the other party properly and let him take advantage of it, no matter what, it could be uncovered, and if not, there would be money ran to take the blame, and there would not be anything. Thinking like this, and Yen was full of winks and smiles without a single worry. But before she could reach Supervisor Chin, she was slapped in the face by the other party. The entire person was slapped in place by the powerful force before falling into a sitting position. A red slap mark even appeared on his face. The sudden change made In Yen directly confused. "What's going on here? How is it different from what you thought?" Qian Duo also grew his mouth. He had never seen Supervisor Chin get so angry at In Yen. "In Yen, you've got a lot of power, don't you? You even dare to offend Mr. Jin. You don't want to do it anymore. Don't drag me down with you." When had In Yen ever been so wronged? Tears barred down her face. Isn't it just a Jin Chao? A little bit of nothing? Even go to 4357 to carry out the mission. Need support. Sooner or later have to get out of the martial arts building. What are you afraid of? Supervisor Chin's chest rose and fell violently with anger. The index finger of his right hand, trembling, pointed at In Yen and said, "What the hell do you know? Who said Mr. Jin needed support? He just brought back too many living alien beasts and was stopped at the city gates, requiring the martial building to send strong men to meet him. How dare you let Mr. Jin go directly to Elder Zhao? This is great. Elder Zhao had me scolded and almost wanted to remove me." And Yen remained stiff-lipped. "Humph, he's only level 11. How many foreign beasts can he catch? Still not allowed to enter the city. I think it's just good for nothing." Deliberately making a spectacle of himself. Hearing In Yan's words, Supervisor Chin looked at her with a kind of look at a little cutie's gaze at her. Laughing coldly, he said, "You think they're all pig brains like you? Mr. Jin has caught 50 living alien beasts at a time. This kind of quantity is as much as the acquisition of the martial artist building for more than a month. Do you know what this means? The moment Supervisor Chin's words came out, both Yen and Qian Duo froze. Yen was even more shocked and roared loudly. What? 50 of them? How is this possible? My brother couldn't even catch this many. How can he, a level 11 martial artist, catch this many? The number of Fae that could be caught was not something that could be determined by the level. The Fae beasts' kind of strength that they would rather be shattered than broken. They would not give in even if their level was higher. It's extremely lucky to catch 1 or 2. Catching 10 at a time would be a blessing in disguise. 50 is simply not possible. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Fake? You think the soldiers guarding the city would lie? Upon hearing the soldiers guarding the city, Yen, who had wanted to argue, shut her mouth at once. People from the military wouldn't follow Jin Chao and lie, and no one would dare to impersonate someone from the military. Could it be that Jin Chao had really caught 50 live alien beasts and brought them back, and he had just actually told him to find Elder Zhao himself? Wouldn't that be the end of you? Not to mention getting promoted as a team leader. It was likely that he wouldn't even be able to stay in the martial arts building. What's going on here? He had managed to get this far. How could he give up halfway? Thinking of this, Yen crawled to Supervisor Chin's feet, tugged on the other party's pants leg with both hands, and cried pitifully, Supervisor Chin, you have to save me it's not easy for me to get to this point. You have to help me Supervisor Chin sighed, then said with a lecherous smile, it's not without a solution. But, how could he not understand what he was trying to do? Yen, but what's wrong with sacrificing a little sex to keep such a good job? Thinking this way, Yen slowly got up, pretending to be a soft phase, snuggling up next to Supervisor Chin's body. The big soft breasts kept rubbing against Supervisor Chin's body. Supervisor Chin grinned lewdly. I haven't reported the matter upwards. As long as someone has taken the blame for you, it's fine. The big deal is to give her a sum of money, in introducing her to a better job on the line, Supervisor Chin said while signaling Yen. Yen despised in her heart. She was going to sleep with herself, but she didn't want to pay any money at all. What a mean old man. Although his heart was thinking this, he still softly said with a pleasing face, I'll listen to Supervisor Chin. Hearing this, Supervisor Chin was very satisfied, and his right hand fiercely pinched her arse. Finally, we're done with this. I heard that this is a great lay, so I'm going to enjoy it. Chen Duo's face turned white as he watched the scene, or to himself. Chen Duo composed his hands fiercely and tightly, very reluctant. In the entirety of Wangjiang City, the jobs in the martial artist building could be said to be the most suitable for low-level female martial artists. It's also the best for you. One cannot afford to lose this job. Supervisor Chin reluctantly left Yen and came to Chen Duo. The geniality from a moment ago was suddenly replaced with a serious face. Duo, you heard me. I know you don't want to bring up Yen to take the blame, but you don't have a choice. Even if Yen gets kicked out, you're here, and you definitely won't be here long. Hearing this, Qian Duo, who was still trying to resist, instantly deflated. Yes, what good can one do if one defies Supervisor Chin? If you say yes, I'll have Yen give you $300,000 and find you a more stable job. What do you think? Chandler was slow to speak, clearly not happy. This is where Supervisor Chin had gotten a little impatient, and Yen also came over and said, Duo, sister knows that it's bitter for you, but think about it, both of your parents are in poor health and take medication all the time. With this $300,000, you can get them better treatment, can't you? If you don't think it's enough money, I can give you an extra $100,000. What do you think? Hearing his parents, the hands that Chandler had been clenching suddenly turned weak. $400,000, which is already a year's salary for yourself, does make a family better off, but it will only last for a while, and when the money runs out, what will you do with yourself? But it's not like it's a choice. Thinking of this, a deep sense of powerlessness made Qian Duo feel like he couldn't support himself. The tears couldn't be stopped. Very aggressively, I promise. Chapter 31 The Scapegoat. Supervisor Chin smiled and said, that's right, let's go. Come with me to the door and apologize to Mr. Jin Chao. Try to make him forgive you. Forgiveness? How could Jin Chao forgive the kind of tone that Yen had just used? Resign yourself to it. The main road of Wangjiang City. Citizens who had been notified early were waiting on both sides of the road. All want to see if it's true or not. That's 50 living Fae. They might not see this kind of scene once in their lives, so how could they give up this opportunity? At this time a big fat youth held up his cell phone, just waiting for the herd of foreign beasts to appear and record this historic moment. Do you guys think it's true? The fat man excitedly asked his classmates around him. A tall, thin youth said, I don't believe it anyway. Why don't you believe me? The fat man glared at him without a good look. A middle-aged man said, what's there to not believe? The military people have sent out notices. How can it be false? Fatty said cheerfully. That's right, and I heard it's still our senior. A young girl's eyes burst into stars at the words. Really? Do you have Super Brother's contact info? I want to add it. Looking at the young girl's lovely appearance, the fat man's face brushed red. Such a pretty little sister. How nice it would be if it was you who had to be added. Me too. No. The young girl sniffed and said with undisguised disappointment. Thought you had his contact information. Ugh. The news sent by the military is certainly not false. No one questions that. Otherwise it wouldn't have closed the main road. Just as a few people were talking, the crowd to the north began to shriek loudly. The crowd rushed to look to the north, only to see a black pressurized piece of all sorts of foreign beasts, very orderly advancing, even more neatly than a column of soldiers. When have they ever seen such a scene? And the eyes of the crowd fell even more on the 6 who led the way. A lot of people in the martial arts building no moke. The other 4 men and 1 woman were all youthful looking. The youth at the head of the group held his head high and looked very pleased with himself. Neil looked at Yu Ming and didn't slow down until now. Even for myself, I've never seen such a big battle. To be able to make so many alien beasts so obedient. Jin Chao's skills are really not comparable to his own. This was still only level 10 and below Fey beasts. If it was a group of level 20 Fey beasts, even if it was himself, he wouldn't dare to take on such a mission. The martial arts building has found such a treasure. All thanks to Zhao Lao's discerning eyes. Yu Ming, sitting in the very center, was very happy. When have you ever enjoyed this treatment? Closed the main road to pass. In the city of Wangzhong only a few. You're kind of a celebrity yourself. Along the way, almost half of Wangzhong city was watching. Television stations are even scrambling for coverage. Although Yu Ming knew that what these people wanted to see was not themselves or these foreign beasts. Instead, it was Jin Chao. But he didn't care at all. It was good enough to be able to dabble in this light. One should be contented. Such a scene would naturally not be without the attention of those bigwigs. Although the people were not there, they saw the clearest and fullest picture. Nano Group Board of Directors office. The first time he got the news, Sunny Long notified all the directors to come here for a meeting. At this moment, the screens in the conference room were broadcasting the vast scene of 50 alien beasts entering the city. There was a moment of silence from everyone. At this moment, Sunny Long said with a cold face, "Everyone, seeing this scene, does anyone still have any objections to my decision to pull Jin Chao in? To be able to tame a foreign beast, this kind of ability, was too rare. Whichever strength gets Jin Chao, or can hook up with him, all can be of great benefit." The martial arts building is the most notable example. On the first day, more than 100 alien beasts were saved, leaving more than 200 million for the martial arts building. Today even brought back 50 new Fey. And there's a wide variety. Provide a lot of fresh blood for the fighting arena in the martial arts building. It was foreseeable that even for the sake of watching these new alien beasts duke it out, the people of Wangzhong City would flock to the martial artist building. When that happens, other coliseums will be in bad business. All of us here are veterans who have been immersed in the business world for many years, so we can naturally figure out the key. Sunny Long saw that the crowd was silent, especially the shareholders who had strongly opposed him before did not say a word. The heart was satisfied. I'm announcing a decision. From today onwards, Jin Chao is an important VIP of my nano group, and I'll provide him with all the help I can as far as possible, and as for the negotiations, I'll conduct them myself. After saying that, he got up and left directly, leaving a group of shareholders to watch the live broadcast, and none of these shareholders objected. Inside the alleyway of the Three Dragons gang, a dozen fierce-looking rough men and a charming young woman watched the live broadcast of the foreign beasts entering the city together with Jude. Seeing this, Jude regretted if he had fought for Jin Chao at all costs. The current Three Dragons gang could definitely be upgraded by a large margin, but unfortunately, it let old man Zhao get the jump on them. Seems to see Jude's chagrin, the only beautiful young woman, twisted the soft waist like a water snake, with a voice that can numb the man's bones, said, "Boss, it's not too late now. This is not still have me it. Fiddling with a doll is not a hand to handle the pinch." Hearing her words, everyone in the room except Jude was invigorated, and there were even those who couldn't control themselves. Their bodies shivered before letting out soulful moans. It drew a disgusted frown from the young woman, but Jude couldn't be bothered to care about that. With glowing eyes, he said, "I heard that Ken doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right?" The young woman sniffed a little doubtfully and said, "Boss is trying to get Ting Ting?" Hearing Ting Ting's name, everyone's spirits were shaken. Tina Zhu, Shuda's most precious little daughter. Could it be that for the sake of a Jin Chao, the boss is willing to give up his precious daughter, the little princess of the Three Dragons gang? Ting Ting is also 18. It's time to find a boyfriend. That's what True Nature thinks. Having Jin Chao as his son-in-law was much better than recruiting him. I just don't know what Ting thinks. This little girl is so spoiled. She can't look at anyone, but but I'm afraid no young girl would be unimpressed by a genius like Jin Chao. It's settled. When Jin Chao returns, we'll arrange a meeting between the two. I'll arrange it myself, said Judah as he left with a big smile. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. If this news were to spread, not to mention the Three Dragons gang, the entire Wangjiang city would have to quake. In fact, there was no need for this news to go out. Wangjiang city had already experienced an earthquake. At this moment, all the attention was on the martial arts building. A group of cadres from the martial arts building were even waiting here early. Not long after, Niu brought Yu Ming's 5 people to the front of the martial artist building. All the squads that heard the news and arrived here were surprised. The heart was even more envious. Among them are many teams that voluntarily refused Ken's super mission in the first place. Yu Ming was satisfied as he watched the reactions of these people. Let's make you guys look down on Mr. Ken at first, now you regret it. Late. Chapter 32, the voice I heard wasn't you. When had the small group of onlookers ever seen such a scene? 50 Fae were neatly arranged in front of the door of the martial artist building. One of the bald, short and skinny middle-aged men said with a shocked face, "This is 50 foreign beasts. At the very least, it can be sold for 25 million. The squad that participates in assisting can get 5 million. 2 days to earn 5 million. Alas." Finally the bald, short man stomped his foot with great reluctance. If I hadn't voluntarily refused that day, the 5 million would have been my own. After all, with so many teams at the time, there was only one B-rank team that was solidly on its own. And, most importantly, enjoy a ride on an alien beast. It's a big loss. Making over $5 million in 2 days. With this kind of earnings, I don't know how many squads would be envied to death. Though martial arts squads make money and easy. But 5 million in 2 days is unheard of. But this record was surprisingly broken by a D-rank squad. Is there any justice in this? Where does that leave the face of a C-rank B-rank squad? Yu Ming naturally knew what these people were thinking, but there was not the slightest bit of restraint. Deliberately, he said, "Oops, I accidentally broke the record. It's all thanks to all of you being humble in the first place. I urge you to be kind." The squads were gnashing their teeth, but they were the ones who gave up in the first place, and no one else is to blame. Many of the teams began to stir at the thought. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a teammate hitting the captain. At first glance, it's a mission that the captain has abandoned. Yu Ming was in a good mood as he watched this. Just then, the head of the customer service department came to Yu Ming with the 2 ponytailed Chen Duo. Nodding his head, he said very politely, "Hello Mr. Yu Ming. I'm here to apologize for offending you more inside the phone call before. I wonder if you can contact Mr. Jin Chao. We'd like to apologize to him." Alarming Jin Chao to call Zhao Lao over this trivial matter. If you can't get forgiveness from the other side today, you'll have to follow the bad luck. Yu Ming skimmed Chen Duo with a very unsightly face. There was a cold grunt. She's innocent and cute, but I didn't expect her temper to be so bad. If I were Mr. Ken, I would have to fire her. Being looked at by Yu Ming in this way made Chen Duo, who was already aggrieved, feel even worse in her heart. The eyes went red. As for Yu Ming, a straight man, he didn't even offer a word of comfort and directly dialed the martial arts medal. "Hey, what's up Yu Ming?" Jin Chao's voice soon sounded on the medal's end. Yu Ming immediately switched his attitude and said very respectfully, "Mr. Jin, isn't this the person who called you earlier to give you an apology? That's why I'm bothering you. It's not much, let them do what they need to do." Jin Chao spoke easily, but Supervisor Qin was sweating profusely. This can't be done. If this is known to Zhao Lao, there's no telling how he'll punish himself. Immediately, Supervisor Qin gestured to Yu Ming and picked up the medallion himself, saying very politely, "Hello Mr. Jin, I'm the supervisor of the customer service department, and this time, I'm specifically apologizing to you and asking for your forgiveness." With that, Supervisor Qin anxiously said to Chen Duo, "What are you waiting for? Hurry over and apologize." Chen Duo kept sobbing and never said a word, with a very aggrieved expression. Yu Ming looked at Chen Duo with a disdainful expression. "Don't look like you're being bullied if you don't want to apologize. It makes the uninformed look and think we're bullying a little girl." Yu Ming, a straight man, looks naive and honest, and has no mercy at all when it comes to yin and yang, and no pity for girls, deserve to be left alone. Jin Chao said in a flat tone at the medallion's end, "If it's alright, I'll hang up first, I still have things to do over here." Upon hearing this, Supervisor Qin was directly anxious, came to Chen Duo and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, "Think about your parents. Think about your parents' illness. No money and no job. Can you support them?" The threatening intent was nakedly displayed. Chen Duo's heart was like death as he closed his eyes and 2 bean-sized teardrops slid down. At the same time, Chen Duo's slightly childish voice rang out, "Mr. Jin, I'm sorry." "No." Jin Chao's voice just came out. ready to hang up the medallion. Yu Ming suddenly realized that something was wrong and directly stopped. Not right the voice is not right the person who called me before is not her surnamed Qin. Did you just find someone to take the blame? When Yu Ming said this, Supervisor Qin immediately sweated like a pig. Flustered, he said, Mr. You was joking, how could I dare? Jin Chao, who originally wanted to trivialize the matter, had a grave tone at this time. What's the situation with Yu Ming? Jin Chao would not allow this to happen in front of him. Yu Ming Results Medal said, I heard before is a very mean, age obviously much older woman answered the phone, now become a 20-year-old or so young girl. I said, this voice how and people cannot match Yu Ming glanced wistfully at Supervisor Qin then said, and I've even recorded the audio, so you'll know as soon as you hear it. Saying that, Yu Ming gave an operation on the medallion, and in Yan's mean voice came out all of a sudden. Everyone listening could hear that it wasn't the voice of the girl in front of them. On the medallion end, Big Round Face said with some hesitation, isn't this in Yan's voice? How did you make Qian Duo apologize? Fatty Qin, what's wrong with you? Supervisor Qin had his hands full at this point. I was so focused on finding a scapegoat that I didn't realize there was this. So he panicked and said, Mr. Jin, I don't know what's going on. You must believe me. Kikyo frowned at everything and didn't say anything, waiting for Jin Chao's decision. When Qian Duo saw the truth, he immediately crouched down and cried out in pain. His voice was very sad. The onlookers were overwhelmed with sympathy. It's a shame that someone would try to frame such a cute little girl. At this time, Yu Ming also had two big heads. No wonder the other party had been reluctant, so they had been dragged in to take the blame. When he remembered his attitude just now, he was sweating. His hands were so full, he didn't even know what to say to apologize. Jin Chao also figured out what was going on. Cold voice, Qin Supervisor, things have been very clear. Do not need to explain. Would hop big brother? This matter you deal with for me. Dismissed Qin Supervisor and in Yen, the position of the supervisor. Get rid of the would hop big brother selection. As for the money duo, more to give some compensation. And just to be clear, I'm sorry. Everyone was quiet after Jin Chao's words of apology. The second in command of the martial arts building actually apologized to a customer service for something that had nothing to do with him. This pattern, big. When Qian Duo heard this, he also froze in place for a long time before coming to his senses. Tears fell slowly, but there were no more sobs. What could one not be satisfied with working under the hands of such a leader? What one wants is never more than a little bit of fair treatment. He himself didn't have a brother who was an A-rank squad leader, much less the kind of mind that In Yen had that could offer himself up for favors. So when it came to taking the fall for In Yen, nothing was ever said. As long as I can get myself to work well and make good money to support my parents and cure them. But it's this little wish that they have to take away. I can't imagine what my life would have been like if it wasn't for Mr. Ken and Mr. Yu today. Although they promised to introduce good jobs, there was no better place for them than here, with better pay. Chapter 33, no absolute fairness but infinitely close. Thinking of this, Chen Duo got up directly and bowed deeply to Yu Ming and the medallion he was holding. Thank you Mr. Ken and Mr. Yu. Jin Chao sniffed and said with a somewhat heavy tone, you don't need to be thanked. I should be the one to thank you for letting me know that there are still a lot of things that need to be managed in the martial artist building. I only hope that where I manage, even if I can't do absolute fairness, I have to do something infinitely close to absolute fairness, and I hope that everyone in the Wushu building will urge me to do so. These are words that Jin Chao said with all his heart. When they were first treated unfairly, it was Elder Zhao and the others who came to their aid to tide themselves over. Now that one has the ability to make sure that one doesn't let this happen within certain limits, one would never let it happen again. Having felt what it feels like to have someone hold an umbrella over you, you pass that feeling on. It's your own choice. With that, Jin Chao hung up the phone. And these words were deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone present. Even if there is no absolute fairness, it should be infinitely close to absolute fairness. Yeah, fair, would have been the logical thing to do. Since when did the basics become a luxury? And how many injustices have you suffered yourself? Although he had also resisted, the hot blood, long ago, had been cold by the reality of the town. Think of it this way, it's not as bad as an 18-year-old. A bitter laugh resounded in the hearts of the crowd. At the same time, a glimmer of expectation rose in his heart, hoping that Jin Chao would be able to hold on. It makes the poor people hope that Jin Chao can be a warm light to keep this path going. Naturally, Mohammed knew what to do next and announced it directly on the spot. Supervisor Qin, as of today, your contract with the martial arts building is terminated, and Yen, likewise, is dismissed, and as for this girl, she is promoted to team leader of the customer service department. Although He didn't have any position in the martial artist building, he was one of Zhao Lao's most trusted people, and he had every right to decide on such small matters. Supervisor Qin dropped to the ground and had lost his mind. not realizing that he had wet his shoes this time. At the same time, Yu Ming also hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I just thought you were that what's her name in Yen before I said that to you. Don't mind. Looking at Yu Ming's overwhelmed appearance, Qian Duo, who was in a good mood, smiled happily. It's okay, it's all a misunderstanding. Just work things out. Next, Mu continued. Mr. Yu, so now count the number and calculate the payment? The crowd reacted when they heard Mu's words. That's when it gets most exciting. The crowd wanted to see how much money Yu Ming's squad had made this time. Unexpectedly, Yu Ming spoke up and said, "Oh, this is not urgent, Mr. Jean explained that the quantity should be registered first, and the payment will be counted after he returns. And these alien beast corpses, please register them together as well." Saying that, Yu Ming no one handed over the space ring in his hand to Muhi, asking him to transfer it. Mulholland held out his own ring without paying too much attention to it. To be able to catch 50 live alien beasts in 2 days was already not easy. Even if they killed some alien beasts, there wouldn't be many. The others were puzzled when they saw the scene. Was it too much trouble to still use 5 rings? Only a D squad could do such a thing. It's a waste of time for someone as good as Mr. Ken to pick this kind of team. Mu grimaced and matched the 5 spatial rings, picking up all the alien beast corpses inside. And it was in this instant that Mu's originally calm and incomparable expression was suddenly surprised. Stuttering a bit, he said, 1,000 Fey corpses? Everyone was shocked when they heard Mu's words. Killing 1,000 Fey in 2 days? And caught 50 of them alive? How is that possible? They're only a D squad. How could it have made it this far? It's these beasts that don't fight back and have to be killed for a while, right? After all, the defense of these alien beasts was still quite high. All those who heard it went numb. 1,000 alien beasts was $50 million even at the lowest level of 5. The Tyranny squad was able to withdraw $5 million, plus the previous minimum of $2.5 million. That's $7.5 million. And that's still the minimum estimate. The Stormy Wealthy squad will only take more than this. Never less. $7.5 million. $7.5 million in 2 days. You can't even think about that. At the same time, the crowd realized something even more frightening. That's what Jean Chao earns as a task publisher. That's at least $70 million. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air at the thought. $70 million. That's $70 million, not 7,000. Even if it was easy for a martial artist to earn money, it wasn't earned this way. What kind of monster is Jean Chao? It's numb. It's really numb. At this point, I don't know how many videos have made their way online. Jean Chao's legendary experience was learned by everyone in Wangjiang City. A level 11 martial artist, in 2 days, tamed 50 alien beasts and killed thousands of them. This kind of battle record could not be broken by any other martial artist. Meanwhile, much of Jean Chao's past is pulled out. At the age of 18, he became the youngest martial artist to break through to level 10 in 1 day, taming the beasts, exposing the darkness of the people's hospital, and changing the poor's lack of access to hospital policies. One glorious deed after another. All of them were raked over the coals. Jean Chao also used this to overpower all of Wangjiang City's heavenly pride characters, becoming the most demonic existence. Everyone bet their eyes on Jean Chao. But all this, Jean Chao, who was outside the city, didn't know at all. At this point in time, knowing that Yu Ming had arrived at the martial artist building, he removed the domestication status of the 50 Fey beasts and headed to 5,729, the gathering place for level 20 to level 30 Fey beasts. To make these killers pay. If you want to kill yourself, be prepared to be killed. Just when Jean Chao left 4357, the black and white infernal assassins were the first to get the news and to learn where he was going. There was a flurry of faces. A level 11 martial artist is actually going to 5,729. I'm afraid I'm not crazy. Where hundreds of thousands of level 20 to 30 Fey beasts were gathered. Even their group of level 30 martial artists wouldn't tread lightly. How did a level 11 martial artist dare? But this was good. Maybe, without having to make a move, Jean Chao would have already been killed by those foreign beasts. When the time comes, it's each to their own luck, and the reward will be for whoever picks up Jean Chao's token. So a group of killers, in great numbers, ran towards 5729. Meanwhile, the military personnel who have been keeping a close eye on the mysterious presence of 4357. Surprisingly, today, the beasts did not stir in the slightest. The phenomenon was then reported to his superiors. A middle-aged man with a country face looked at the report in his hand and exhaled deeply. The 4357's dissension can be said to tighten the hearts and minds of everyone in the military, though the alien beasts here were generally of a very low level. But it's too close to Wangjiang City, and in huge numbers. If unrest did occur, the losses of Wangjiang City would be enormous. Therefore, even after learning that the alien beast turmoil had subsided, he still hadn't let down his guard. After all, That existence that triggered the unrest of the Fae was what worried people the most. A terrifying existence that could control foreign beasts to such an extent. If it was truly hostile to humans, then Wangjiang City will be in danger. Keep a close eye on 4357's every move, and also increase the monitoring of other Fae gatherings, and report immediately if you find anything unusual. Yes. Chapter 34, The Beasts, Playing with Quantity Crushing. Jin Chao, who was sitting on the back of the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle, was still adapting to the increase in the individual attributes of his entire body. Upon rising to level 18, all aspects such as strength, speed, and one's own defense were greatly improved. As for the control of qi and blood, Jin Chao had also become very skilled, and was able to separate qi from blood, releasing only qi, or what the big round face called astral qi. After all, it was difficult to go from low to high, whereas it was incredibly simple to lower the blood qi from one level higher to master the astral qi. With all the abilities at his disposal now, it was already enough to fight a level 30 martial artist in its entirety, but it was still not a risk to face dozens of them. That was why the decision was made, to head to 5729 and tame the level 30 Fae beasts to fight against this group of killers once and for all. After all, he hadn't been afraid of anyone in terms of quantity. After half a day's time, the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle lifted its wings and flew into one of 5729's flower valleys. Once on the ground, the two men and the eagle were very cautious. On the way over, Big Round Face had detailed 5729. The range of 5729 is at least 5 times larger than 4357. After all, level 20 and above Fae beasts already had a sense of territory. Generally speaking, a dozen miles or so around is the habitat of one or a group of Fae. Other beasts will not intrude easily. So, 5729 is ostensibly much calmer than 4357, but the perils of it can only be known if you've come to it yourself. At this time Jin Chao was in a basin full of various flowers. The sun was shining, the breeze was gentle, and the scent of various flowers was wafting in the wind. If it wasn't for the white bones of various huge alien beasts that weren't appearing all around, it's almost as beautiful as the sea of flowers where the hero and heroine meet in romantic movie dramas. But the reality is that a sea of flowers is still a sea of flowers, but a sea of funeral flowers. Moreover, the area of this flower valley was huge, hundreds of miles in circumference. It also showed that the foreign beasts that occupied this place were very powerful. Thinking of this, Jin Chao called out to the big round face sitting on the ground and said, "Sister Zhao, the foreign beasts here are too strong. Let's go somewhere else." Jin Chao's purpose and simple, same as in 4357, to domesticate a Fae beast, and then with the help of the Fae beast, domesticate other Fae beasts. It was obviously not wise to challenge such a strong Fae beast right from the start, but his words had barely left his mouth when a strange scent drifted over from somewhere. Jin Chao could be sure that it was never a floral scent. At the same time the moment I smelled the flowers, I didn't know what was going on, but there was a dizziness in my head. Just when Jin Chao didn't know what to do, the big round face let out a strange cry. OMG! Thousand Fantasy Rain Butterfly! Run! Shouting, he completely ignored Jin Chao and ruffled his feathers. Seeing this reaction of the big round face, Jin Chao couldn't even bother to take a look at any thousand illusory rain butterflies and ran after the big round face. From the contact in these 2 days, Jin Chao could be regarded as knowing that big round face might not have other skills, but his perception of danger was absolutely first class. It was always possible to escape the moment danger struck, so it was not necessary to run after her without the slightest hesitation. But just after running for a while, Jin Chao knew he was wrong. Not only was big round face's sense of danger keen, his escape speed was top-notch. At his own speed, he couldn't even keep up with her. Was she above her level? It was hard to imagine a level 20 martial artist working as a customer service in the martial arts building. And just in the moment Jin Chao froze, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him, directly blocking the path of escape. Jin Chao also saw the true face of the thousand illusory rain butterfly for the first time, only to see a huge butterfly that was more than 10 meters tall, with its whole body wrapped in brilliant colors, was slowly stirring its wings and stopped in front of Jin Chao. Faced with such a behemoth, even Jin Chao couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and as the thousand illusory rain butterfly's wings continued to wave, dots of fluorescent powder continued to float towards Jin Chao, surrounding him. The moment he came into contact with this powder, the vertigo returned. Jin Chao kept shaking his head in an attempt to clear it, and just then, something like a slender syringe instantly appeared in front of him. A feeling of palpitations spread all over Jin Chao's body in an instant, and his blood was rapidly gathering to his heart, which was the reaction of all living creatures when they encountered a fatal crisis. Although Jin Chao didn't know what it was, he knew that if he was hit, he would definitely die. It was in this less than a second that Jin Chao directly elementalized his body and sidestepped with all his might in an attempt to dodge the strike. But the speed is still too slow after all. The body had only just shifted a hair's breadth before the syringe penetrated Jin Chao's head. However, it was good that the elementalized Jin Chao was not injured in the slightest. Rather, Jin Chao's heart was still beating wildly, and he quickly dodged to the side. If the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly and the golden-crowned inferno eagle were as capable of attacking elementalized abilities awakened, this time, one would surely die. There was a bang. Behind where Jin Chao originally stood, a deep, bottomless pit appeared. Jin Chao also saw at that moment. What was attacking him? It's the mouthpiece of 1,000 illusory rain butterflies. With this kind of speed, it was impossible to dodge it even if one was fully concentrated. How high was this 1,000 illusory rain butterflies level? Its speed was so fast, combined with its phosphorus powder that can affect one's nerves. It's hard to win it. The only way at the moment was to escape from here as soon as possible and not to provoke the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly. Making up his mind, Jin Chao turned around and was about to run, but before he could take a step, the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly, which was originally a few hundred meters away, suddenly appeared in front of Jin Chao. The slender mouthpiece came again, and with the previous experience, Jin Chao was the first to elementalize and dodge the fatal blow. At the same time, he pulled away, but before he could stand still, the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly reappeared in front of him. The same blow penetrated the skull, which made Jin Chao frown, and as the time spent tangling with the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly grew longer, his own head ached more and more. And there is also the sound of the old mom calling out to herself, and even the figure of the old mom will appear in front of her eyes. This alarmed Jin Chao. If it dragged on, when it was completely affected by the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly's mind, it was only a matter of time before he was killed. It can't be put off any longer. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. But the 1,000 illusory rain butterflies wouldn't let Jin Chao leave at all. All outsiders who trespassed into their territory had to die. A strong gust of wind suddenly struck and floated up flowers in the sky. When everything calmed down, 20,000 fantasy rain butterflies had appeared in front of Jin Chao. A whole 20,000 illusory rain butterflies. No wonder the range of this sea of flowers was so large. But so what if there were more of them? As long as he kept running in one direction, they couldn't stop him at all. After all, they can't attack their elementalized selves. But this thought of Jin Chao's changed completely the moment these 1,000 fantasy rain butterflies simultaneously stirred their wings and released phosphorus powder, only to see the phosphorus powder in the sky, so thick that it swept in like a sandstorm. And it was extremely fast, not giving Jin Chao the slightest chance to react. And the moment he came into contact with these phosphorus powders, Jin Chao's consciousness directly lapsed. Even the illusions around them transformed in an instant. Chapter 35, The Past Cannot Be Traced. Chao, school's over. Still sleeping? In a daze, a familiar voice, and accompanied by a sense of shaking, came along with it. Jin Chao opened his eyes in a daze and looked around. Rows and rows of neat desks. For a dozen teenage girls of 14 or 15 years of age in white and blue school uniforms, smiles on their faces, cheerfully walking out the door. The school bell still echoed in my ears. The one who had just called himself was none other than Dai Jiang, his best nemesis. This is junior year? And what was all that experience before that? Was it a dream? Then the dream was horrible too. Seeing that Jin Chao was still not moving, the chubby Dazhuang had a lewd look on his face as he came to Jin Chao's ear and whispered, "Brother Chao, let's go now. Xiao Shui is still waiting at the door for you to go home together," he said, pulling Jin Chao with a stagger and almost falling over. "You slow down. Feel the wind blowing in my ears and the real, unmistakable touch of my right wrist. Even the physical exhaustion of running with solid ground under your feet." All of this convinced Jin Chao that it was true. Father is not bedridden from a fall. His own family wasn't so down and out that he couldn't afford to send himself to school. The beloved Yuki didn't betray herself because of the rich kid either. Much less did he himself come close to killing his parents by taking a chance. But the ones that happened, they were too real. So real that it's simply impossible to ignore. Even the scars on his hands from being burned by the Golden Crown Inferno Hawk were still there. Thinking of this, Jin Chao's running speed gradually slowed down. The smile on his face, too, slowly disappeared. At that moment, Dazhuang turned his head to Jin Chao suspiciously and said, "What's wrong with Chao? Hurry up." Jin Chao looked at Dazhuang and forced a smile. "No, Dazhuang, you go back." "I won't go." Dazhuang was even more puzzled. "School's over. Where are you going if you're not going home?" Jin Chao's face was a bit miserable as he sniffed. At this moment Jin Chao was also hesitating. It seemed that by following Big Strong back, nothing in the dream would be real. Parents who had never experienced that before would be safe and sound with a good meal waiting for them at home. Though in the end, he still became a martial artist, and one with extraordinary natural talent and the most notable martial artist. But those 3 years full of suffering were more than he could bear at his own age. If it weren't for the fact that both of my parents were still holding strong, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to survive a long time ago. That kind of life was too bitter for who I was at the time. But, a fake is a fake, and one cannot immerse oneself in an illusion. Unsure of what to do, Zhang walks toward Jin Chao and tries to drag him home. And just then, the roiling flames suddenly surrounded Jin Chao. Everything around them went up in smoke in the golden flames. The strong stabbing pain caused Jin Chao's drowsy brain to clear up. An anxious eagle's cry kept ringing out. Jin Chao took a deep breath. The heart is full of emotions. How I wish it was all true. However, the past cannot be traced and what happened cannot be changed. As for the culprits who brought back these memories to themselves are never forgiven. Thinking of this, Jin Chao shouted, "Xiao Jin, use Jin Yan to help me isolate their phosphorus powder." After saying that, Jin Chao ran straight to the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly. The golden-crowned inferno eagle was overjoyed when he heard this, and the golden flames wrapped Jin Chao tightly. At the same time, Jin Chao, who had jumped into mid-air, also had a blood-colored mist lingering around his body, and directly threw a punch at the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly's bucket-sized head. The power of one punch directly flattened the head of that 1,000 illusion rain butterfly and crashed to the ground, dying, its 6 legs twitching non-stop. It was as if he was going to die in the next second. In mid-air, Jin Chao, who was falling, was in a daze. This guy, is he that tough to beat? Or is this guy not very high level? But it doesn't look like a low-level fey beast, whether it's the speed of its attacks or the powerful psychedelic nature of the phosphorus powder. The big round face, who was hiding not far away and was watching all this, had a sulky look on his face. These two monsters, aren't they too strong? A level 20. Utilizing the origin gold flame would be able to burn the phosphorus powder of the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly. This kind of thing can be burned by fire? Also a level 18. One punch drying out a level 30,000 fantasy rainfly. That's a level 30 fey. Even if it had a weaker defense, that was still weak in a level 30 fey. It's not like you can get almost killed in one punch. If this punch were to hit a level 30 martial artist, wouldn't there even be dregs left? That's all it takes to crush those infernal killers with sheer numbers? You can just go on alone. It's totally unnecessary. This blood chi, the bonus to the battle power, is really a bit insurmountable. Just as the big round face repeatedly envied in his heart, Jin Chao had already come to the side of the 1,000 fantasy rainfly that was almost killed and tamed it straight away. It was also at this instant that Jin Chao realized that the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly was a level 30 fey beast. The mind is still amazed. A level 30 fey, so weak? But now is not the time to think about that. Sister Zhao, come and save it. And after Jin Chao shouted, his body once again turned into a beam of light and attacked towards the next 1,000 illusion rainfly. Big round face, on the other hand, was speechless. The hard work is all your own. She's a girl at least. No, next time we must bring a man. It's too much suffering for a person to follow him out. Complaining aside, the job still needs to be done. The large round face, in a hurry, ran over to the 1,000 fantasy rain butterfly and poured a bottle of recovery potion onto its hammered and flattened head. In less than a minute, the 1,000 illusory rainfly, which was already dying, came to life. Even the head changed back. But as soon as the big round face breathed a sigh of relief, he heard boom, boom, boom. A sound of falling kept ringing out, and the ground was even smashed and shook continuously. Without even looking, Big Round Face knew that the remaining 1,000 illusory rainfly had already been taken care of. Rolling his eyes, he sighed helplessly and breathlessly walked towards the closest 1,000 illusory rainfly. A bottle of greenish-colored restorative potion was poured down, and without waiting for the results, it made its way to the other one. It took a full 20 bottles of recovery potions to settle this group of 1,000 fantasy rain butterflies. Taming 20 level 30,000 fantasy rain butterflies at once put Big Round Face in a much better mood. 20 of them, 3 million apiece is $60 million. Her commission is at least 600,000. This time out is really rich. Jin Chao was also happy in his heart. 1,000 illusory rain butterfly was 600 chi blood value. 20 of them would be 12,000. Straight away, he went from level 18 to level 20, with a lot of richness left in his chi and blood. At the same time, the reward Jin Chao had been longing for arrived. Congratulations to the host for rising to level 20, hereby rewarding the host with a large gift pack. Please collect it as soon as possible. Jin Chao grinned and mentally said, pick up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one opportunity to raise the Fey to level 20. Fey All Access Encyclopedia. 2 rewards. Although it was not as good as the previous rewards, Jin Chao was already satisfied. Level 20 boosting opportunity. No need to think. It must be for Little Flower. It was his first Fey, and a safeguard to protect his parents. Nature can't be too weak. Jin Chao chose Koana without hesitation. Chapter 36, Terror Fusion Abyss reappears. As for the Fey All Access Encyclopedia, it's supposed to be an introduction to the various Fey illustrations, abilities, levels, and habits. It doesn't help, but it's better to know than not to know. Thinking of this, Jin Chao directly received the Fey All-Access Encyclopedia. At once, a majestic stream of knowledge appeared out of nowhere in Jin Chao's mind. The very moment these things appeared, Jin Chao's entire body froze in place. Is that true? How can this be true? Fey can even upgrade, evolve, and even awaken? How is that possible? I've never heard of such a thing. Humans have long been studying the Fey since they descended. Until now it had only been a matter of separating the breeds, strengths, abilities, and categories of the Fey, as well as using the meat of exotic beasts, which boosts blood chi aside. Other areas are at a loss. And these things are just the most basic existence inside the Fey All-Access Encyclopedia. Even what foreign beasts, what level, how much to eat, and how much chi and blood values could be boosted, were all clear. It was even more detailed about the way to upgrade the Fey, various directions of evolution, as well as awakening a method similar to the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle's Golden Inferno origin. There's even a way to turn on Fey domestication. This kind of thing, if made public, would definitely cause a sensation throughout humanity. This was something that all humans had studied for untold years without being able to master. The system, just give it to yourself? Jin Chao was breathing a little hard. Who wouldn't want to domesticate and own a Fey of their own? That was an existence that far surpassed martial artists of the same level. However, the conditions for opening the Fey domestication were very harsh. It required a martial artist who could tame foreign beasts and whose strength was at the king level to do so. This creates a complete closed loop of death. After all, in this world, no one but himself had been able to domesticate the Fey. It was even more unlikely that there was a king-level powerhouse who could tame foreign beasts. Even if all these conditions were met, it would be impossible to complete it without knowing the method of opening it. If he hadn't awakened the system himself, it would have taken at least hundreds of thousands of years for this world to make it possible for everyone to domesticate the Fey. As for whether to open it or not, the initiative is in your own hands, but it's too early to think about that. A king-level powerhouse was at least a level 71 existence. He himself was only level 20 now, and his blood value had already reached 80,000 when he rose to level 21. Now catch a level 30 Fey beast to tame and gain 600 chi value. Grasp 79 only gains 47,400 air blood values. At the most, you'll rise to level 23. Upgrading in the future would require an even more massive value of chi and blood. Upgrading is getting harder and harder. This kind of thought, if other people knew about it, they would definitely strangle Jin Chao with jealousy. It's only been a few days, and you've risen to level 20. This kind of speed is simply unprecedented. There's no way anyone will be able to top that. Anyone else who wanted to go from level 1 to level 20 would take at least almost a year. And at that rate, it's surprisingly unsatisfying. Is this an attempt to envy someone to death? Jin Chao shook his head, putting all these thoughts behind him. The most important thing now is to solve the black and white killer. Thinking of this, Jin Chao took out that killer's martial arts medal. The dense red dots on it were rapidly approaching the direction where Jin Chao was. However, it would take at least half a day to reach here. The flying speed of the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle was not something they could catch up with by running on the ground. Half a day is enough. Saying that, Jin Chao's gaze was fierce as he pulled the big round face who had just finished his work and sat on the ground to rest. Hey, what are you doing? You can't use the production team's donkey like this. The big round face, who complained incessantly, stumbled after Jin Chao. Half an hour later, on top of a small hill, 20 level 32-headed frost-wind wolves, surrounded by 20,000 fantasy rain butterflies, phosphorus powder drifted in the sky. All of the frost-wind wolves, all of them fell to the ground, huffing and puffing, without the slightest ability to resist. Jin Chao just gently grabbed them by the back of the neck and tamed them. Catch 20 level 30 Fey, not even using a recovery potion. It's so easy, you don't even have to do it. The big round face, seeing this scene, sked. His mouth was constantly sarcastic, his tone sour. You're such an unscrupulous boss. What do you have to drag me for when you can solve it yourself? Jin Chao turned back and said with a smile, Sister Zhao, didn't Elder Zhao say, let you follow me in everything? Otherwise, he won't give you a bonus. As soon as he heard that the bonus would not be paid, the big round face turned pale. Why not? I risked my life to be here with you. Is that a bonus for me? That's my life selling money. Jin Chao smiled in his heart long ago. It's true that the bonus still holds the big round face the best. Without stopping, Jin Chao directly took 40 Fey beasts and headed to the next Fey group territory. With the Fey All-Access Encyclopedia, there is an unparalleled understanding of the habits of all Fey. It's quite a bit easier. Jin Chao led a large group of foreign beasts and disappeared within the dense jungle. On the other hand, the army station in Wangzhong City did not give up on the investigation of the Terror Fusion Abyss. If he couldn't get hold of the other party's information, it would be a huge hidden danger to Wangzhong City, and even the entire Chinese nation. As a result, the supreme governor of Wangjang City, replaced the investigation team with 2 level 51 De Wu Zone powerhouses, and it was also the Great Martial Sect powerhouse that was the best at speed, in order to have the ability to escape after encountering the other side. But these 2 Great Martial Sect powerhouses searched for half a day in 4357. There was nothing to be found but debris all over the place, and traces of alien beast blood everywhere. But that horrible valley has been seen. The scenes inside are truly horrifying. Had the thing sensed its arrival and escaped early? Thinking about this, a fat and a thin middle-aged man thought deeply. It was unlikely that there was a level 40 martial zone or mystical being that could evade the army's monitoring and lurk in 4357. The middle-aged man, who was as chubby as the Maitreya Buddha, touched the sweat that kept running down his face. Complaining, he said, "Oh, old Jean, do you think this guy is a wimp?" The skinny old gold glanced at him. "That goes without saying. I think he can only present himself in 4357, but definitely not anywhere else." There was mere disdain in his tone. 4,357 miles are full of low-level exotics. Being king here is nothing. At best, they're just jumping through hoops. I thought what a difficult thing to deal with. If I didn't know that he could drive the Fae, I wouldn't have come to this hellhole. Old Jean was also in a state of obscurity. "Alright, stop complaining. Hurry up and clear it with the higher-ups. Let's go back." After saying that, Fat Old Wu was about to make a report to the top. "I don't want to stay here for a while. It's too hot." But just then, Old Wu suddenly received a call from above. "Commander Wu, urgent notice. Terror Fusion Abyss has appeared in 5729. Terror Fusion Abyss has appeared in 5729. Please go and investigate quickly. Pay attention to your own safety. Pay attention to your own safety." A video then appeared on Lao Wu's martial arts medal. Only on the screen, the whole of 5729 seemed to be in turmoil. The beasts scurried about frantically. There were even dozens of level 30 Fey beasts frantically hunting other Fey beasts around. Then take the dying Fey and head in the same direction. Looking at the same creepy picture as 4357, Old Wu and his partner, Old Jean, were dumbfounded. With so many level 30 Fey beasts, even if a level 40 plus martial artist encountered them, they would have to avoid them for the time being. To actually listen to all of his commands, this guy's strength, isn't it a little too scary? Chapter 37, The Oppressive Feeling of the Imperial Beasts. At this moment, the 2 Old Wu men were in a panic. "Thank goodness I didn't run into that horrible guy. If you run into this, you'll be skinned if you don't die." To be able to control so many level 30 alien beasts, that strength must be at least level 40 or above, even more so than yourself. Both of them were sweating coldly at the thought. "I was just mocking it, but now I think about it, I really don't know what I'm talking about." Old Wu blushed a bit and said, "Lao Jean, the 2 of us, still, going?" Almost word for word. It was evident how scared Old Wu was in his heart. To be able to make a great martial sect powerhouse scared like this, it was evident how strong Terror Rong Yuan had to be in his heart. Lao Jin's face was also ugly. "How did you take on such a task? But orders from the top cannot be disobeyed. It's the duty of being a soldier. Besides, it wasn't like the above was going to be a hard fight with the other side. It's good to have some information about the other side as long as you can. Probing each other's attitudes toward humans. It's too important for Lookout City not to go. Can we not go? Don't nag. Hurry up." With that, Lao Jin went straight in the direction of 5729. Old Wu had to go even though he looked reluctant. Meanwhile, the video has been widely broadcast in Major. It caused a lively discussion among all the citizens of Wangjang City. "Citizen A, isn't that 5729? Where did Terror Fusion Abyss go? Citizen B, being able to control so many level 30 Fey, wouldn't we be in danger if he attacks Wangjang City? Citizen C, in front of you. Are you stupid? A level 30 Fey beast and you want to attack Wangjang City? Do you think our martial artists here are vegetarians? Citizen D, although the attack can't come in, the deaths and injuries are definitely not small, and I don't know if he's a friend or foe. Citizen E, am I the only one who thinks that Terror Rong Yuan looks a lot like Jin Chao from that martial arts building? Citizen F, upstairs. You're wrong. There was a who thought the same as you yesterday. Citizen E, I'm the guy from yesterday. Citizen E, no, you're cursing the old man? Citizen G, he does seem to be cursing you. Citizen E, I'll go. No one cared about the antics of these two. The main concern of the crowd was still the attitude of the Terror Fusion Abyss towards humans, and whether it would jeopardize their safety. After all, no one knows the strength of the other side. What level of Fey can be controlled? It's true that level 30 can't jeopardize Wangjang City, but what if it's level 40, 50, or even 60? That beast wave from decades ago is still fresh in my mind. That corpse-strewn scene was like the descent of hell. Even after pouring out the strength of all the martial artists in Wangjang City, it was still a disastrous victory. The population of Wangjang City directly plummeted by half. I don't know how many families have been separated and broken up. The strength was even the weakest existence in the 18 cities of China. Something like this Guangzhou city couldn't afford to do again. Things festered quickly. The entire city of Guangzhou was on edge. And at this moment, terror melting abyss. Jin Chao had already tamed 99 level 30 alien beasts, and hunted quite a few foreign beasts, not stopping until the big round face's spatial ring was filled to the brim. Strength also comes to level 25. Jin Chao looked at the large swath of foreign beasts in front of him with ice in his eyes. Just as the red dot on the martial artist medal in his hand came to the outskirts of 5,729, less than a kilometer away, Jin Chao coldly ordered, "Go ahead and kill them." Chirp! With an eagle cry, the golden-crowned inferno eagle soared and struck. Jin Chao turned into a golden stream of light and rushed up to the sky, finally landing firmly on Little Gold's back, flying towards the black and white killer. On the outskirts of 5,729, dozens of assassins of various shapes and sizes gathered together. Looking at each other, they all acquiesced in the move to act together. Even Shadowless was killed by him, and there was no way he could complete the mission without joining forces. Just as one of them picked up the martial artist medallion and was about to check Jin Chao's current bearing, an eagle's cry directly attracted everyone's attention. Chirp! The golden-crowned inferno eagle hovered above the crowd, and Jin Chao's figure was on top of it. Seeing that Jin Chao had only brought one golden-crowned inferno eagle, the crowd was slightly relieved. But before they could celebrate a little, Jin Chao's voice rang out, completely cutting off all thoughts of the crowd. "Gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to my favored beasts." The last word is heavily accented. Soon, a group of different breeds of alien beasts with huge bodies surrounded the killers. When the crowd saw this scene, they all turned pale with fear. Many even began to tremble in their legs. So many level 30 alien beasts, more than the people in their own party. 3 people struggled to fight a single Fae. Now that's a situation where one-on-one singles are quite a bit richer. How can you win? A deep despair spread to the hearts of all the killers. Jin Chao looked at these people, his eyes icy cold. After all this, it's long past time to be a soft-hearted teenager. If it was himself who was being surrounded and killed right now, these people would never be soft-hearted enough to let himself go. Thinking of this, Jin Chao raised his right hand, and all the Fey beasts saw this scene and prepared to strike. But before Jin Chao could give the order, there were quite a few of the black and white infernal slayers, flopping to their knees, shouting loudly. He begged for mercy. "Mr. Ken, please let me go. I won't dare to do it again." The other man said in a loud voice, "Mr. Jin, as long as you let me go, everything I have will be given to you, even my life is yours." Saying that, he took out all the valuable things inside the space ring, but Jin Chao didn't even look at it, but said coldly, "If I kill you, those things are mine too." Saying that, Jin Chao didn't have the slightest bit of mercy, and his right hand, which was half raised, quickly fell down. The 99 Fey beasts instantly received orders and directly pounced on the crowd of killers. The hearts of the people were as if they were dead, but it was still a desperate fight, waiting to die, never living. That way there's still a glimmer of hope of escape. However, this is ultimately delusional. 99 level 30 Fey beasts against dozens of level 30 martial artists. There was no suspense at all. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. Jin Chao was in mid-air, looking at the bloody scene on the ground. The stomach flipped a little. Killed a few people though, but basically, they were blasted into oblivion by the light elementals. There would be no broken arms or legs, half of the body missing and bloodied at all. What's more, it's still so many people. This scene went on for a good 10 minutes, and there were other witnesses at the scene besides Jin Chao. It was Old Wu and Old Jin who came to check it out. At this moment, Old Wu was holding up the martial artist medal to record all of this. Don't dare show up at all. With his own strength, he would not be able to fight against so many level 30 Fey beasts, not to mention the fact that there are 1,000 fantastical rain butterflies in there, and 20 of them at that. It's more like the only thing you can do is run away, and that creature on the back of the golden-crowned inferno eagle could actually manipulate them. It's incredible. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups as soon as possible. Soon, a video of 99 level 30 alien beasts, abusing and killing human martial artists, was spread to all major media platforms. The title is even more strikingly horrifying: Abyss that abuses human martial artists. It has put all the citizens who saw the video on edge. Chapter 38: Martial Law in the Whole City. Even the top commander of the army stationed in Guangzhou City was filled with sadness when he saw the video. Yesterday it was still 4,357 those low-level exotics. Today it becomes 5,729 those level 30 exotics. This guy's strength, it's rising too fast. If it keeps going like this, shouldn't it be the turn of those level 40 and 50 alien beasts tomorrow? If it comes to that day, wouldn't Guangzhou City be thrown into a huge panic? The old man's brow was furrowed with worry. But you can't take liberties now. Right now, The other side was still outside the city and had no intention of attacking Wangjang City. If you make a move against him and provoke the other side, I really don't know what the consequences will be. If you really want to do it, you have to kill it in one blow, and there can't be any possibility of failure before you do it. Thinking of this, the old man's two eyes flashed with a flash of essence. Very determined. Issue a martial law order. Strictly control the number of people leaving the city every day. For exits, lay heavy guards, execute immediately. A young teenager next to him had an incredulous look on his face when he heard the chief's words. Martial law, which hadn't been issued in how many years, and the chief was surprised that the whole city was under martial law because of a video. Although he found it unbelievable, the teenager respectfully returned, "Yes, chief." Then it trotted out to make the announcement. Get the news first thing. The whole War Department was busy. Even the soldiers on vacation were all recalled. Send 2/3 of the entire military headquarters to guard all 4 entrances and exits. The videos were all watched with the same shock in their minds. Dozens of level 30 Fey beasts were already enough to have some impact on Wangjang City. One has to be careful. At the same time, all the citizens of Wangjang City were informed of the news, all in a state of confusion. Martial law in the city? Is it that serious? The last time martial law was in place was the time the beast wave attacked decades ago. Could it be that there's going to be another beast wave? Everyone's heart fluttered at the thought. Start frantically contacting friends and family who are already out of town. Right now, it's too dangerous outside the city. Dozens of level 30 martial artists were completely annihilated in less than 20 minutes. The strength of the terror melting abyss was too terrifying. Martial law is declared. The entire Wangjang city was thrown into a wave of panic. And the one who started it was packing up the loot at the moment. The family of dozens of killers, that's very rich. The space ring alone was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, not to mention the rare and strange things inside. One of the things that most caught Jin Chao's eye was the dozens of martial arts techniques. It's something that's been on my mind for a long time. Big round face looked at the bodies all over the floor. There were also 100 Fey that weren't even injured. Full of envy. How nice it would be to have this skill yourself. Not only does the money fly, you don't even have to do the hitting yourself. This is a dream ability, but there's no use thinking about it anymore. For now, this is satisfying. 99 level 30 exotic beasts. 3 million for one. 99 is nearly 300 million. Your own commission is at least $1 million. And those slain level 30 alien beasts, that's a lot of income too. It's a real earner. Jin Chao looked in the direction of Wangjang City. The coldness on his face melted away and a warm smile leaked out. It's time to go home. Back to Wangjang City. With a command, 100 foreign beasts marched towards Wangjang City in great numbers. The 2 old Wu men were shocked when they saw the scene. How is it that you were just fine, and now you're heading to Wangjang City? If this is a fight without defense, Wangjang City will have to suffer a lot of losses, right? 100 level 30 Fey beasts were completely manageable by the Wangjang City army. What Lao Wu and the others were worried about was the attitude of this Terror Rong Yuan towards humans. Given the current situation, it's an enemy, not a friend. No, we have to notify the chief and the others as soon as possible and prepare for the battle. It's best to kill the Terror Rong Yuan before it gets up in strength. Lao Jin's face was heavy and he quickly reported the situation. At the first moment of getting the news, the chief also mobilized most of the troops to the entrance and exit of the North City, and told the 2 old Wu to keep a close eye on the movements of the Terror Rong Yuan. At the same time, the notice to close all entrances and exits of Wangjang City was issued down. The notice has been issued. Wangjang City is a citizen. All nervous. 2 martial law notices in a row in one day, and one is more serious than the other, and everyone knows what that means. Meanwhile, at the same time, all media outlets are broadcasting simultaneously. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing and started paying close attention. 10 minutes later, the entrances and exits of the northern city were already guarded by a large number of soldiers. At the same time, a 300-member squad consisting of rank 51 De Wu Zone powerhouses also drove to the entrance and exit of the North City. Seeing such a lineup, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to feel that the military department was really strong and powerful. The Great Martial Sect powerhouse sent out 300 people in one breath. This is a powerful man who was rare to see on a normal day, regardless of which major power it was in. It was a mainstay-like existence. Definitely a first-class battle. I didn't expect to have to deal with 100 level 30 alien beasts, to actually use this level of power. What was even more shocking to the crowd was this. In addition to the 300 Great Martial Zone powerhouses, there were also 10 level 61 or higher Martial Zone powerhouses. Does the War Department think too highly of them? From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of this terror-melting abyss was. After all, no one had ever seen him strike. 20 minutes later, the herd of Fey had arrived near 4357. 30 minutes later, standing at the North City entrance and exit of Wangjang City, the group of alien beasts could already be seen. You can even feel the ground shaking. Military department. A tanned middle-aged man as big and strong as a gorilla. With a stony face, he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, prepare for battle." At the word of command, everyone drew their weapons. Though, it's scary, but for the sake of the family behind you, never back down. More than that, it cannot fail. This is the mission of being a Chinese soldier. Similarly, the citizens watching the live broadcast, whether in front of a TV computer or a martial arts medal, were also nervous. If these people can't stop that terror fusion abyss, the city of Wangjiang will be in jeopardy. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Jin Chao and Big Round Face, on the other hand, looked at the scene in front of them, very puzzled. From afar, he saw the entrance to the northern city, where many people had gathered. The two men looked at each other in disbelief. Had something big happened? Soon, the two sides were getting closer and closer. The soldiers were even more nervous. Just as the herd of alien beasts crossed the safety line, the crowd was ready to strike. A soft eep sounded. "Wait, don't do it. This terror fusion abyss, why does it look like a person? Terror fusion abyss is a person?" Upon hearing these words, everyone looked shocked and disbelieving. How can a human control a fae? And still so many fae. Meanwhile, the live stream, which had been devoid of pop-ups, suddenly sprang up with one. "Citizen E, it's supposed to be a person, and the person is familiar. Don't you all see that? Citizen F, are you still trying to say, it's Jin Chao? Don't dream, brother. Even if it's a human, it can't be him. He's only how many levels? Not to mention controlling a level 30 fae, even touching it, he's not even that qualified." Chapter 39, let's just say I'm Jin Chao. Jin Chao, who was in the distance, was a little scared when he saw the battle. It's better to identify yourself first. Thinking this way, Jin Chao was about to speak, but before he could make a sound, he heard a neutral, serious voice coming from the opposite side. "Please do not advance any further, or we do not promise not to use force." The moment these words came out, Wangjiang City and the soldiers guarding the entrance to the northern city were all tense. He was afraid that Terror Rong Yuan would ignore the warning and force his way into Wangjiang City. When the time comes, I don't know how many people will be sacrificed. Jin Chao, who heard this, was also confused. The big round face was also confused. The two men looked at each other, wondering what was happening. "I was fine when I came out. It's only been a few days. Why can't I go back? There must be a misunderstanding here. Why don't you call the old man and ask him?" the big round face said with some confusion. Jin Chao was even more confused. "Sister Zhou, shouldn't we just ask them?" Saying that, Jin Chao also pointed at the large man who had just spoken. The large round face turned his head to look at the large man, a flash of embarrassment appearing on his face. "Like, it does work." Jin Chao looked helpless. Straight away, he got up and shouted to the big man, "Hello sir, I mean no harm. I just want to get back to town." Jin Chao used all his strength and shouted with a loud voice. Then, even more so, they directly identified themselves. "I'm Jin Chao from the martial artist building. I just left the city 2 days ago to finish my mission," Jin Chao said, thinking that it should be just fine, as long as the other party verified the records of leaving the city, and the records of issuing quests, they could prove that his words were true. But after waiting for half a day, there was still no response from the other side. Jin Chao was even more confused now. What is it? Did something really happen that I don't know about? And the military and all the citizens of Wangjiang City who are watching the live broadcast, they all froze on the spot. What did he say? He's Ken Chao from the martial arts building? That Jin Chao who could tame the alien beasts and was only in his teens? How is that possible? How did he manage to tame so many level 30 fae? At this moment, a pop-up suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room that had cleared the screen for a long time. "Citizen E, I've been saying for a long time that Terror Rong Yuan is Jin Chao. But you guys don't believe me. Now you believe me. The one who scolded me yesterday. Hurry up and come out to apologize, or else I'll dig up your family's ancestors' graves." This pop-up was like adding a cup of cool water inside a hot frying pan. The citizens of Wangjiang City completely exploded. "Citizen A, holy, it's really him. Isn't he only level 11? Citizen B, after worrying for 2 days, Terror Fusion Abyss turned out to be him. Hooray hooray hooray. Terror Fusion Abyss is Jin Chao." The news made people who knew Jin Chao, and those who didn't, shut themselves up. What's going on here? Meanwhile, the head of Wangjiang City, who had gotten the news, was relieved. Terror Fusion Abyss is human. It's the same Jin Chao who made a name for himself in Wangjiang City 2 days ago. Now there's no need to worry. However, such a good scion must be cultivated properly. The matter was settled and the chief was in a better mood. I just didn't expect that the terrifying fusion abyss that had been worrying him to be an oops. Alas, old age. Martial artist building, 33rd floor, Elder Zhao's office. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Jin, this kid, really good. even domesticated so many 30-level foreign beasts. This next martial arts building, but also not stable pressure those two guys, into Wangjiang City first, ha ha ha, good, North City entrance. Jin Chao waited for a long time, but didn't see any movement from the other side, couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Sir, can I go into town?" With a quick wit, the big man immediately said, "Please wait, I'll ask the chief." With that, he was about to take out his martial arts medal. It was, a text message from the chief came through. Let him enter the city, make a good escort, and clear the paths throughout the city to escort him. The big guy's eyes went wide when he saw the text message. Citywide clearway escort. The last time the chief inspected the work, it wasn't even this big a show. This kid has more face than the chief? Although his heart was indignant, the chief's order, he had to obey. You can go into the city. Jin Chao and Big Round Face were relieved to hear that they could enter the city. I'm so afraid I won't be able to go back. Driving 100 fei, they ran towards the entrance, and as Jin Chao got closer and closer, the shock in the hearts of the soldiers and martial artists defending the city grew. Although he knew that Jin Chao was not hostile to him, however, the oppressive feeling of a group of alien beasts with such a huge figure and such a large number running head-on still caused one's heart to palpitate. By the time the group of foreign beasts came into sight, the oppressive feeling had reached its peak. Many, so frightened that their legs began to tremble. However, these ferocious and incomparable foreign beasts actually lined up under Jin Chao's command and passed through the city gates in a well-organized manner. This maneuver froze everyone in the room. Is this still a man-eating beast? And it's a level 30 fei? Real name Envy. The news of Jin Chao entering the city with 99 level 30 fei beasts spread throughout Wangjiang City in less than a minute. At the same time, the notice to clear the roads throughout the city was issued at the same time. This notice, however, is as good as being sent as not being sent. Who would let go of such a scene? That's 99 level 30 alien beasts. Just read it yesterday though. But how does a few levels of fei compare to a level 30 fei? Many people had never even had the chance to come into close contact with such a high-grade fei beast. Who would pass up this opportunity? In less than half an hour, the North City entrance and exit, the main road leading to the martial artist building, was already crowded with people. It's even more amazing than yesterday's scene. This time, more than 90% of the citizens of Wangjiang City came. It was dark and crowded with people from 90 years old to children who were still breastfeeding. Even patients who are partially paralyzed and receiving treatment in hospitals come in wheelchairs. What? Marriage proposal? Proposal my ass. I don't have time for you right now. You better not force me to slap you on such an important day. A very pretty-looking girl, cursing, turned off the phone and focused on the north, afraid of missing a second of the FaceTime. My wife is going to have a baby? You tell her not to give birth until I'm done watching the Fae. What? She wants to see it too? Then tell her to hurry up. It's almost too late. Soon, Jin Chao sat on the back of the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle and flew at a low altitude. Behind them followed a line of level 30 alien beasts, neat and tidy, no mean clutter. Even the speed of advancement was exactly the same. People on both sides of the road were shocked to see the scene. Don't even dare to breathe. Even the children who had just been crying were so dumbfounded at the sight of this scene that they forgot to cry. Jin Chao was also shocked when he watched the scene. Let's just let the military escort drive the road. And so many people gathered around to watch. Do they all have nothing better to do? What's there to see? If Jin Chao's idea was known to these people, they would have to beat him up violently. What's there to see? It's a scene that, having seen it once, is enough to brag about for a year. If you can't tame the Fae, you might be more aggressive than us. It's really a full man who doesn't know how hungry he is. Chapter 40 Sky High Commission. Brand new fighting beast debuts. All along the way, it was all silent. The scene, just look at it. Look at it and don't know the sound. Soon, Jin Chao arrived in front of the door of the martial artist building. At this time, the front of the martial artist building was already crowded with people. All the places where you could see the entrance were filled with people. The only 3 S-rank squads in the martial arts building were also present in full force. A-rank, B-rank squads, I don't know how many came. Elder Zhao even brought his management staff and personally greeted them. This shows the importance attached to Jin Chao. Ken, good work. Jin Chao, who had just come down, was unusually excited when he was pulled by the hands of a smiling Elder Zhao. No hard work, as it should be. Elder Zhao continued. Let me introduce you to the 3 S-rank squad leaders of the martial building. Saying that, he looked at Chi Feng and said, Chi Feng, you've met S-rank squad blast squad leader. Chi Feng took a step forward, smiled and shook Jin Chao's hand and said, I've heard of Mr. Jin's great name for a long time now, and with this kind of ability, the martial building is going to add another S-rank squad. Mr. Chi is too kind. This is Qin Haotian, the leader of the S-ranked squad Raging Sea. Qin Haotian, his body is thin, but he looks very sturdy and his looks are very hard. Just a sense of rejection and indifference emanated from his entire body. Makes you not want to get too close. Even Elder Zhao, who introduced himself, only lightly glanced at Jin Chao and nodded very simply. Jin Chao could only smile awkwardly and nod in response. My name is Zhao Wu, from the Exploding Bull Squad. Jin Lao Di. I've long wanted to get to know you. When will you have the chance? Lend me your favored beasts for me to play with? An extraordinarily burly youth, without waiting for Zhao Lao's introduction, directly put his arm around Jin Chao and said, very self-contained, just met and was thinking about Jin Chao's fei. Makes it a little hard to resist. When Elder Zhao saw this scene, he frowned and hummed unhappily. When Zhao Wu heard this, he immediately smiled sarcastically and hid behind. Only then did Zhao Lao say, this is my indisputable grandson. In the future, if there's anything you want him to do, just directly support him. No need to be polite. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu just scratched his head with his right hand and smiled nervously. After the introduction, Zhao Lao looked around the room with a very proud expression. That's who one looks at. All voices of doubt will be silenced today. Mia, start clearing Jin Chao's commission for this mission. Without slowing down, the big man, Wood Hope, pulled out his flatbed and began to clear it. Yesterday, 370 level 5 alien beast corpses were received for 18.5 million. Level 6 alien beast corpses, 305. 3 million. Level 7 alien beast corpses, 112. 91 million. Count 76. 49 million. As Muhammad reads out one line, the vast majority of the people present, all sucked in a breath of cool air, although it was already predicted yesterday, but it was still very shocking after being read out by Muhammad himself. 76. 49 million. That's a lot of money, and that's just a small part of it. You can't even think about not being shocked. Without pausing, Muhammad went on to read, received alive level 5 alien beasts yesterday? 7 of them, 5 million. Level 6 fei, 10 of them, 6 million. Level 7 fei, 1 million. Count, 12 million. Today's capture, level 20 fei, 2 million. Level 30 fei, 297 million. 297 million. That's a lot of money for a martial artist, right? Add that to the previous ones, and it's all going to be nearly 400 million. The average martial artist, just to earn a lifetime, can't earn this much, right? This Ken Chao, just one mission and he got his hands on it. It's so enviable. Total. Muhammad was just about to speak. Big Round Face's somewhat anxious voice then rang out. Wait, I have something else here. Saying that, Big Round Face couldn't wait to take out the corpses that were placed inside the spatial ring in one go. Looking at the bodies that kept rolling down, Elder Zhao, Jin Chao, and the people around them all quickly backed away. Soon, small mountains of corpses appeared in front of the crowd, and it's all level 30. So many level 30 exotic beasts. How did they both kill in such a short time? Forgot. They didn't kill them. It was these beasts that killed them. So hateful. Why not me? The people were envious and wanted to take their place. Only Zhao Lao looked at the big round face with a disgusted face. Really no eyesight. So many corpses piled up here. Blood stained the ground. Clean up is a trouble. And the big round face is all smug. No way to deduct my bonus. Kikyo slowed down and began to take inventory. It was a full half hour before he continued. 462 level 30 alien beast corpses, counting 138. 6 million, totaling. Before Mew could finish his words, Jin Chao hurriedly said, wait a minute. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Jin Chao with incredulous faces. What is it? And, can you please not be so up? Can't you just say it all at once? Jin Chao also seemed to realize that something was wrong. Somewhat awkwardly, he came to Elder Zhao and said, Elder Zhao, that 1000 fantasy rain butterfly and golden crowned inferno eagle I intend to raise myself, so I won't sell them, so don't count them in when calculating the price. The golden crowned inferno eagle had awakened and was of inestimable value, albeit at a low level. However, Jin Chao had already mastered the method of making the foreign beasts upgrade, and it was only a matter of time before they leveled up. As for the 1000 illusory rain butterfly, Jin Chao also had to keep it. In the future, when you go on a mission, you'll have to use their abilities more often than not. Elder Zhao glanced at Jin Chao and said with a smile, so you want a few fey beasts? Well said. Take it as your reward for completing the mission excellently. The money is still counted as usual. Don't worry. The crowd was even more shocked when these words came out. What? Elder Zhao was actually going to send him such an expensive reward. That's a level 30 fey. $3 million for 120 is $60 million. Is Mr. Zhao so willing to give it up? The martial arts building. When was it treated so well? Is it too late for me to join the martial arts building? Jin Chao was also surprised to hear this. Hastily refusing, he said, Elder Zhao, This is too expensive. I can't take it. What's precious or not? It's decided. Moho, hurry up and count. Moho continued, totaling $526,690,000. Once the final numbers are out, everyone except Elder Zhao and Mew sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Ken Xiao and Big Round Face. That's $500 million. He's only been out a few days, and he's making $500 million? Over 100 million a day? Counting money isn't as fast as he earns it, is it? Immediately after that, Mew continued, the Tyrannical Wealth Squad, with a 10% draw, totaling 5,269,000. Lily Zhao, commission 5,260,900. Cthulhu, why did I turn down the assignment in the first place? Hearing such a large number of draws, I don't know how many squads cried in the toilet, but who could blame them? When, in the first place, it was they who refused. Yu Ming, who was in the crowd at the moment, had a silly grin on his face when he heard that he could get so much money. Even, drooling, Elder Zhao then took the opportunity to announce, starting tomorrow, the level 30 Fey Beasts will start fighting. Everyone who wants to see it, hurry up and book. Tickets are limited. This news is like a deep water bomb, bombing the city of Wangjiang into waves. Level 30 Fey enter the Colosseum. That's something that's never been done before. In the entire Wangjiang city, the highest ranked fighting beast was only level 20. The martial artist building, which is pioneering the Colosseum, became the only one of the Wangjiang city fighting beast. This is a ticket that one has to grab, even if it's expensive. Who hasn't seen this kind of scene before? Elder Zhao was satisfied when he saw the crowd's performance. Chapter 41, Black and White Infernal Rage. As soon as Zhao Lao's order was given, Mui here quickly organized the information and came to Zhao Lao to confirm. Elder Zhao nodded with great satisfaction, then said, show Xiao Jin if there's anything you want to add. Elder Zhao's words caused everyone's face to change, especially the three S-rank squad leaders. Everyone knows what that means. Elder Zhao was trying to get Jin Xiao to start interfering in the high-level decisions of the martial artist building. Everyone had to re-examine Jin Xiao. At first, they didn't care about Jin Xiao because, a newcomer who had just become a martial artist, even if he possessed the ability to tame foreign beasts, it wasn't worth them caring too much. Not enough strength to be a threat to yourself. On the contrary, after becoming a manager, Jin Xiao would be the most powerful assistant. But it was different now. Jin Xiao's strength was on the verge of being out of control, and it's still climbing at a very rapid rate. It even threatens a few people. This is intolerable. However, Zhao Wu was accepted. At this time, he was baring his big teeth, and while he was happy, he patted Jin Xiao's shoulder and said, little Jin brother, you've been promoted. This is all under your control now. Congratulations. There was no awareness at all that the crown prince had been robbed of his power, but Zhao Lao was not happy. Brother Jin is also what you call him? Call Uncle Jin. Everyone looked at Zhao Lao with a questioning face. Uncle Ken? What's your rank? Zhao Wu was also choked by Zhao Lao's voice, came to Zhao Lao's side and said cautiously, Grandpa, this generation can't be discussed like this. Didn't you want to set up Xiao Jin and his sister yesterday? Isn't calling him uncle a generation difference? With that look, you could tell that it was very afraid of Elder Zhao. Zhao Lao, on the other hand, was in a state of sudden realization. That's the way it is, and from now on you'll talk about each other. Hearing this, the crowd was all gossipy, and only Qin Haotian's originally cold face surfaced with anger. The crowd gossiped even more. Whoever in the martial arts building didn't know that Qin Haotian had been chasing after Miss Xiao, and Zhao Lao was actually trying to set her up with Jin Xiao. Qin Haotian mustn't ruthlessly clean up Jin Xiao. However, looking at the current situation, Qin Haotian wanted to clean up Jin Xiao. Not much hope. With such a group of level 30 alien beasts guarding the area, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy for Qin Haotian to win. But that ice beauty, Miss Xiao, wasn't something anyone could get close to. Even Elder Zhao couldn't interfere. At that time, I'm afraid that without Qin Haotian's help, Miss Xiao would have to beat Jin Xiao into a pig's head. Jin Xiao, on the other hand, was now red in the face. The ears were even red enough to drip blood. Not knowing what to say, he could only take the plan in Moke's hand and begin to divert his attention. Despite having had girlfriends, being told in front of so many people still makes you shy. What's more, one doesn't have that in mind right now. Still an innocent 18-year-old after all. Zhao Lao and Zhao Wu and Big Round Face all leaked an I understand expression when they saw this scene, and Jin Chao's mind was soon drawn to work. I have to say that Wood Hopper worked very properly. The Thousand Illusory Rain Butterfly and the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle did not make an appearance in the beast fighting arrangement for the next few days, and the fights that are scheduled are very appealing. Brother Mew arranged it very well. Let's release it according to this. Okay, Mew replied in a nonchalant and very calm manner, giving people a very reassuring feeling. Right at the moment when Mew clicked off the release, Everyone took out their martial arts medals and cell phones and started frantically grabbing tickets, not having any time to take care of anything else. This is a ticket to fight tooth and nail to get. All sold out in less than a second. Those who got it rejoiced and those who didn't cried. Even Zhao Wu, the crown prince of the martial arts building, didn't grab it. The internet is even wailing. This kind of ticket, what kind of people snatch it? Hand speed so fast. This has to be single for how many years? I'd trade my brother being single for 10. No, 20 years for a chance to start over and grab a ticket. Why don't you use your own? Even if you grabbed it again, you wouldn't be able to. There are no sitting tickets. Can you add standing tickets? I would pay twice as much for standing tickets. I'll spend 3 times that. So do I. 10,000 people's blood. Wushu building open standing tickets. Brothers top it up. Let Wushu building see it. 10,000 people's blood. Wushu building open standing tickets. Brothers top it up. Let Wushu building see it. Even the people who were in the martial arts building at this time began to shout. This caused Elder Zhao and the others to be a bit unprepared, although it was known that there would be a big backlash, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Station tickets? The Armed Forces building never sold standing room only tickets. The internet has been a constant source of concern for Woodhope. At this point it has developed into an uncontrollable situation. There have been millions of people posting. The number of people who viewed it reached a whopping 5 million. It can be very scary. At this point, Mew also had to report the situation to Zhao Lao and Jin Chao. Before Mew could report, Elder Zhao waved his hand to signal the people present to shut up. Since you guys want to see it so badly, then I, the martial artist building, will make an exception and open up the station tickets. And if you can't grab them again, you'll have no one to blame but yourselves. Mia, open up the station tickets. After saying that, Elder Zhao led a group of people and headed towards the martial artist building, leaving only the cheers of those behind him. The martial arts building is full of joy, but it was extremely depressing in black and white. At this moment, the Infernal Lord looked at the video in front of him with a calm expression, unable to see his inner thoughts, but the people who work under him all the time are already sweating. 100 or so level 30 killers, assassinating an 11th level martial artist. Not only did he fail, but he was almost annihilated by the group. There was even one of them that was in the top 100 on the killer list. How can this not be angry? A level 11 martial artist can't even solve it. Old Wang, is this the killer you brought out? The tone was very calm, but just after the words were said, a powerful astral aura instantly filled the entire room. The wooden conference tabletop broke apart in an instant, scattering all over the floor. Steel table legs and all the chair legs are warped. The screen on which the video is projected is even more of a waste product. Even the floor walls are littered with cracks. It was evident that the Infernal Lord was furious at this moment. A tiny martial artist not only killed his favorite little son, it also fractured numerous level 30 killers. The face of Black and White Infernal was even stepped on by this Jin Chao. How can one not be angry at this? At this moment, Old Wang, who was being stared at by the Infernal Lord, felt as if he was being stabbed by 10,000 needles. It's hard to sit still. Black and White has always been in charge of all the killers themselves. Jin Chao's must-have order is also his own handiwork. I thought it was a sure thing. I didn't realize it would go so wrong. I can't be blamed for that, though. Who knew that Jin Chao's strength had increased so quickly? The day before yesterday, the domesticated ones were still level 10 Fey. When I got the news again today, I tamed 100 level 30 alien beasts. This kind of combat power, not to mention level 30 killers. It's a level 40 assassin. It's impossible to complete the mission. If you want to kill him now, you'd have to send out a level 50 assassin at least. However, the pact between the Intermaster and the martial arts building, Zhao Lao, although it was very difficult, Old Wang didn't dare to say it. The last person who made a mistake and was killed, but he died in front of everyone. No one wants to follow in their footsteps. Chapter 42 Level 50 Killer. Old Wang stood up with a prancing sound and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his right sleeve. With a slightly trembling voice, he said, Intermaster, please give me another chance. I will definitely be able to kill Jin Chao and complete the mission. The Black and White must kill. Every time it is issued, there can be no mistakes. This is the face of Black and White. There must not be any accidents. The Infernal Lord stared at the old king in a daze, without any expression, much less any words. Although it was only a few seconds, Old Wang felt that he had walked through the ghost gate several times. His body was even drenched in cold sweat. Just when Old King was about to lose his grip, with a creak, the door to the conference room was opened. A frivolous voice rang out. Uncle Wang, your assurances are no longer credible. The visitor was a man of about 30 years of age, looking very similar to the Infernal Lord. It was none other than the Infernal Lord's eldest son, Zhou Ming. Hearing this, the old king gritted his teeth and forced down his anger and said, Kid, it's not your turn to meddle in matters here. Zhou Ming gave a disdainful cut. then turned to the Infernal Lord and said, "Father, I'll take this mission. I'll make him pay if he dares to kill someone from the Zhou family." The Infernal Lord looked at his son and gradually frowned. Zhou Ming's strength was unquestionable, having reached the 51st level of Grand Martial Sect at a young age, and having awakened the elemental poison ability, his strength is even stronger. It is best at dealing with situations where you want to fight one against many like Jin Chao, but Jin Chao's strength was only level 11, and dispatching a level 30 Grand Martial Master was already the limit of the agreement between himself and Old Man Zhao. If the pact is broken, it's really not sure what that madman will do out of the ordinary. It seemed as if he expected his father to hesitate. Zhou Ming directly said, "Father, although you and Old Man Zhao agreed that you couldn't send an assassin that exceeded Jin Chao's rank by more than 20 levels, but now that Jin Chao's strength has far exceeded his own strength, it's not a breach of agreement for us to do so. Secondly, I'm avenging my own brother. Do I have to keep some bull asterisk agreement? Even if Old Man Zhao is here, he can't say anything. Father, this task, leave it to me. I must fight back the face of Black and White." The Infernal Lord was silent, his head bowed in thought for a long time. Zhou Ming's words were right. With Jin Chao's current strength, sending a level 50 martial sect powerhouse wasn't a violation of the agreement. The youngest son's revenge must be avenged, but there was always some uneasiness in his heart when he sent Zhou Ming. Jin Chao's strength had increased too quickly for anyone to feel at ease. However, for now, it could only send Zhou Ming. That Jin Chao's ability is too tricky. The Infernal Lord raised his head, looked at Zhou Ming and said, "I'll leave this matter in your hands. Handle it carefully." Zhou Ming sniffed and grinned, his eyes filled with bloodlust. "I will definitely hang Jin Chao's head at the entrance of the martial artist building, so that everyone will know the result of offending the Black and White Infernal," he said, turning to leave. Everyone nodded in satisfaction. The crowd was aware of Zhou Ming's strength, but at the age of 29, his strength had reached level 50 martial zone. Soon he would become the youngest rank 51 de Wuzong powerhouse. Moreover, awakening the elemental poison ability is a misunderstood existence, whether it's a solo fight or a one-against-many fight. What's more, Zhou Ming was strong in his own right. It's more like 39th on the Black and White Infernal Killer list. As long as the strength if not too much stronger than Zhou Ming, it was definitely not Zhou Ming's opponent. As for that what's-her-name Jin Chao, there was no way he could be Zhou Ming's opponent. Jin Chao was naturally unaware of the movements of Black and White. At this moment, he was sitting on Little Gold's back, followed by a group of 1,000 illusory rain butterflies behind him as he quickly flew towards home. Wherever it passed, it was like a dark cloud covering the sun. It drew gasps of surprise and envy. "How nice would it be for me to have this mount?" One of the people around him looked at the youth who spoke with contempt and said, "Just you, don't think about it in this life." The retorted youth frowned at once. "Why not? The other day that what's-his-name squad of tycoons even rode Mr. Ken's Fei back to the city. Why can't I?" The youth who had spoken out to ridicule was visibly stunned by such a statement. "Right, the people of the Tyranny Squad can ride. Why can't we?" "No, I have to go to the official website of the martial arts building and leave a message under it to see if they have this business." "I don't think there's any such business." "Then let him have the business." Saying that, he directly took out his cell phone, tapped into the official website and started to leave a message. "Little yellow hair who wants to awaken his powers. Guys, does it look like you're riding around on an alien beast like Mr. Ken, with all its might? Didn't want to go to work? Of course we want to, but we can't tame the beasts. How can we ride them? Sleep until you wake. That's right. You really think Fae are domesticated, don't you? Brody, don't daydream if you don't have it." The little yellow hair who wanted to awaken his supernatural ability, who said, "If you can't domesticate a foreign beast, you can't ride it." The 5 people of the tyrannical wealth squad, don't they just ride back to the martial arts building? What? White blinds, asterisk. Why didn't I think of that? Little kettle, that seems to be true. So can't we ride it too? The internet exploded right out of the gate with this statement. I can't tell you how many people are craving it these days watching videos. It's a foreign beast. Who wouldn't want to ride out and pretend? That flaming lion king, golden-crowned inferno eagle, cold jade jiao, and 3-headed ink dragon. Which one of them was not majestic and domineering? It used to scare me to death just to look at it from a distance. Not to mention any riding. Afraid of being swallowed by the other side if he didn't pay attention. Well now, with Mr. Ken, none of this is a dream. Little yellow hair, who wanted to awaken his supernatural ability, brothers, now you understand. As long as we collectively go to the official website and leave a message to carry out this business, we will definitely be able to ride the supernatural beasts. Do you want to do it, brothers? Keyboard man, support, 10,000 people's blood, martial arts building to conduct this business. Yellowed tissue paper, asterisk, Q, and 10,000 people's blood, at least 1 million people's blood. Brothers, charge. when things festered, the whole internet was in an uproar. In less than 10 minutes, the official website of the martial arts building was taken down. A whole 3 million people, lined up in neat rows, left comments below, and it's still going up very rapidly. Half an hour later, it directly broke the record of the martial arts building message. A whole 10 million people, all neatly organized, even with the same punctuation. At this time, Zhao Lao, who was happily sipping tea in his office, was suddenly affected by a sharp knock on the door. But on second thought, on the 33rd floor, only he, Mia, Jin Chao, Zhao Lingling, and Old Qin could come up. Jin Chao and Zhao Lingling had already gone home on their own. Old Qin has also been quiet for the past 2 days. It's down to just the woodhopper. But Makuho, with such a stable character, shouldn't be so flustered. Did something big happen? When he thought of this, the smile on Zhao Lao's face instantly disappeared and he frowned as he was about to get up. But before anything could be done, Kikyo pushed right through the door. Wearing a thick breath, he said, "Elder Zhao, our official website has blown up." Bombed? What's going on? Chapter 43, The world is invincible when people are shameless. Mu didn't talk nonsense and directly took the tablet and put it in front of Zhao Lao. Zhao Lao took the tablet and brought it close to his eyes, scrutinizing it. If it was just a simple technical problem, Woodhope wouldn't have come to himself. Soon, Zhao Lao realized that the amount of messages today was enormous. A full 20 million. This is already equivalent to half the population of Wangjiang City. And all of them are petitioning for the martial arts building to increase the business of renting out exotic beasts. Zhao Lao's entire body was confused when he saw this scene. With regards to the desire of foreign beasts, Elder Zhao naturally knew something about it. After all, even someone of his own status was very jealous of the way Jin Chao was able to call out to the Fae. But how could I not have expected it to be so intense? If this business could really be opened, wouldn't the martial arts building make a fortune? But it's not up to you to decide on this side. Thinking of this, Zhao Lao looked at Muhi somewhat helplessly. The moment his eyes made contact, Kikyo understood. Elder Zhao, I think, Mr. Jin won't refuse, so why don't we make an announcement on the official website first, saying that we'll look into it, and wait until tomorrow to get Mr. Jin's opinion before responding. It will have to do for now. Soon after, Moho issued a numbered announcement that the suggestions from various citizens were being studied and that accurate information would be available tomorrow. That's when the internet calmed down, all waiting for tomorrow's results. And all of this was unknown to Jin Chao. By now Jin Chao had arrived at the doorstep. No one answered the doorbell after ringing it for a long time. This made Jin Chao wonder if mom and dad weren't home. Pulling out his keys, he opened the door himself. Just as he opened the door, a huge civet cat pounced on him. It started licking at Jin Chao's face. It caused Jin Chao to stifle his laughter. "Hannah, did you miss me?" Looking at Little Flower, who was several times bigger than before he left, Jin Chao had a pampered look on his face. This was the first Fey beast that he had domesticated as well as the Fey beast that he had the deepest bond with. "Little Flower, where are mom and dad? Where did they go?" Hearing Jin Chao's inquiry, Little Flower's gaze looked towards the first floor bedroom, and her face unexpectedly showed a ferocious color. This made Jin Chao freeze. What's going on? Someone else in the house? Thinking of this, Jin Chao calmed down Little Flower and headed straight for the bedroom. The mind is still wondering who is coming to the house. After all, when the family fell on hard times, many of the relatives and friends who were previously in touch stopped. Now there's no telling who's coming. Walking up to the door, before Jin Chao could knock, he heard a familiar voice coming from inside. "Brother, sister-in-law, you guys are so rich now, and Jin Chao is so powerful. What's wrong with helping your brothers? Uncle too? Why does he have the nerve to come to us? Dad wanted money to save his life as a blood brother. I'm still under Dad's care, and I can't believe I'm ignoring it. Just give a little bit of money like a handout and say the desperate words of no more contact in the future. How he has the face to come now. Get the out of here. I don't have a brother." Alas, his elder brother. How can you talk like this? He is at least your brother. You can't have money and disown him. A snarky voice rang out. Who is it if not that second aunt of his? What's wrong with just asking Jin Chao to give a level 30 alien beast? He has so many that he can't even give one to his own brother? It's really anything goes. I'm telling you, if we don't give it today, we won't leave, and then we'll find some media to expose this matter, and see whose face we'll lose. You, cough cough, his father, don't be angry. Hearing this, Jin Chao was directly exasperated and laughed. Give a Fey and have it be level 30. Do you really think level 30 exotics are crappy? That was an existence that even face level 30 martial artists were afraid of. $3 million for a single one, and you're asking people to give it away for nothing. Besides, I heard about it. Jin Chao got several $100 million. We don't ask for more. Just give us $100 million. No, $200 million. Hearing this, Superman Ken froze. It's not enough to ask for a foreign beast, but you're even thinking about the money you've earned so desperately. And one mouth. Want 200 million. Take yourself for something? Cough cough. You. Without waiting for Jin's dad to say anything, Jin Chao just opened the door and walked in. Mr. and Mrs. Jin, you saw Jin Chao coming back. More toe curling. Chivalrously, he said to Jin Chao. Jin Chao is back. Why are you so rude now? You don't even know how to call people. The second aunt was even meaner. Xiao Chao ah. I heard that you have 20 level 30 alien beasts. So many are useless. Give one to your brother. Also, for so many years, we helped you guys so much. Now that you have money, you don't have to give too much. Just give 200 million. Anyway, you can earn 500 million in a few days. It's not a big deal for you. It's settled. Jin Chao had just walked in the door, and without even saying a word, his good uncle and aunt had decided everything straight away. Uncle 2 even sat down on the bed and said, go get a glass of water, and then, get the fei and the money ready today. As far as he could remember, Jin Chao had always been very obedient, especially after the decline of his elder brother's family, and he didn't dare to speak much in front of them. Now that he's a martial artist, he still has to listen to himself. Jin's father and Jin's mother were so exasperated that they were just about to open their mouths to kick them out when they heard Jin Chao say, pouring water? Do you deserve this water? When Jin Yu heard this, his eyes widened and he glared at Jin Chao and said, how do you talk like this, kid? I'm your uncle. Why don't I deserve a glass of water? What? After becoming a martial artist, rich and powerful, you disown your family elders? The second aunt even yelled in a shrill voice. That's right. How come this child has no rules at all? How do you teach your children? He said and extended his right index finger, pointing at Ken's dad and mom. Jin Chao was directly enraged when he saw this scene. Right hand clenched and slammed right into the wall. Boom! Directly pierced through. The movement was so great that it directly caused the second aunt, who was spilling her guts, to turn pale, and her right hand trembled as she retracted her fingers. Jin Yu also looked at Jin Chao in fear. Not daring to speak, Jin Chao's eyes widened in anger and he clenched his teeth. Who gave you permission to point at my parents? And who are you to point at my parents? In the beginning, you were uneducated. You drank and gambled. You even lost the house my father bought for you. You couldn't even eat. And if it wasn't for my parents picking you up and bringing you to my house, you would have died long ago. After that, it's even more about giving you money, helping you find business, choosing factories, even helping you pull in clients, talking about business, and doing everything for you, and then in the end not wanting a penny of the money you earn. But what about you? You never helped out when TNGS happened to our family, and we didn't say anything. After all, my family was getting by then. But then I put the fall injury. You did not even once to see. A few days ago to find you to borrow life-saving money. You directly, that little stinking money, insulted my mother, but also said that in the future no longer contact. And how are you licking your chops now? Coming to my house to pretend to be an elder, and asking for a level 30 Fey beast, and for me to give you $200 million. On what basis are you? As easy as it is for me to earn money, it's still mine. It has nothing to do with you. And there's also the level 30 Fey beasts, that can't be bought even with money. So what do you think you're entitled to get those? Jin Chao gave a burst of output and said all the words he had held in his heart all these days. Chapter 44, Fox and Tiger. Mr. and Mrs. Jin Yu's faces went white and red when they heard Jin Chao's words. I wanted to curse and throw a tantrum, but I didn't dare. That punch just now had scared the couple too much to speak. It wasn't until now that he realized that Jin Chao was now a martial artist and was controlling more than 20 foreign beasts. If you want to clean yourself up, you don't even have to do it yourself. But how could one swallow this breath when being spoken to like this by a junior? But to refute it, and not know how to say it. At this time, the second aunt, directly out nagging a voice, sat on the ground. Crying day choking said, bullies, a bit of money on the disowning of people. At least when your father was critically ill, we also gave money. You treat us so cannot live. Jin's parents, Jin's mom, were very angry when they saw this, but there was nothing they could do about it. It seemed that today, it was necessary to get the money and the Fey before they would give up. If you don't give it, just make a scene. Can Chao really beat her up? The second aunt was determined to make a scene, so Jin Chao was no longer polite. Closing his eyes, he let out a deep breath before opening his eyes and saying in a flat tone, do you really think that, in this way, I won't be able to deal with you? Little flower, throw them out. Hearing Jin Chao's words, Little Flower's huge body, with a hint of fury, walked over. The pupils of his eyes were mesmerized into a vertical line, staring at the two Jin Yu couples. Ha! This sound, directly scared two people cannot stand. Crying, rolling and crawling away from the Jin Chao family villa. Jin Chao looked at the two couples who cursed and left, and dialed the cell security directly. I am Jin Chao. From now on, Jin Yu's family is not allowed to appear in front of my house. Hearing Jin Chao's unhappy words, the security guard apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, Mr. Ken. It was an oversight on our part and we will never let them affect you and your family again. No one in the entire Wangjung city didn't know about Jin Chao's current fame, especially the neighborhood security guards. The scene where Jin Chao had just led 20 level 30,000 fantasy rain butterflies and passed by in front of him was still fresh in his mind. This kind of strength, coupled with today's fame and power. If you really want to offend this one, you won't have to do it yourself. Hanging up the phone, the look on Jin Chao's face eased quite a bit. Jin Chao had always been rather resentful of this uncle. Ever since I can remember, I have been a lazy, greedy and unprofitable person. But after all, it is their uncle. Before, even if they do not meet the greeting or will greet, then the family fell into decline, and the two families seldom interacted with each other. Though annoyed at this uncle's display of ingratitude, still, it's not exactly a vendetta. Until, that is, after what happened the other day with the loan. Jin Chao sort of completely recognized this person, and now they want to take advantage of their own hands. One is just throwing it to the dogs and not giving it to them. It seemed to sense that Jin Chao was in a bad mood. Little Flower lowered her head and rubbed herself against Jin Chao. Jin Chao also slowed down, stroked Little Flower's head and smiled. It's okay, it's all in the past. Jin's father and mother also came over at this time, and said with a smile, you didn't suffer a lot these days outside the city, right? Hurry up and take a rest. Mom will make you some of the dishes you love to eat. It was only when he heard this that a smile appeared on Jin Chao's face. It's better to have a good mom and dad. I've been craving it for the past few days. Jin's mom looked at Jin Chao with a loving face, eyes full of heartache. How can it not be hard to support the family at a young age? Other kids were still in school at his age. Instead, Ah Chao was going to fight those beasts for his life. It hurts to think about it, but you can't do anything yourself. I can only make him his favorite food and take care of him when he comes home. Back in his room, Jin Chao took a good shower. Wrapped in his bathrobe, he lay down on the bed. The nerves relaxed completely at that moment and sleepiness set in. There's nothing dangerous in the wild, but ultimately it's not as comfortable and reassuring as being at home, much less such a soft bed. It's better to be at home. Thinking like this, Jin Chao directly lay down and fell asleep. Jin's mom made the meal and knocked on Jin Chao's door and said, Xiao Chao ah, come out to eat. But after a while, there was no response from inside at all. It was only then that Ken's mom knocked on the door once and said, Chao, mom's coming in, he said, pushing straight through the door. He saw Jin Chao lying on the bed asleep before he twiddled his thumbs and walked over to him, grumbling as he covered him with a blanket. This child, he's not afraid of catching a cold. Even in summer, he has to cover his stomach. With that done, Ken's mom twiddled her thumbs and walked out. And when Mr. and Mrs. Jin Yu, who had been kicked out, returned home, they began to lose their temper. Little bastard, how dare he throw us out? Does he still have me as his second uncle in his eyes? Jin Yu, his obese body sitting on the sofa, was very angry. Jin Chao's second aunt, Wang Shui, said with a mean face, second uncle? They are rich and powerful now. How would they recognize us? I think they don't consider us as family anymore. Hearing this, Jin Yu slammed the sofa and said fiercely, whether it's a family or not, it's not up to him. Even if he doesn't give it to us, we'll go to someone else and ask for it. Anyway, we all know that I'm his second uncle, so I'm afraid that no one will give it to us? Wang Shui bright eyes, surprised yelled, why did not I think? As long as you say you are his second uncle, surely a lot of people will be flattered us. At that time, I do not know how much to earn. Or husband you smart ah, humph, not smart, is it like you? With that, he directly pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Old you right, you've seen the news in the past few days. My nephew is now the second in command of the martial artist building. Haven't you always wanted to hook up with someone inside? No, the opportunity has come. Old Wang said with some surprise, of course I've watched it. If this thing comes to pass, you've done your brother a great favor. In the entire Wangjung city, who wouldn't want to climb into a relationship with the top echelon of the martial artist building? Not to mention, second in command. You'll be able to walk around in the martial arts building from now on. Isn't it easy to get anything done? That's my own nephew. Can't you do it? Then, your family's order for the second half of the year. Brothers say this is out of place. Not to mention the second half of the order. As long as brothers can give a ride, the next 10 years of orders are yours. 10 years? It's something you wouldn't have thought of before. Being able to take all the orders for the second half of the year would be enough for him to make a couple $100,000. Then it's a deal. Tomorrow, you bring the contract to sign. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Jin Yu dialed another number. Lao Zhao, my nephew. It was late in the evening when Jin Chao woke up, starved to be precise. When I opened my eyes, it was after 7. This sleep went straight to 5 hours. I wonder if mom and dad have eaten. Jin Chao rubbed his rumbling stomach, put on his slippers, and headed out. While walking and rubbing his eyes, he said, Mom, is dinner ready? I'm hungry. Walking downstairs, I just opened my eyes to see a pretty girl I didn't recognize sitting at the dining room table. Jin Chao in his bathrobe ran straight for his room with a yelp and a red face. It was only then that she reacted to the fact that she was wearing a bathrobe, and she had just walked down from upstairs, so wouldn't she be naked? What can we do about this? Why is there a stranger in the house? A woman? Why didn't mom and dad know to warn us? Really? Chapter 45. My name is Mucho Dia. After getting dressed and dawdling for a long time, Jin Chao came downstairs again. Looking at the girl whose face was flushed with red, Jin Chao knew that she must have gotten naked just now. What a shame. It was tempting to go back to my room and not come out though, but when you have a guest at home, you have to say hello anyway. Jin Chao scratched his head, embarrassed. Sorry. Before Jin Chao could finish his words, the girl mischievously stood up from her chair. Her face was flushed, her head lowered, and the fingers of her right hand, constantly rubbing the fingers of her left hand, flustered. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were home or that you like to wear a bathrobe at home. I didn't mean to see you naked. I'm really sorry. After saying that, she bowed 90 degrees directly, rushed to the extreme, as if it was all her fault. Seeing this scene, Jin Chao directly forgot about the embarrassment he had just experienced. Now Jin Chao suddenly felt that he was a bad person with 10 evils. How can you make a little girl apologize? It wasn't her fault in the first place. The other people who thought the same way as Jin Chao were Jin's father and Jin's mother. Only Jin's mom directly frowned and stood up, put her hands on the little girl's shoulders and said to Jin Chao, You child, Xiao Dai is such a nice girl. How can you bully her? Apologize quickly, or else you won't eat tonight. Jin Chao hurriedly bent down and apologized in a row. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's nothing to do with you. Xiao Dai also couldn't stop bending over and apologizing. It's my fault. No. Before she could finish her sentence, Jin's mother directly stopped and said in a warm voice, Xiao Dai, what are you apologizing for? It's all because of this brat. He didn't know to put on his clothes even when he went out of his own room. It's all because of his problem. Jin Chao hurriedly followed Jin's mom's words and said, Yes, it's all my problem. Jin's mom didn't give Xiao Dai a chance to speak again at all. She directly pulled her and said, Okay, Xiao Dai, don't pay any attention to him. Sit down and eat. You, sit across from Xiao Dai. The attitude was completely different when speaking to Jin Chao and Xiao Dai. Jin Chao hurriedly sat down across from Xiao Dai, still a little nervous at heart. That's not true. I didn't bully her. She was the one who came up and apologized to me. I don't blame her at all. And who's the real one? Why does it feel like I'm the one who picked me up and this girl is mom and dad's? Jin Chao's entire body was confused. It was just a moment of frothing. Jin's mom had already started to give Xiao Dai her food already. Seeing Jin Chao like this, he said in a bad mood, I'm telling you, you are not allowed to bully Xiao Dai in the future. During the time you are not here, it's Xiao Dai who has been accompanying us all the time. This is a very unfamiliar place. If it weren't for Xiao Dai, your father and I wouldn't know what to do. You have to thank them. With that, he gave Dai another big chicken leg. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, kept her head down, not daring to look at Jin Chao. When Jin Chao heard this, he directly said, That's really thanks to Miss Xiao Dai. If there's anything you need help with in the future, Miss Xiao Dai and I will just say it, and never postpone it. Little Butterfly lowered her head and said in a very small voice, Mr. Jin doesn't need to call me Little Butterfly Girl. My name is Mucho Die. Mu with 3 points of water and a wooden character. Autumn of autumn. Butterfly of butterfly. You just call me Little Butterfly like your uncle and aunt. My name is Jin Chao. Nice to meet you. With that, Jin Chao got up and extended his hand to shake hands with Xiao Dai in a very formal manner. Jin's father and Jin's mother, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Dai with a smile on their faces, as if they were eager for the two to shake hands. Xiao Dai also put down the chopsticks in her hand and shook Jin Chao's hand, then quickly withdrew it. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ken. I've heard great things about you for a long time. Ugh, what are you calling Mr. Ken? Just like us, call her Little Ken, or Little Chao. She's still 3 years younger than you. Sit down and eat. When they sat down, Xiao Dai kept her head buried, while Jin Chao was filled with guilt. Why didn't I think of that myself? Mom and Dad's former habits, and acquaintances and friends, were in the original neighborhood, came here and didn't know a soul. If it weren't for Little Butterfly, Mom and Dad wouldn't know what to do if something happened to them. I really have to thank the Little Butterfly Girl for this. Miss Xiao Dai. Jin Chao wanted to say something else, but was scared back by a look from Jin's mom. How unfamiliar to call Little Butterfly Girl. Just call Little Butterfly. We'll all be friends from now on. Jin Chao hemmed and hawed, terrified of Jin's mom. Directly changing his words, he said, Little Butterfly, Thank you for this period of time. I don't have anything to thank you for, so I'll just send you 1,000 fantasy rain butterfly. With that, a gust of wind kicked up outside the house. A huge 1,000 illusion rainfly, lying on the ground, with 2 lantern-sized eyes, looked straight inside. The 3 of them were a little dumbfounded as they looked at the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly through the window. It's the first time I've seen a butterfly this big alive. Ken's dad and mom don't really know anything about the 1,000 fantasy rain butterfly though, but also know that living foreign beasts, very precious. Kid, this gift still take. While Xiao Dai was very clear about the value of the 1,000 fantasy rain butterfly, one was $3 million, especially the living and obedient chimera rainfly. This is the only one besides Ken Chao. Its value is even higher, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it's worth $300 million. I didn't expect such a big gift from Jin Chao for just a small favor. This says nothing about taking it. No, it's just a small favor. I can never accept such a heavy gift. Hey, what can't you take? This stuff, my son has more than enough of it. Just take it, and it's a pretty good name for you. If you don't take it, Auntie will be too embarrassed to bother you with any trouble in the future. Ken's mom hurriedly persuaded. Yeah, just take it. Fae are worthless to me, if you don't mind. Disgusted? Who would mind? It's not worth it yet. It was only Jin Chao who dared to say that. Looking at the 2 people who were persuading, Xiao Dai didn't know what to say for a while. It would have been dumb to talk. This time it had to be taken as well. Well, then, okay, I'll take it. That's right, you 2 leave your contact information in a while. Get in touch more often. After saying that, he started to give Xiao Dai some food. Jin Chao then opened his mouth and said to his mom, Mom, there's something I want to discuss with you. What's up? You tell me. Although he was talking to Jin Chao, his eyes stayed on Xiao Dai. Jin Chao was also speechless. I remember Mom working at the Fei meat splitting plant before. It was only when she heard this that Jin's mom turned her head to look at Jin Chao and said in a somewhat puzzled voice, Yeah, what's wrong? I need a large batch of Fei crystals recently. I wonder if Mom can get them. Jin's mom frowned and said, Fei crystals? It's not much use. What do you need it for? Fei crystals, condensed from the energy within the Fei. Every Fei has one, although the crystals are filled with various energies, but the energy was too violent to utilize. Instead, it becomes waste that cannot be utilized. However, just because a human can't use it doesn't mean that a Fei can't use it. Moreover, Fei crystals were also important items for Fei to level up and evolve. Fei could only upgrade quickly if they devoured enough crystals. So Jin Chao needs this kind of thing now. Chapter 46, My family has a lot. Jin's mom was puzzled by this request from her son. But this is the kind of thing that a son wants. So just get it for him. This kind of stuff is very easy to get. It's all some level 3 and 5 alien beast crystals. Once you talk to those workers in our neighborhood, you can send a lot of them. Level 3 and 5? The rating is a little too low. The Fei in their own hands now were at least level 20. It was unknown how much it would take to upgrade by devouring a Fei crystalline beast of this level. Is there a higher grade? It's okay to spend money on it, so that uncle and aunt can earn some extra money. The original neighborhood was still familiar to Jin Chao. They are all ordinary citizens. One can only do laborious work for little pay, and life is better than they had before, though, but none of them are rich, and they can only be considered as a solution to the problem of subsistence. Moreover, these uncles and aunts, in their own family's time of trouble, hadn't failed to succor them. Now that you have the ability, it's only natural to give back to them. The more advanced ones are just 5 and 6, nothing higher. Hearing this, Jin Chao couldn't help but frown. Level 5 and 6, and a lot of difference too, so it seems we'll just have to make up for it in numbers. That's okay. Just as Jin Chao was about to continue, Xiao Dai raised her right hand, as glutinous as a student about to speak, and said, Mr. Jin. Saying this, Xiao Dai glanced at Jin's mom before changing her words. Little Jin needs high-grade Fei crystals, which I have at my house. Jin Chao looked at Xiao Dai and was pleased, but as soon as the joy came, it was squashed by Jin Chao. Her family has it, and I'm afraid there's not much of it. It looks like someone else will have to do the job on this one. Then I'll trouble Xiao Dai to take me to pick it up. Don't worry about the money. I'll give as much as I should. Money is not necessary. You've already sent the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly to me. You can't charge money for this kind of thing. I just don't know how much you need. Butterfly asked seriously. Jin Chao, on the other hand, said indifferently, take as many as you can. Then you'll have to prepare dozens of space rings. My family has plenty of those. Hearing Xiao Dai's words, Jin Chao's entire body was shocked. I thought it was considered a big deal that there were just a couple dozen of them in the little butterfly family. After all, this is the kind of thing that no one really wants except those who are in the business of collecting. But she said she wanted dozens of space rings. How much is that? A space ring is tens or hundreds of cubic meters. A Fei crystal, which was just a bit bigger than an egg. One space ring can hold hundreds of thousands of them. Dozens of them? Mustn't be close to 10 million? How did her family get so many? Jin Chao asked cautiously. Can I ask how many levels those fake crystals are? Most of them are in the teens, and some of them are in the 20s. If you want them all, I'll have my dad arrange for someone to send them over to you, but it'll have to be tomorrow. A dozen or so levels, 2 dozen or so levels, and so much more. What exactly does Diego's family do? Though it is known that those who can live here are not ordinary people, but to be able to possess so many fey crystals, I'm afraid that the little butterfly family's power isn't small. After all, a single crystallization represents a fey beast. Is it convenient to ask what your family does? Jin Chao asked cautiously. After all, it wasn't very polite. My family? Ah, does the fey slaughterhouse? Most of the slaughterhouses in the city are owned by my family. Slaughterhouses for the slaughter of level 10, 20-something alien beasts. I'm afraid that the little butterfly family's power is only second to this latter, even if it's not comparable to the martial artist building. I didn't realize that the timid and cowardly looking little butterfly was so powerful at home. Then I'll trouble your aunt and uncle. It's nothing. These have been sitting for a long time. Even if you don't want them, you're still going to throw them away. Consider it a return gift for you. Saying that, little butterfly smiled faintly and coyly. Tens of millions of fey crystals. I don't know. Is it enough for them all to level up to 37? The biggest thing was settled and Jin Chao started to eat. As for those uncles and aunts in the original neighborhood, Jin Chao had also said that the crystals of alien beasts below level 10 were $1 each, $2 a pop for levels 11 through 20, and so on. I'm afraid they can't find any above level 20, but even that would improve their lives immensely. After dinner, under the strong request of Jin's father and Jin's mother, Jin Chao sent Xiaodai back home, but only to the door. It was only a few hundred meters in total, and it wouldn't even take 15 minutes to go back and forth. I don't know what mom and dad were thinking. When he got home, Jin Chao was ready to rest, and when Xiaodai arrived home, she hurried back to her room. Folding his arms over his chest, he lay straight down on the soft bed. I can't believe I'm meeting my idol, and eating with an idol. He even gave himself a ride home, also gave himself a level 30,000 fantasy rain butterfly. One is not dreaming. It's exciting to think about. I've been following Jin Chao myself ever since his exploits broke on the internet. The power he possesses is something that millions of people would love to have. Meanwhile Mr. Ken is strong. It's only a dozen levels and you can tame a level 30 fey beast. No one else can even think about it. And Mr. Ken is very caring. The first People's Hospital was remodeled so that the poor could have access to medical care. Mr. Ken also has a sense of justice. Clear the name of the bottom staff and punish the main culprits severely. The piles show his noble qualities. At the same time, he's handsome. He's the perfect idol. I wonder how many teenage girls would like to meet Mr. Ken. And yourself, so close to your idol. Also seen. Think of the image of Ken Chao getting naked. Xiaodai just couldn't help but blush for a moment. Just as Xiaodia's heart was in turmoil, a teenager barged right in. The teenager was seen with his feet forked, one hand on the handle and the other on the doorframe. The whole thing was in a big shape. It was very exciting to look at little butterfly. The next second he rushed straight to her and grabbed Dai's shoulders with both hands, just gripped her off the bed. Very excitedly, she said, "Sis, was it Mr. Jean who sent you back just now? Was it Mr. Ken?" Xiaodai lowered her head and said a little shyly, "It's Mr. Jean." Hearing Xiaodia's reply, the teenager directly let go of Xiaodai and shouted with great excitement, "Ah, what did I miss? Had I been sure it was Mr. Jean, I would have rushed straight over just now." Much to his chagrin, the teenager clasped his head in his hands and fell to his knees, then stretched his arms toward the sky. Painfully, he said, "Why the idol is close at hand. I can't believe I just missed it. No, I have to go find the idol to go." With that, the teenager got up from the ground very nimbly and was about to go to Jin Chao's house. It was Xiaodai who was quick on her feet and grabbed the teenager by the shoulders, whispering, "Jie, Mr. Jean just came back from outside and is already tired. Let's go back to him tomorrow." As if he had just remembered, Jia quickly said, Yes, Mr. Jean must be tired after being outside the city for so many days. It's time to take a good rest. I'll look for him tomorrow." After that, Jia stared straight at Xiaodai and said, "What did you do with Mr. Jean today? Tell me everything. I want to hear it." Chapter 47, I must chase him away. Xiaodai looked at her brother who had an expectant face and was somewhat helpless. This kid, who worships Mr. Ken even more than he does, I'm afraid he won't rest until he says what he wants to hear today. So, Xiaodai told all the things that happened today, and the honest little butterfly told the story of Jin Chao's walking around naked. It drew a sigh of relief from Jie, who also leapt at Tong Xiaodai to step up and take down Mr. Ken. "What did you say? Mr. Ken is such a good man. He must not fall into someone else's hands. It's more comfortable to leave it in her hands. It made Butterfly ashamed of herself. And when Jia heard that Xiao Dai had dinner with Jin Chao, sent her the 1000 fantasy rain butterfly, and made a date to meet tomorrow, Jia's entire body was envious. Being able to eat with your idol is enough to make you jealous. The idol also gave a precious level 30 exotic beast. Mr. Ken is too generous. Not bad for someone our siblings adore. Atmosphere. As for the matter of delivering the Fey crystals tomorrow, one had to go. It's a knife in the sky, but you have to go. For no other reason than to get in front of my idol. Hearing this, a Mu family couple, who had been hiding outside the door, walked out at the same time. It's a little awkward. After all, eavesdropping on your son or daughter's conversations is a bit unkind, even for a parent. But this? We can't be blamed. Parents know best what their daughters are and what their character is. You can't let just anyone give up such a good cabbage. But Jin Chao's words are perfectly fine. After all, a man who can casually send a level 30 alien beast to someone he just met, definitely better for your own people. I just don't know if my own daughter can take Jin Chao. Xiao Dai, you said Mr. Jin needs a lot of Fey crystals? When do you want it? Butterfly didn't mean to blame mom and dad. Tomorrow, I think it says. Papa Mu cupped his chin with his right hand and said directly, then have the workers prepare it tonight. We can't delay Mr. Jin's business. With that, Papa Mu took out his martial arts medal and walked out of the room to start making arrangements. Mu Ma, on the other hand, came to Xiao Dai with a smile on her face, took her hand and said, Xiao Dai, what do you think of Mr. Jin? Naturally, Butterfly knew what her mom meant. There was a blush. Mom, Mr. Jin and I just met, and besides, Mr. Jin is such a nice guy. How can I be good enough for him? The more little Butterfly said, the lower her head was buried, and in the end, her voice was almost inaudible, but anyone with eyes can see that. Xiao Dai likes Jin Chao very much. I just don't think I deserve it. Muma was just about to enlighten Xiao Dai when she saw Xiao Jia squeezing right over, grabbing Xiao Dia's shoulder solemnly. She said, Sis, you can't think like that. Although Mr. Jin is very good, you're not bad either. In terms of looks, you're so good looking that you can't see how many people want to chase you. Can you? Xiao Dai, on the other hand, said seriously, but, Mr. Jin is also very handsome. Xiao Jia froze and said, it's really true, but, our family is rich. Although it's not the number one in Wanzhong City, except for the martial artist building, the Nan Yi group, the Three Dragons gang, and the Black and White Infernal, our family is considered to be the strongest of the bunch. At this moment, Xiao Dai continued, but, he is the second in command of the martial artist building, and, he made 500 million in less than 5 days, so let's not compare our family's wealth with Mr. Jin's. Jay stammered, not knowing what to say. After all, his idol was too good. It seems to be weak right now. But that's all sooner rather than later, and this one is weak. It's compared to those top powers and strong people, not to mention the younger generation. Many of the seniors are no longer in a position to compare with Mr. Ken. Looking at it this way, my own oldest sister really doesn't deserve Mr. Jin. Thinking about it, Jay was outright anxious. But, are you comfortable leaving Mr. Ken in the hands of another bad woman? Hearing Jia say this, Xiao Dai finally mustered up the courage to say, it's not reassuring. Then how about you chase Mr. Jin down, and then, I'll do whatever you want, okay? Good. Looking at the two siblings who were suddenly hot and bothered, Muma was speechless, directly pushing Jia away. She gave him a blank look and said, what have you taught your sister? Then he turned his head to Xiao Dai and said, Xiao Dai, you don't need to listen to your brother. What you need most right now is self-confidence. You're not inferior to others. As long as you like Mr. Jin, go boldly after him. Don't ever cause regrets because you don't dare now. Mom and Dad will support you, got it? But the current Xiao Dai clearly couldn't listen to Muma's words. The thought of Jin Chao possibly falling into the hands of those bad guys. Butterfly was just furious. How can such a good man be hurt by those bad women? Absolutely not. Mom, I know. I will protect Mr. Ken. Mu's mom saw this scene and had a headache. As soon as he yanked Jay by the ear, he headed outside. Jia ate the pain and started squealing, but still didn't forget to encourage Dai. Ugh, it hurts. Mom, gently. Gently, sis, come on, you have to catch Mr. Ken. Mom, gently, don't hit. The Mu family is buzzing with activity, while Jin Chao, on his side, has fallen asleep. Early the next morning, a bell woke Ken Chao up. Taking out the martial arts medal, he picked it up in a daze. Hey, who is it? Little Jin, I have no choice but to bother you this early. Come to the martial artist building. There's a big matter that needs to be handled by you. Zhao Lao's voice came from the other end. Jin Chao sobered up at once. Okay, I'll be right there. Hanging up the martial artist medal, Jin Chao began to dress and wash up. going downstairs with a panicked explanation. He grabbed his bag and headed out the door. On the way out, he didn't forget to send a message to Xiao Dai, troubling her to send the Fey crystals to the martial artist building. Soon, Jin Chao rode the Golden Crown Inferno Eagle and went to work. As for those 1,000 fantasy rain butterflies, they were all left behind by Jin Chao to keep Mom and Dad safe. Jin Chao hadn't forgotten that there was still an eyeing black and white in the wings. Mom and Dad must be kept safe. And for that pitfall, Jin Chao also figured it out. It's important to get up to strength as soon as possible, until the black and white are too scornful to strike against themselves. That way, he, and his family, would be completely safe. As for destroying the black and white, it wasn't without thought, but that would be too difficult, the longer it takes. After all, Black and White was a top-tier force on par with the martial artist building, the South Wild Group, and the Three Dragons Gang. One doesn't want to do that until it's absolutely necessary. When he arrived at the martial arts building, Jin Chao jumped straight down before he even landed. As for the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle, it flew to the top of the martial artist building to rest. As soon as he came down, he saw a crowd of people gathered in front of the door of the martial artist building. What's going on here? Not waiting for Jin Chao to slow down, Big Round Face came out of nowhere, tugging Jin Chao inside. Those who were gathered around hadn't even reacted yet. He just watched Jin Chao enter the martial arts building elevator. Came a burst of shouts, frantically surging in the direction where Jin Chao was. Looking at the formation, if they found out, Jin Chao would probably not be able to go to work. Soon, come to the 33rd floor. Elder Zhao and the other 3 S-rank squad leaders had already been waiting for Jin Chao. As for the others, all are video conferencing. Seeing this, Jin Chao was embarrassed to have so many people waiting for one of themselves. Chapter 48, a long way to go. In front of the oval conference table, Elder Zhao waved at Jin Chao. Here, sit here, he said, pointing directly to his side. A few people had different expressions when they saw it, but Jin Chao didn't care what they thought and sat directly next to Zhao Lao. Begin, Elder Zhao said and signaled for Mew to start the meeting. Kikyo nodded and started casting the screen, then said without a pause, I'm sure you all know what happened yesterday. Yesterday? What is it? Jin Chao was puzzled. He just went home and slept. Did something big happen? It seemed to see Jin Chao's disbelief. He purposely explained. Yesterday, more than 30 million citizens of Wanjiang City petitioned on the official website of the martial artist building, wanting us to increase the business of renting out exotic beasts. Since we don't know how viable this business is, we are meeting today specifically to discuss it. Hearing this, Jin Chao realized, no wonder there were so many people at the door today. It turns out that they are all running to the Fey. Only after seeing Jin Chao understand, Mew continued, the first item for discussion today is the feasibility of the business. After saying that, Mew stood behind Elder Zhao and took notes carefully. Zhao Lao directly ignored everyone and looked directly at Jin Chao and asked, Little Jin, can this business be opened? As Elder Zhao asked, everyone looked at Jin Chao. With the current high enthusiasm of the citizens of Wanjiang City, this business is enough to double the performance of the martial arts building, but only if the exotics can be rented out and the safety and experience of the employer can be guaranteed. However, not everyone wants this business to unfold. After all, the only one who could control the Fey was Jin Chao. The hotter this business was conducted, the more important Jin Chao became in Zhao Lao's mind. The higher Jin Chao's status in the martial arts building, for a few people, the greater the threat. Naturally, I don't want this situation, but this is something that not a few people can decide. Jin Chao replied after a little thought. Renting is possible, but, hearing Jin Chao say that he could rent it out, Elder Zhao and the group of principals were visibly relieved. As long as it could be rented out, the martial artist building, gaudily suppressing the other 3 major forces, and becoming the true top force in Wanjiang City, was just around the corner. But when they heard Jin Chao say but, everyone got nervous again. Zhao Lao even asked, but what? So many people in Wanjiang City want to rent it, and we don't have enough foreign beasts. Everyone was relieved to hear Jin Chao's concerns. Elder Zhao smiled and said, I thought there were some difficulties, but it turns out to be like this. You don't have to worry about this problem, as long as you can rent it out. The matter of the number of foreign beasts can be completely solved. After saying that, Elder Zhao exhaled deeply. It's a bit scary to see Jin Chao take this big breath. Start the next question. Mohammed continued. Determining that it can be rented out requires setting a rental price. Based on yesterday's small-scale online research, prices for exotics rentals vary greatly among different income groups, for which I offer the following program. With that, Kikyo clicked the tablet and the projection screen instantly switched to a table. It was clearly labeled with what grade, how much time, whether it could fly, whether it could perch in water, and the relative price point, which was very detailed. Jin Chao was dumbfounded by the sight. Even his own self, who already possessed the Fey Encyclopedia, was unable to separate them so carefully for a moment. There's no way to even imagine that this was made in one night by Moke. And to the question that Moke had just asked himself, clear solutions are also given on this sheet. For low-income people, you can rent low-grade, alien animals with no special abilities. The price for a day is also only around $2,000. If you just want to ride, $200 an hour is perfectly affordable. As for those that had requirements for the level of the alien beasts and their abilities, the price was naturally much higher. This level of consumption is set entirely for the wealthy. Everyone was satisfied to see this. At the same time, there is a deep knowledge of what Woodhopper is capable of. It's worthy of being the person that Zhao Lao left by his side. Even if it's being groomed as the next successor, it's perfectly fine. But compared to Jin Chao, it's still lacking a lot. If you all are okay with that, we'll implement it according to this price list. All said yes. Moke continued. The next thing to discuss is about the number of Fae. Whereas the total number of citizens of Wangjiang City has reached 57,899,491, and is still continuously increasing, excluding the young and old, as well as those who have no need for exotics, and those who can merge their leases. The needy base remains at more than 1 million, and the daily demand is around 100,000. Upon hearing this number, all those who attended the meeting sucked in a breath of cold air. The daily demand is 100,000, and even at the lowest price, one is 2,000 a day. It's also $200 million in the bank. Moreover, the consumption and inputs are small. It's a solid business. The moment of splendor that belongs exclusively to the martial arts building has arrived. Such a huge demand is difficult to solve at one time, and I offer the following options here. 1. Seek and purchase various coliseums, slaughterhouses, and severely injured alien beasts. Treat them, and they will be able to be put into use. 2. Increase the acquisition of foreign beasts and raise the price to stimulate the capture of foreign beasts by each martial arts squad. 3. Mobilize all the manpower in the martial arts building to serve Mr. Jean in capturing the Fae. 1 or 2 of them can be done at the same time. Seeing Moke's solution, all of them showed their appreciation, being deeply impressed by it. None of these 3, however, can be separated from Jin Chao. Today's meeting is not so much with everyone here. Might as well be asking for Jin Chao's opinion. But it was Elder Zhao who made the final call. I only saw Elder Zhao frowning and pondering for a while before he said to Jin Chao, "What do you think? Is it better to use that option?" Jin Chao had already thought about it a long time ago. I think it would be better to go with the first plus the second. And the sooner this business gets underway while the general public is hot, the better. The first speed is the fastest compared to the second and third. So I think the first plus the second is more in line with the current situation. As for the third, it can wait until after the day after tomorrow to be carried out. And the third is still a larger volume, although there are no exact figures. Still, Jin Chao probably understood. For a coliseum to have dozens of alien beasts, apart from a big power like the martial artist building, was already quite something. And there are only a few dozen of them in the entire Wangjiang City combined. Even if you collect all the seriously injured ones, there aren't many, but it's a lot faster than gathering people now and going out of town to catch them. Hearing Jin Chao's analysis, Zhao Lao revealed a pleased smile. These Zhao Lao had thought of them long ago. It's only to test Jin Chao. Okay, let's do what Ken said. Chapter 49, Leave it to Mr. Ken. By this point, the more important matters of this meeting were even deliberated. The rest of it is a bit more tedious. The meeting lasted from 8 o'clock in the morning, until 12:20 noon. When it ended, none of the latter required any comment from Jin Chao. It also made Jin Chao sleepy all the time. A couple of times I nearly fell asleep. However, Elder Zhao didn't say anything. Instead he told Jin Chao to go and rest first. When it was time for lunch, Zhao Lao went to call him. Jin Chao naturally didn't leave. That would have been rude, so he could only force himself to continue. And Zhao Wu, who was also sleepy from the meeting, was directly scolded by Zhao Lao. Didn't dare talk back at all. The favoritism is obvious. Meanwhile a meeting comes down. It also made the crowd clearly recognize Jin Chao's importance in the martial arts building. Even in the future, most of the business is conducted with Jin Chao in mind. It seems like the winds are really changing in the martial arts building. Previously, the crowd that thought Jin Chao was too weak and uncompetitive to ignore him had begun to rethink their stance. The 3 S-rank squad leaders, who were also the next head of the martial artist building, also felt a great deal of pressure. However, this did not include Zhao Wu. Just as the meeting ended, Elder Zhao asked the crowd to join him for dinner. A huge figure appeared at the window of the conference room. It was none other than the level 30,000 illusory rain butterfly. But what puzzled Jin Chao the most was the person standing on the back of the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly. Didn't you only give one to Xiao Dai? How come it's a guy standing on the back of 1,000 phantom rain butterfly? However, the man looks a lot like Dai. but one look at the dress and you can tell that the personality is the complete opposite of Xiaodie's. Very flamboyant. There's no denying that this face looks good on anyone. But, how come the more I look at this kid, the more he looks like a funny guy? The boy was seen shielding his hands over his eyes, poking his head in, and looking in as hard as he could. When he looked at Jin Chao, he instantly became excited and started jumping and jumping, waving his hand continuously. But no matter how much the other side tossed and turned, not a sound could be heard inside. Everyone in the conference room looked at Jin Chao, and Zhao Lao was even a bit puzzled as he asked, "Little Jin, do you know this person?" Jin Chao said with some embarrassment, "I don't know, but it might be a friend's family." Zhao Lao's frown deepened when he heard this. A friend's family? The friend you're talking about wouldn't be Mu Qiujie, would it? It was Jin Chao's turn to be puzzled. Elder Zhao, you know Mu Qiujie? How can you not recognize them? This sibling is famous in the martial artist circle, strong like a monster. Jin Chao was even more puzzled. Strong as a monster? Elder Zhao was sure that he was talking about Mu Qiujie. Such a good little girl. How can she not be related to someone who was strong like a monster? Just as Jin Chao was puzzled, Muhammad got a phone call. Then he came to Elder Zhao and Jin Chao and said, "Elder Zhao, Mr. Jin, Mu Qing said that Mr. Jin has an appointment with him and has come downstairs, and mentioned Mu Qiujie's name. I don't know if it's released or not. It's been waiting downstairs for over 3 hours." As soon as he mentioned this, Jin Chao instantly remembered that he had an appointment with Mu Qiujie to hand over the fake crystals at the martial artist building, a meeting, and forgot about it. It was a shame to make her wait so long. "Tell the people down there I'm on my way down." As soon as he finished his words, Mu reminded, "Mr. Jin, I think it's better to let Mr. Mu come to the 32nd floor. After Mu said that, Jin Chao remembered that if he went down at this moment, he would definitely not be able to do anything. It would be surrounded by those at the door and couldn't get out. It's also only possible for Mr. Mu to come to the 32nd floor. No one is allowed to come up on the 33rd floor except for Zhao Lao's permission." Just as Jin Chao was about to speak, Elder Zhao spoke directly. "Let Mr. Mu come to the 33rd floor, just in time to meet such an outstanding young man as well." Saying that, Elder Zhao looked at Jin Chao somewhat oddly and said, "Aren't you going to let him in?" "Oh, right. Probably too sleepy." Jin Chao's brain was a bit bad. With that, he ran straight to the window, opened it, and let the kid in. Mu Qiujie saw the window opened by his idol himself. He was so excited that he jumped in and grabbed Jin Chao's right hand with both of his hands, bent over and said playfully, "Brother-in-law, I can finally see you." "Brother-in-law? When did this happen? Wasn't it just a meeting? What makes you a brother-in-law?" Not only Jin Chao, even Zhao Lao was confused. "Is Ken seeing someone? Is this a late start for yourself?" "No, this needs to be clarified. He is also going to introduce his own granddaughter to Xiao Jin. It must not be preempted by others." Though that girl didn't agree. But as long as the old man is persistent, soft-spoken, and deadpan, anyway, sooner or later that girl will agree. Jin Chao hurriedly drew back his right hand and explained, "Your sister and I just met. It's not what you think. You can't talk nonsense." Mu Qiujie didn't care about Jin Chao's words at all. Scratching his head, he said, mistake of speech. A moment to say what's in my heart." "Mr. Jin, don't be angry." Jin Chao was speechless in his heart, but Zhao Lao was delighted to hear it. "It's not an object." That's good. Why didn't Dai come?" According to the agreement, it was Little Butterfly who came to deliver the fey crystals, but she didn't let this conspicuous bag come. When Jia heard this, he said with a look of hatred, "Yesterday night, we said well, today we came together to send." Who knows, she was on the verge of retreating and did not dare to come. This is not. Went to Mr. Jin's house, and aunt and uncle chatting away. In that case, with your sister's character, it really isn't very suitable to come to a crowded place. Let's go. Go pick up your aunt and uncle. With that, he headed out the door first. Before he could get out the door, a hearty laugh came from outside. No need. I'm already here. It's not easy to see you. Old Zhao don't come back well." Elder Zhao smiled faintly and said, "It's still the same, but it's you, kid. You've been blessed with a lot of luck lately." Mu Dad naturally knew what Elder Zhao meant by that. His own son, the conspicuous bag, arrived first, and he had to let Zhao Lao know about everything. At that moment, he could only smile sarcastically and say, it's all the same. Being able to get such a powerful assistant as Mr. Jin, it's only a matter of time before the martial artist building goes to the next level. Stop being polite and get down to business. We're all still hungry. Yes. If Elder Zhao appreciates his face, I'll treat everyone to dinner later. Okay, it's a deal. After the two of them had finished their courtesies, it was time to hand over the fey crystals to Jin Chao, which was the main event of the day. Meanwhile Jin Chao was wondering what to give in return. Who knew that Mu's father spoke out of turn and directly said to Jin Chao, Mr. Jin, in the future, this brat will be left to your tutelage. I can't control him anymore, and I'm afraid that in the whole of Wangjiang City, he'll just listen to you alone. Hearing this, Jin Chao was directly blinded. What's going on? Aren't you here to deliver the Fey crystals to me? Why did you just give your son to yourself? This isn't right. Chapter 50, there's nothing to give away. Just give it to an alien beast. It wasn't just Jin Chao. Everyone in the room was confused except for the Mu family's father and son. It's not enough to give your daughter to Jin Chao, but you have to get your son too? Also, are you unaware of how famous your own pair of babies are out there? If it wasn't for Mu Qiujie being too unruly, he would have been scooped up by the major powers. You're just giving it away and stuffing it. What do you want people to think? The Mu Qiujie siblings are young though, only 21 years old. However, he had already broken through to level 38 and had awakened a very incomprehensible special ability. It was the few young men present who were famous throughout the entire Wangjiang city who had great difficulty trying to deal with them. It was important to know that the ones present, except Jin Chao, which one was not rank strength, were much stronger than their siblings, and they were all elites among elites. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so highly regarded by Elder Zhao. That's the kind of talent that Jin Chao got two of straight away? Isn't that a bit hasty? It took half a day for Jin Chao to respond, looking somewhat bewildered at the conspicuous pack with an expectant face, thinking about little butterfly and the fake crystals that Mu's dad sent today. Although it was very reluctant, he couldn't refute Mu dad's face, so Jin Chao said very reluctantly, at least, you have to tell me what your name is. Hearing Jin Chao's promise, Mu's dad was visibly relieved. I'm still afraid that Jin Chao doesn't want to carry this conspicuous bag of his own. After all, with Jin Chao's current fame, what kind of people did he want not have? It seems that his daughter has a bigger face than he. As a father. As for Mu Qiujie, after hearing Jin Chao's words, he was obviously stunned and muttered to himself, this stinky old sister, just can't be relied on. Even my name wasn't even mentioned with the idol. Go back and make sure to slaughter her properly. After saying that, he quickly changed his face and looked at Jin Chao very pleasingly, even a little nervous. My name is Mu Qiujie. I'm 21 years old this year. I'm Mu Qiudai's twin brother, and just because my elder sister came out half a minute earlier, my strength has broken through to a 38th level Grand Martial Master, Mastery of Astral Chi, and the ability that has been awakened is the special series time ability. Mu Qiujie wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Jin Chao reaching out. Somewhat puzzled, he looked at Mu Dad and said, are you sure you want to give him to me? It was thought that Mu Qiujie's strength wasn't strong, and that's why Mu Dad let him follow him to exercise. But listening to this, it's not like that at all. Level 38, Mastery of Astral Energy. Awakening of Time Powers. Although Jin Chao didn't know Mu Qiujie's strength, but with those points alone, it's even better than yourself. Any ability that can be tied to time is almost invulnerable. What's the point of following you? Mu Dad was a bit flustered when he heard this, and waited fiercely for Mu Qiujie. If it was usual, Mu Qiujie wouldn't be afraid, but now it's about whether or not the idol wants to be himself. I'm panicking too. Did it not go into enough detail? Or does the idol think he's too weak and doesn't want him to follow him? I should have known to make myself stronger. What now? Want to get a fight with one of the guys on the scene? That way, the idol knows I'm not weak at all. If you let a few people present until Mu Qiujie's thoughts, must be pretty speechless. You're still weak? If it weren't for the fact that, being born a few years before you, I wouldn't be able to beat you now. Now there's a Jin Chao who's even more perverted than these siblings. As a representative of the strength of young people in Wangjiang City, there was a lot of pressure. And isn't Ken Chao too cocky? This kind of strength, and you still hate it? If you don't want it, I'll scoop it up. Mu's dad obviously didn't react either. However, it was normal for Jin Chao to dislike his own son. After all, people's strength is here. At only level 27, he was able to crush a level 40 plus martial zone. This kind of genius has never really appeared. His own son, indeed, does not deserve it. Thus, Mu Qing carefully asked, Mr. Jin, is this because you think this kid is not strong enough? Don't worry about that. When we go back, I will make sure to give him devilish training and then give him the best chi and blood replenishment. He can definitely break through to level 41 within a month, and will never hold Mr. Jin back. When Mu Qiujie heard this, he also nodded with a resolute gaze. Elder Zhao on the side was also anxious. A talent like Mu Qiujie could not be dug up even if he wanted to before. It's too good an opportunity to pass up. But before Elder Zhao could open his mouth to persuade him, Jin Chao spoke directly. Mr. Mu, you've misunderstood. I don't dislike him for being weak, but he's too strong. There's no need for him to follow me. Why don't you take a look at the three of them? Their strength far exceeds mine. They can definitely train Mr. Mu properly. so it is. Only after hearing Jin Chao's words did the Mu family's father and son breathe a sigh of relief. You're being ignorant of your own strength. Being able to control so many alien beasts, one would have been able to crush them over the levels long ago, and it's over many levels. 100 level 30 Fey. Even a level 50 martial artist would have to hold off for a while. A level 40 martial artist didn't even have to think about it. Just run. Slower is the end of a corpse. If you're still weak here, no one is strong. Mr. Jean is joking. Your strength is well known to everyone present. Much better than this no good one in my family. Moreover, this brat is too flamboyant in character to look at anyone. Even I don't always listen to my words, so you are the only one who can discipline him. Jin Chao looked at Mu Chou-jie with some confusion. This conspicuous package in addition to talk a little more. But other things are quite good. Did not feel how bad to get along with Mr. Mu must have said that on purpose. It's all come down to this. It's no longer possible to disagree. Alright then, it just so happens that I need help too. As long as Mu Chou-jie doesn't mind me. Dare not dare not dare. To be able to fight together with my idol is more than I could ever ask for. How could I dare to dislike it? Mu Chou-jie's hanging heart finally fell. I don't have anything to give you for the first time we meet. Seeing as you like the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly so much, I'll give you one. Everyone, hearing this was confused. Is that so bossy? An obedient fey beast as a gift on your first meeting? What does that make these people in the room think? This behavior of Jin Chao now. What's the difference between saying to a beggar, I have more money than I can spend. Let's give you 300 million to spend for fun. In this moment, deeply realize the feeling of the poor looking up to the rich. And, one is the poor man. At this point, even Elder Zhao wanted to have the cheek to ask for a fey from Jin Chao, but thought better of it. It's just too much to pull off. Mu Chou-jie, who was a party to the incident, was even more frozen on the spot. The idol is giving me a beast too? This isn't a dream, is it? Did happiness come too suddenly? Mu Qing was still relatively calm. After all, he already knew about Jin Chao's gift of the little butterfly fey yesterday. Thank you so much Mr. Jin for such an expensive gift. This is the fey crystals you asked for. See if it's enough. If not, I'll have the people from the factory prepare it again. It really didn't scavenge well over the course of an evening, but that's most of it already. However, if Jin Chao still needs it, one doesn't mind paying to buy from another slaughterhouse. It's worth spending any amount of money as long as you can get a solid ride on the Jin Chao line. Chapter 51, Black and White. Unbreakable. Jin Chao took the spatial ring and after entering his fingerprints, he was able to control the spatial ring as he wished. A whole 100 cubic meters of space was densely filled with various colors of fey crystals. It was at least no less than $200,000, and there were more than 50 of the same space rings inside. More than 10 million fey crystals. It would take a long time just to load it up. Mr. Mu was really dedicated to giving himself a hand. The two fey were kind of not for nothing. Thank you uncle. When there is time, I will definitely come to the door to thank you. Mu's dad was about to say something polite when Mok suddenly cut them off. Turning to Jin Chao and Elder Zhao, he said, Elder Zhao, Mr. Jin, a call just came from the first floor. Those coliseums and slaughterhouses have already delivered those dying exotic beasts, just waiting for us to acquire them. Muhammad's words were obvious. Dying. A little later and we'd lose a lot of fey. And time was running out. Elder Zhao laughed and said, it seems that Xiao Jin won't be able to eat this lunch. Business is business, so I'll go down. With that, Jin Chao was about to head for the stairway. Mu Dad hurriedly winked and told Mu Chou-jie to follow. Then he said to Elder Zhao, let them youngsters get busy. Let's catch up. Okay, just waiting for you to say that. Soon, Jin Chao arrived at the backyard of the martial artist building. A large group of people with foreign beasts were waiting for Jin Chao. As soon as these people got the news, they rushed over with their own severely injured and dying fey beasts. This could only be sold as fey meat in the old days. The martial arts building now buys them at the price of a normal living xenomorph. It's the equivalent of making 10 times as much. How can you pass up such a great opportunity to make money? So, without the slightest delay, they all flocked here. Fear that the martial arts building will backtrack. And Jin Chao was stunned when he saw this scene. There must be at least tens of thousands of them in this formation. It's not even close to the expected 1 or 2,000. In fact, Jin Chao was not wrong in thinking that, but it missed a point. That was the alien beasts that had been beaten half to death by martial artists and sent straight to the slaughterhouse. These foreign beasts have lost their ability to move, but the people at the slaughterhouse are taking a big risk when they try to deconstruct it. So, it would leave this fey out to dry for a few days, until the fey are dead. Then they can be deconstructed. There are a lot of these exotic beasts, but the more, the happier Can was. That's a lot of throbbing blood values, even if they were all low-level alien beasts, but the wins are in large numbers. It seems that today, one's strength can become quite a bit stronger again. Big round face followed behind. Surprised. Ooh, so many. Looks like it's going to be a busy night. While the martial arts building was busy and bustling, Jin Chao's house was quiet. Butterfly behaved herself and watched TV with Ken's dad and mom. Jin's parents, Jin's mom, were feeding Xiaodai all kinds of snacks and fruits one after another. It was as if Butterfly had been starved for days without food. However, where they couldn't see, danger had already struck. Zhou Ming, who was black and white, was in the villa directly across from Jin Chao's house. In order to assassinate Jin Chao, Zhou Ming had also put in his blood, spent tens of millions of dollars on a suite here. However, as long as we kill Jin Chao and erase the taint of the black and white in the Zhou family, it's all worth it. After a morning of observation, Zhou Ming had already mapped out all the circumstances of Jin Chao's family. Jin Chao was now level 27 and had awakened his light ability. There are 2 level 20 exotics on hand, and 19 level 30 Fae, flying overhead to keep his parents safe. If they were to fight hard, even a level 50 martial zone would most likely be defeated in Jin Chao's hands. But all this is not at all a problem for himself. The poisonous alien ability unfolded, not to mention the level 30 alien beasts. It was the level 40 Fae that had no chance of surviving. Moreover, it was impossible for these alien beasts to attack their elementalized selves. This battle has long stood undefeated. There's nothing to be afraid of. Now just wait for Jin Chao to come home. He will surely die. Little by little, time passed and the sky grew dark. It was long past the end of the day. However, the backyard of the martial arts building was still full of people. There's absolutely no looking like it's going to stop. By now Jin Chao was tired and sweating. Just be responsible for taming the Fae though. But there are too many Fae now. The manpower drawn from the martial arts building alone would not be able to keep them busy. Jin Chao could only tame the foreign beasts while feeding them recovery potions. The whole afternoon, not even a sip of water. But the rewards are great. Now, having risen to level 35, he even got 2 perverted abilities. One is called Immaculate Space, and is capable of harboring any object, including living things, and also teleporting them anywhere. The limitations are that there is no more than a 10-level difference in power levels and that the range is within 5,000 kilometers. This ability may seem like a chicken scratch, and can only be used as a storage space, just one more than a space ring, which can store living things, but that was exactly what Jin Chao needed. After all, it was too ostentatious and inconvenient to carry a large group of foreign beasts every time you traveled. How nice to have a place to put them now and carry them with you. Still, the biggest use of this ability is teleportation. Imagine meeting an enemy you have no way of dealing with. And with a level difference of exactly 10 levels, Jin Chao was perfectly capable of receiving him into unsullied space and teleporting him to a faraway place. Even teleported him to a high-level alien beast and killed him with a borrowed knife. It's scary to think about it. It's simply unsolvable in general. Another ability is the Burning Void Ink Flame, which is capable of burning everything in sight to ashes, including space. Even Jin Chao sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this introduction. Even space could be burned to ashes. The Burning Void Ink Flame was too terrifying. Doesn't that mean that as long as one releases the Burning Void Ink Flame and delays for a certain amount of time, one can burn their opponent to death? It's not insurmountable anymore. It's invincible. But with such a powerful skill, there are limits. The level difference, again, cannot exceed 10 levels. Otherwise, it cannot be killed, only burned. Seeing this, Jin Chao's excited heart calmed down a little. Without that restriction, even Jin Chao is a bit of a looker. However, his own self was now invincible within a level 10 gap. As for Muqiu Jie, it was even worse. His main job was to sift through the dying Fae, then carry it to Jin Chao. When did the Golden Young Master ever do this kind of work? Normally, you don't do this kind of work, just wouldn't even look at it more than once. But just because of Jin Chao's words, Muqiu Jie was happy to do it and even asked Jin Chao for compliments every now and then. Even being covered in blood didn't matter in the slightest. If this was for Mu's dad to see, he would be shocked beyond words. It turns out that my own son can work, and that's just for a compliment from Jin Chao. This worthless look. It's hard to connect with the unruly Muqiu Jie Hinua. However, just as the crowd was working feverishly, Jin Chao suddenly froze in place, his fists clenched, his forehead veins bulging, his face full of rage. At the same instant, an eagle cry rang out overhead. Without a word, Jin Chao directly jumped onto the back of the golden crowned Inferno Eagle, and in less than 2 seconds before and after, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, leaving a confused crowd behind. And Jin Chao didn't even care about these people right now, because the black and white assassins struck out at their own families. Chapter 52, Spatial Abilities. Big round face as well as Muqiu Jie and the two of them had big faces facing each other, completely outside of the situation. What's wrong with Jin Chao? How come you're doing a good job and suddenly you're angry, and run away without a word? That's not like him. Is Xiao Jin too tired and losing his temper? This kid, He is too ignorant. If he is tired, just say it, the day is over. He doesn't have to give up, the big round face said in mock anger. In fact, the heart wants to get off work already. Today was arguably the most exhausting day since I started work. If Jin Chao doesn't give up, he wants to give up himself. Upon hearing this, Mu Chio Jia was immediately unhappy, staring angrily with a pair of big eyes. He said, "Big round face, I won't allow you to say anything bad about Mr. Jin. He's never like that. Something big must have happened. I have to hurry and follow him over to see." The big round face was just about to get angry when a huge butterfly appeared in the sky above. Mu Chio Jia jumped right on it and flew away following the direction Jin Chao left. Seeing the situation, Moke was the first to calm the commotion. "Tell them to come back tomorrow, and in the meantime, report the situation here to Elder Zhao." Zhao Lao, who had heard the news, was the first to realize that something was wrong. Immediately, he said, "Mia, you immediately follow up and take a look. I suspect that it's the Black and White Infernals people who made the move." Mia's expression was suddenly grave. The Black and White Infernal made their move while Jin Chao was here. Wouldn't that be them taking a shot at Jin Chao's family? The rule of the Jianghu is that woe is not as bad as family. The Black and White went overboard this time. "Sister Zhao, you maintain the scene. I have something urgent to leave." After saying that, without waiting for the big round face to speak, with a flash, the person had already disappeared. Only the big round face is left. What's wrong with each and every one of these? In a hurry to get reincarnated. One by one, they're gone, leaving only their bitter selves behind. And at that moment, Jin Chao's house was in a state of chaos, only to see the 18,000 illusory rain butterflies all collapsing to the ground, their entire bodies glowing with a strange purple and green color, lying on the ground and twitching continuously. The large villa was even wrapped in a cloud of purple liquid and soaked. The walls, the floor, had long since been corroded and shaken. With such strong toxicity, there's no telling what has become of the people inside. And naturally, this was all Zhou Ming's doing. It would have been nice to wait in the villa across the street, but it was long past the closing time, and Jin Chao still didn't come back. Zhou Ming instinctively assumed that it was the martial arts building that had gotten the news. Tell Jin Chao not to go home, but strike out on your own and never allow failure. So he decided to kill Jin Chao's parents and force him to come to him. With his own strength combined with his poisonous supernatural ability, it would be no trouble at all to resolve these foreign beasts. In just one look, all 19,000 illusory rain butterflies were poisoned. Were it not for the fact that they are inherently toxic and have certain antibodies, it's long gone by now. As for the two ordinary people, they were not even put in their eyes. If it wasn't for Mu Chio Jie, Jin Chao's parents would have been long gone, even the bone crumbs. However, even with her special ability, she could only hold out for a short while. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. It's just a shame to have such excellent abilities. Mu Chio Jie, give up. Being able to hold out under me for so long, your spatial ability is indeed impressive. But the gap in strength is not something that can be made up for by an ability. Why hold on so hard if you're going to die early? Zhou Ming's right hand raised the 3 arrows above it that were made up of venom, constantly flipping up and down, eyes full of playfulness. He looked at Mu Chio Jie, not putting her in the slightest. Although Mu Chio Jie's spatial ability was difficult to deal with, but, controlled by the venom and surrounded by 2 tired people, she just couldn't run away if she wanted to. Mu Chio Jie was in full control of the shield created by the spatial ability. There simply isn't much energy to deal with anything else. However, Zhou Ming striking out at ordinary people had made her feel very angry. Martial artists are not allowed to strike at ordinary people. And you're still a high-ranking martial artist. Aren't you afraid that the military will find trouble with Black and White? Hearing this, Zhou Ming burst out laughing. Mu Chio Jie, are you stupid in the head from reading? If we, Black and White, were afraid of the military, we wouldn't be in the assassin business. As for your comment about not being able to strike at ordinary people, in my eyes, ordinary people are no different from trash and garbage. It's better to kill them all. Save the waste of resources. I won't allow you to talk about aunts and uncles like that. Mu Chio Jie was instantly anxious when she heard Zhou Ming insult Jin's father and mother. If he hadn't been surrounded by venom, he would have rushed up and violently punched Zhou Ming. However, in the face of Mu Chio Jie's anger, Zhou Ming merely sneered and said, "It's better to mind your own first." As he said that, the 3 arrows in his hand shot electrically and struck the shield that Mu Chio Jie had put up. Click, click, click. 3 crunching sounds rang out. The shield that was already on the verge of rupture was even more densely covered with cracks. It simply can't hold up any longer. At that time, Zhou Ming's venom would completely devour the 3 of them, leaving their corpses and bones intact. Ken's dad, Ken's mom, doesn't understand this though, but they knew that if little butterfly could last this long, she must have a way to escape. It's only for myself that I stayed, but now it seems that Dai can't hold out any longer. Xiao Dai had done enough for herself. She must not let Xiao Dai get killed. Xiao Dai Auntie knows you can escape. Don't give your life away for your uncle and auntie. You have to live to tell Jin Chao who killed us so he can avenge us. Auntie has one more thing to ask of you. In the future you must take good care of Jin Chao so that we can feel at ease. Ken's mom said, her eyes flooding with tears. Clearly the day is just getting up and about to be killed. It seems that in this life, one's life is not to enjoy happiness. But what will Jin Chao do when he's gone? This kid is only 18, and it's so sad that he has no one to turn to in the future. Little Butterfly bit her lip and said, Auntie, there must be a way. As long as I can hold on for a little while longer, someone will surely find out, and by then, we will be saved. Zhou Ming, who heard this, burst out laughing. Saved? If it wasn't for Jin Chao getting the news and rushing over, you guys would have been dead long ago. Really think your spatial powers can stop me? Saying that, 3 arrows appeared in Zhou Ming's hand once again, whistling towards Little Butterfly's shield. Click, clack, bang. The shield, which was already on the verge of shattering, directly shattered under the attack of the 3 arrows. The venom that was originally blocked out was no longer hindered and headed straight for the 3. A gust of poisonous gas even surrounded the 3. In just an instant, Dr. Ken's dad and mom passed out. Xiao Dai was also weak all over and planted herself on the ground, but still struggling to hold up the shield again to protect Jin's dad and mom. But there is a heart. Looking at the venom that was already close at hand, Dai closed her eyes in resignation. The mind kept begging Jin Chao not to come back. The current him was simply no match for Zhou Ming. Chapter 53, The Power of Burning Voiding Flame. While gritting his teeth, however, Zhou Ming's poison was too powerful, and even an advanced martial artist like Xiao Dai couldn't hold on. Even though Dai's consciousness was already blurred, his mouth still chanted, Mr. Jin, Mr. Jin. Seeing this, Zhou Ming smiled grimly. Don't worry, I'll send him down to join you soon. Although it was very unwilling, Xiao Dai had already prevented consciousness from falling into a stupor. Her last waking thought was that Jin Chao should not come back. The raging venom was without its last impediment, quickly running towards the 3. Wherever it passed, the granite floor corroded. Not even a crumb remained. I don't dare to imagine what will happen to the 3 little butterflies. Zhou Ming was also excited as he watched the venom slowly approach, to see the 3 melted down. But just as the venom was about to touch the bodies of the 3, a voice trying desperately to suppress its anger. Unsullied space. As the voice fell, the 3 people who were still lying in place disappeared out of thin air in front of Zhou Ming's eyes. This caused Zhou Ming, who had a smiling face, to freeze in place as if he had been strangled. Then he turned and roared, Who? Get the hell out of there. I'd like to see which one of them doesn't want to die and dares to spoil his good deed. Only to see that on the back of a golden crown inferno eagle stood a teenager in a violent rage. The left eye was hollow, and gusts of swirls continued to emanate from it. A moment later, the vortex disappeared. The 3 people who were originally lying on the ground appeared in front of the teenager. The visitor was naturally Jin Chao. Without a moment's pause, Jin Chao quickly took out 3 level 1 reparative potions and had the 3 of them drink them. In a few seconds, though, the trio's breathing steadied, but it still fell into a coma. Jin Chao's frown tightened. A level 1 restorative potion is already able to cure the vast majority of ailments. Even people on the verge of death can be saved. Now that the 3 of them had drunk the potion and were still in a coma, it was evident that the situation was very critical. A first-class potion that can only save their lives. It looks like it's going to take a more advanced potion to bring them to their senses. After making sure that the parents and Dai were not in danger of losing their lives, there was only one thought left in Jin Chao's mind, and that was to kill the man in front of him. The unsullied space was once again cast, and bursts of spatial vortexes emanated from his left eye, placing the 3 of them within the space. Then, with a murderous face, he looked at the black and white killer, itching to break him into pieces. Jin Chao had never even thought that the black and white would be so shameless, to actually send a level 51 De Wu Zone against his own parents. They're ordinary people. Unusual martial artists striking out at ordinary people was forbidden by the military. Not to mention this kind of advanced martial artist. Not to mention the fact that woe betide the family. If he hadn't arranged for Chiyu Butterfly to protect mom and dad, there's no way to find out, much less get back in time. A second later, Jin Chao couldn't even imagine what would happen. Thinking of this, Jin Chao clenched his fists. If you want to take revenge, just look for yourself. How dare you involve your own family? This must not be tolerated. Zhou Ming, who was standing on the ground, looked at Jin Chao and suddenly smiled. You're Jin Chao, aren't you? You came quite quickly. While a level 1 potion can suppress my poison, you'll have to leave alive to do so, killing my Zhou family members. Who gave you the guts? As the last word fell, a purple and green colored poisonous dragon whistled away, opened his big mouth and headed straight for Jin Chao. Zhou Ming's figure even instantly disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, Jin Chao's pupils suddenly shrunk. Come on, It's too fast. In terms of speed alone, the current Jin Chao couldn't match a level 51 Grand Martial sect, but a blink of an eye. The poison dragon had then arrived in front of him, and Zhou Ming even appeared behind him, revealing a cruel smile. He thought he was so powerful, but he couldn't even take a single blow. What a waste! A touch of smugness gradually emerged, but in the next moment, Jin Chao's figure suddenly turned into dots of light and dissipated before Zhou Ming's eyes. At the same time, a huge golden flame engulfed Zhou Ming and the poisonous dragon. Phantom of light. At this moment, Jin Chao had already appeared on the ground not far away. The golden-crowned Inferno Eagle quickly fled after the strike, even if it was now a level 30 Fei. However, when facing a level 51 De Wu Zone powerhouse, he was still no match. The moment he saw Zhou Ming strike, Jin Chao knew that he couldn't fight hard. The difference in strength is too great. One can only test the gap between the two sides with a single blow. The golden flame burned furiously. The poisonous dragon was instantly vaporized. The poisonous gas drifted away with the wind. Wherever it passed, everything was corroded with holes. Jin Chao rushed away from the poisonous gas. The eyes didn't leave the killer in midair at all. The Golden Crown Inferno Eagle had been raised to level 30 by him. The power of the golden flames increased even more. At level 20, he could already crush level 30 martial artists. Now I'm afraid that level 40 martial artists are not opponents at all. I just don't know what kind of damage it can do to a De Wu Zone powerhouse. Just as Jin Chao was concentrating on his observation, a hearty laugh came from the Slayer. Ha ha ha, funny, really funny. Immediately after that, the gold flames disappeared completely. The incinerated killer was not damaged in the slightest. Seeing this, Jin Chao's expression became incredibly grave. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt at all. Although he knew that the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle couldn't deal with the great martial sect, but not being able to do any damage at all, was he too strong? Just in the moment Jin Chao was thinking, a pillar made of venom appeared around Zhou Ming, quickly reaching the ground, dragging the rapidly descending Zhou Ming down. Just like that, it stayed in mid-air. Zhou Ming looked at Jin Chao with interest. Space, double, boy, how many other cards do you have that I don't know about? But it's all in vain. When you meet me, you're doomed. Before the words were finished, Jin Chao's voice sounded again. Burning void ink flame. As soon as the words fell, the endless black flames directly wrapped Zhou Ming. At the same time, a tingling sensation came from Jin Chao's right eye. It caused Jin Chao to close his right eye. Jin Chao didn't have the time to listen to the killer's bull asterisk. Now just want to kill him by any means necessary. Then find trouble with the black and white. Zhou Ming was interrupted by Jin Chao, and a wave of anger rose up. Twice now. Originally, I wanted to have a good time with Jin Chao. Now I just want to kill Jin Chao quickly, to calm the anger in his heart. At the same time, Zhou Ming didn't put the sudden appearance of the black flames in his mind at all. A level 35 Grand Martial Master. Even if he was strong, he couldn't possibly be a threat to himself. What's more, the Fey beast that he relied on the most had already been taken out by himself, and now Jin Chao was a lamb to the slaughter, with no room to fight back. But the next second, Zhou Ming regretted it, because this black flame directly penetrated through the venom that encased him and burned on his body. The intense burning sensation instantly caused Zhou Ming to suffer immensely. Ah! A miserable cry of pain spread throughout the neighborhood. Zhou Ming was even trying to extinguish this black flame with all the means at his disposal, but by whatever means, that flame didn't even show a sign of going out. It burned hotter and hotter, as if it would not rest until he was burned to ashes. Even the invulnerable astral energy could not help it. At this moment, Zhou Ming was shocked in his heart. What the hell is this thing and how can it be so powerful? What to do to extinguish the damn black flames? It's hard to believe that he's going to be burned to death. Just as Zhou Ming was panicking, Jin Chao's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A tang horizontal blade composed of light was even more rapidly zooming in front of Zhou Ming's eyes. It was also covered in red blood. The eye is about to be cut. Jin Chao didn't intend to give him a chance to catch his breath at all. Never hesitate to take advantage of your illness. Chapter 54, The Gap is Too Great. Zhou Ming looked at the attack that was close at hand without the slightest bit of panic. More like shocked. A small Grand Martial Master had actually made himself in such a sorry state. Today, let him know the chasm of the difference in strength between the two. Without the slightest pause, the right hand entwined with astral chi directly grabbed at the slashing Tang Hengdao. In Zhou Ming's eyes, the attack of a level 35 Grand Martial Master was no different from a child scratching an itch. It was impossible for this blade to break his own astral aura. When he had caught his breath, he would make sure that Jin Chao, the bastard, would live a life worse than death. Both are extremely fast. But in a flash, Zhou Ming's hand was about to grab Jin Chao's Tang horizontal blade. But right at this moment, Jin Chao's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Zhou Ming, causing the victorious Zhou Ming to instantly widen his eyes. Upon sensing Zhou Ming's aura, Jin Chao had already arrived behind Zhou Ming. At the same time, a tang horizontal sword directly penetrated Zhou Ming's left chest from behind. With one strike, Jin Chao was relieved. Stabbed through the heart. Even if he was strong, it was impossible for him to survive. Finally, it's time to fix him. But before Jin Chao could pause for a moment, a hand incinerated by black flames appeared just to the left of the head. It's about to hit the solar plexus. If this is hit, one will surely die. It was too late to think. Jin Chao directly raised his hands to resist, but the power in that hand was too much. It's simply not something you can handle on your own. Directly connecting his arms, he hit Jin Chao's head. Boom! Jin Chao shot out like a cannonball. It directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. The huge impact shattered the ground around Jin Chao. Jin Chao felt as if he had been hit by a meteorite. The whole body's blood chi was reversed. All the 5 organs and 6 bowels were shifted. The head was dizzy, and the ear's tinnitus was more than just a tinnitus. There was no strength to even stand up, no way to control his body. Could this be the difference between them? I had thought that Burning Void Ink Flame and Tang Hengdao had scored 2 hits. It even pierced his heart. Even if he doesn't die, he should be seriously injured. I didn't expect that even in this state, I wouldn't be able to block his strike. If he was intact, I'm afraid I'd be dead by now. Too cocky. It was too much of a smooth ride for what one was experiencing during this time. Let yourself think that the disparity of rank is as nothing before you. Only then did he dare to attack the injured level 51 De Wuzong at such a close range. And the price is complete incapacitation and being reduced to a lamb to the slaughter. If he dies, his parents and Xiao Dai won't survive. But there was no use regretting it now. Jin Chao could only watch the frenzied killer in midair. Jin Chao, very good. You're the first one who can push me to this point, so I'm going to make you taste the most painful way to die. After saying that, Zhou Ming manipulated the venom and wrapped it around the tang horizontal blade that ran through his chest from behind, yanking it out and crushing it to pieces. Then, ferociously, he looked at the black flames that spread all over his body. Taking out a knife directly from the spatial ring, he cut off the body's surface layer of flesh and blood, one by one. From the moment he was entangled in this bizarre flame, Zhou Ming had already used every method to try and extinguish it, but it didn't work at all. I didn't expect that a small grand martial master would actually master martial arts that would make even he himself helpless. No wonder the previous killers all died in his hands. If, on the other hand, one's strength was the same as Jin Chao's, then there was no way one could be Jin Chao's opponent. So, he must be killed today. No hidden dangers left behind. Jin Chao lay on the ground and watched as the assassin cut the flesh and blood from his body with one knife. There wasn't a single shout the entire time, and even he, the one who hated to kill the other, found it alarming. But this is not the time to be concerned about such things. Should think about how to survive. Just as Jin Chao was thinking, Zhou Ming had already cut the flesh and blood on the surface of his entire body cleanly. At this moment, Zhou Ming was completely a bloody man, and Zhou Ming seemed unable to feel the pain, not even looking at his body. He just stared at Jin Chao dead in the face and then laughed somewhat maniacally. Ha ha ha. Jin Chao, I admit that you're very powerful. If it's similar to your strength, the one who dies today will be me. But you're still too weak. Go to hell at ease. After saying that, Zhou Ming took out a bottle of potion from his spatial ring and directly drank it. In just an instant, those lost flesh and blood grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without the slightest delay, Zhou Ming raised his right hand and coalesced a poisonous dragon, straight to Jin Chao. The sound of the fight just now was too loud. I'm afraid that it has long since alarmed the surrounding powerhouses and even the army. The people from the martial arts building are more than likely to show up at any time. It can't be delayed any longer. The poisonous dragon was but an instant away from Jin Chao's face. Although Jin Chao was unwilling in his heart, he could not control his body at all at this time. One could only watch as the poisonous dragon attacked. A strong sense of suffocation hit him. Jin Chao only felt that his whole body was wrapped in a mass of sticky liquid, and drilling pain came from every inch of his skin. The flesh and blood of the entire body was even more rapidly corroded, making the body, which was already in pieces, even more miserable. Ah! A cry of pain spread throughout the neighborhood. All those who heard it were aroused to goosebumps. It is simply unimaginable what kind of pain was experienced to make such a sound. Only just a second had passed. Jin Chao's consciousness then fell into a complete coma. The body is even melting away a little bit. Only after seeing this did Zhou Ming completely put his heart down. Being wrapped in venom, it was impossible for even a great martial sect powerhouse to survive. But just to be on the safe side, it's important to make up a few cuts. Thinking this way, Zhou Ming once again raised his right hand. The 3 venom arrows reappeared, aiming at Jin Chao's forehead, throat, and heart respectively, and shot out. Only when he watched the venom arrow rapidly approach Jin Chao did a smile appear on Zhou Ming's face. Now Jin Chao is dead, but in the next instant, the smile froze on his face, only to see a black shadow rushing in front of Jin Chao like lightning. With one punch, the 3 venomous arrows were blown apart. Then even more so, he pulled Jin Chao, who was already unrecognizable, out of the venom with one hand. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ming was completely enraged. It's so hard to get rid of this thorn in the side. Surprisingly, he was interrupted at the most crucial time. How could it be tolerated? You seek death. With a furious roar, Zhou Ming maneuvered the venom straight towards the black shadow, but the other man didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his back on him, dragging Jin Chao's crippled body with him. Green light continuously emerged from his hands, wrapping Jin Chao's entire body. In just an instant, Jin Chao's body, which was already unrecognizable as a human, was directly restored. The figure also seemed to have lost all its strength, started breathing heavily. At the same time, Zhou Ming's all-out punch struck the figure. The venom that had almost corrupted Jin Chao's entire body was also spreading rapidly over him. At this moment, a smile appeared on Zhou Ming's face once again. Thought it came with a lot of power. It's just a life for nothing. Chapter 55, The Furious Mew. Zhou Ming's poison was enough to dissolve anyone. It's useless even if you're strong. With one hit, no one would leave alive except for those with level 3 recovery potions. But how precious is a level 3 potion? That can't be bought with money. This person even dared to receive his own strike hard. It was no different from seeking death. But the most important thing now is to kill Jin Chao. His potential is so horrible that he must be nipped in the bud. Just as Zhou Ming wanted to continue to make a move towards Jin Chao, the silhouette with its back to Zhou Ming suddenly spoke. If you leave now, I can pretend I've never seen you before. Otherwise, Zhou Ming looked at the man in surprise. I can't believe he's okay? It was obvious that his poison had gotten to the man, so how could he be okay? It must be that he has a means of delaying the outbreak of the toxin. As soon as the toxin kicks in, he'll die for sure. It was impossible to make myself give up killing Jin Chao. Want me to leave? You'll have to be able to do that. With that, Zhou Ming once again condensed the poison dragon, wanting to devour the two. But before Zhou Ming could do anything, Niu directly threw a punch at his face. Not caring in the slightest about the venom that wrapped around Zhou Ming was stunned, and his body even flew backwards, crashing 4 or 5 small villas behind him. All through, before stopping, Zhou Ming's chest even collapsed directly, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. But all of this, Zhou Ming didn't care. What Zhou Ming cared about was who this person really was. Not only can you ignore your own venom, the strength is still so strong. Only his own punch, he had beaten himself to a pulp. I haven't heard of this young man in the martial arts building. Cough cough cough. Who the hell are you? It seemed that he hadn't heard Zhou Ming's words. With a right hand, Mu he threw upwards, throwing the unconscious Jin Chao onto Mu Qiujia, who had just arrived. Then he turned to look at Zhou Ming and said, I've already given you a chance, he said, and began to take off his shirt. Mu Qiujia was shocked to see this scene. Zhou Ming he knew, one of the most feared killers in black and white. Anyone he sets his sights on will be melted down to the dregs, and he was so strong that it was common for him to kill people across levels. Even a level 60 powerful martial artist could only run away when facing him. I didn't realize that Mu, a medic, was going to fight Zhou Ming hard? What was he thinking? Woodhope's strength has always been a mystery. After all, not many people had seen him strike. Also, Makuho's awakened ability is healing, which doesn't improve combat power much at all. Over the years, he had even been working with Elder Zhao as an assistant. Didn't even get out of town much. How could he possibly beat this pervert Zhou Ming? I thought it was outrageous enough for Jean to single out Zhou Ming. I didn't realize that Mohammed was even crazier. It's better to hide away yourself. Taking Mr. Ken away is the most important thing. While Mu Qiujia was lost in thought, Mu he had already taken off his shirt and pants altogether. All that was left was a pair of fitted shorts that reached the knee in length, and Zhou Ming also used this time to heal the injuries on his body. Seeing that Mu was ready, Zhou Ming cruelly said, Who did I think it was? But it turns out to be old man Zhao's heel. After all these years of not fighting, do you still know how to fight, medic? Zhou Ming didn't put Mu in his eyes at all. After all, Kikyo's powers weren't much use at all, except for healing. That punch just now, if he hadn't been careless, he wouldn't have been hit at all. Even a medic would be enough to deal with you. Biocharge. With a loud shout, Mu he, who was already fully muscled and had a very burly body, once again skyrocketed in size. Even his height had grown to over 3 meters. It was as if it was a humanoid tank. Just looking at it gives you a sense of oppression. Zhou Ming also stared at this scene. I didn't realize that healing powers could actually be played this way. Now that's something to be cautious about. And Mu didn't give Zhou Ming any time to prepare at all. With the force of his feet, the ground was directly stepped out into a large crater, and Mu's burly body instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Zhou Ming. Another punch was thrown. That speed, so fast that even Zhou Ming didn't react. One could only barely cross his arms and hold them in front of him. Boom! A punch struck, and the tremendous impact directly shook Zhou Ming's arms. The body was even blown into midair by this punch. There was even a gust of nausea in his chest, and even his heart missed a beat. You can see how powerful this punch from Mew was. One must know that Zhou Ming was a level 51 Grand Martial Sect. The defense is amazing. Surprisingly, he almost couldn't even catch a punch from Kikyo. It's a little too far out there. Makuho's attacks, however, hadn't stopped yet. Kikyo bent her knees slightly, leaving a deep crater once again, and jumped some 20 meters into the air. Another punch was thrown at Zhou Ming. At the same time, an angry low growl said, "Woe to the family." That's the first rule. At the same time, Zhou Ming's body once again flew towards midair. The powerful force caused Zhou Ming to stifle the spitting out of a mouthful of blood. The look of shock on his face intensified, because Mohammed was following up again. Another punch, striking out at ordinary people. That's number 2. Boom. Strike out at those weaker than yourself. That's number 3. Boom. Breaking the agreement with Elder Zhao. That's number 4. Boom. Do it downtown. That's number 5. The sound of fists striking in midair kept coming. The two bodies were getting higher and higher. The entire Muqiu Jie on the ground who was looking at him was frozen. Originally, it was thought that Mew was not Zhou Ming's opponent. I didn't realize it was a one-sided suppression. The current Zhou Ming was like a sandbag, being punched and punched and punched and punched and punched by Mohammed. There was no room to fight back. At first, Zhou Ming was still able to put up a defensive stance. Now, all have been beaten unconscious. It's like a human sandbag. Makuho is also too fierce. Who would have thought that Mu He, who had been following Zhao Lao around, being honest and dealing with all sorts of chores, would be so powerful? And then think about how you treated Makuho before. A cold sweat broke out. It's simply unimaginable. What would happen if Kikyo got angry and took a shot at himself? I'm afraid it's no better than the current Zhou Ming. No, it's definitely worse than him. However, as powerful as Makuho was, he wasn't as powerful as his idol, although it was far away just now. But the image of the idol forcing Zhou Ming's hand to cut the flesh from his own body was a real sight to see. There was such a large difference in strength, and the opponent was still the strong and perverted Zhou Ming. And that's after losing what others thought was the biggest battlefield beast. Can't even think of one? How the idol did it. If this were to let him grow up, he wouldn't be able to kill Zhou Ming in one go. And that weird black fire. Surprisingly, there was no way to extinguish it. It also ignored the defense of a level 51 Grand Martial Sect and directly attacked his flesh. If Zhou Ming hadn't been decisive, it's long gone to a cloud of dust now. It's scary to think about. Chapter 56, Enhancing Strength. Muqiu Jie looked at Mu He, who was in midair, constantly attacking with punch after punch. There was also the beaten Zhou Ming. That miserable look couldn't help but shiver just by looking at it. Luckily it was caught early. Otherwise, there's a good chance you'll have to take a beating yourself. It's really atrocious. And then look at the idol in your arms. Well, it's better to idolize. Boom. There was a loud bang. Zhou Ming's body, viciously smashed into the ground. A house is loaded straight through. A large crater was also smashed in the ground. The surrounding ground was even densely covered with cracks. It was evident how powerful this strike from Mew was. Watching Muqiu Jie's teeth ached, and he even sympathized with Zhou Ming a little. However, even withstanding such a violent attack, Zhou Ming still staggered as he stood up from the deep pit. I don't know how many bones in my entire body were broken. It made Zhou Ming stand twisted and turn like a zombie. Even after being beaten like this, Zhou Ming remained unconvinced, viciously glaring at Mew, who was landing. He said in a slurred voice, "Mia, I'll keep this account today, and in the future, I'll definitely make you double it." After saying that, his body directly turned into venom and fled along the cracks on the ground. When Muqiu Jie saw this, he shouted anxiously, "Hey, hey, hey, don't let him get away." But Muqiu Jie didn't dare to go on either. Don't look at Zhou Ming's current severe injuries, a miserable and incomparable appearance. If you dare to go up there yourself, you will definitely be poisoned. But Kagome was still in midair now. There was no time to stop it. By the time he landed on the ground, Zhou Ming had already run out of sight. Elemental ability awakened people are just troublesome. In fact, Niu had no intention of killing Zhou Ming. Seeing how ruthless Jin Chao had just been towards Zhou Ming, Mu He knew keeping Zhou Ming would definitely stimulate Jin Chao to rapidly increase his strength. Although, Jin Chao's level had risen very quickly. It had only been a week since he became a martial artist, and he had elevated to level 35 Grand Martial Master. At that speed, don't even think about it, let alone listen to it. Not even those martial artists who had awakened the ability to rapidly raise their chi and blood supernatural powers could create such a myth. Sometimes, I really wanted to dissect Jin Chao to see his body structure and what it really looked like. How is it possible to improve so fast? However, Jin Chao's current strength was still unable to cope with the crisis at hand. Black and White Infernal is one of the top forces in Wangzhong City. There were many strong and tricky killers like Zhou Ming. Moreover, now that they had disregarded their agreement with Elder Zhao, Jin Chao Test was in an even more dangerous position. Kikyo couldn't help but frown at the thought. Let me see how Ken is doing. After watching the battle just now, Mu Chou Jie didn't dare to be reckless in front of Mu He. Dutifully, he handed Jin Chao over to Kikyo. After checking it, Mu said faintly, "Well, it's no longer dangerous. It'll be fine when he wakes up." "But," said Kikyo, frowning again, "look around the wreckage. There were only a dozen or so severely injured and dying thousand fantasy rain butterflies in his eyes. Jin Chao's parents are completely missing. Is it possible to be late?" When he thought about it, Moke's mood was heavy, and it seemed as if Mu Chou Jie had just remembered. Staring blankly, he shouted, "No good, my sister should be here too. Why don't we see her?" Saying that, he panicked and took out the martial artist medal, about to contact Mu Chou Jie. Just then, a hand directly grabbed his wrist. Weakly, he said, "Don't look for it, it's here." Saying that, Jin Chao exerted his best efforts and cast Unsullied Space, releasing all three of them. Seeing this, Mu Chou Jie's eyes instantly widened. Kikyo was also very surprised. "It's a spatial ability? How is that possible? Isn't Jin Chao a light alien awakened? Why did you awaken your spatial ability? Is he a dual psychic awakening? Geez, that's a 1 in a million dual psychic awakening. Just let yourself be met? Not bad for an idol." It was awesome. Jin Chao was naturally unaware of Mu Chou Jie's thoughts. "All I want now is for my parents and Dai to recover. Big brother Mu, please treat my parents and Xiao Dai." When Kikyo heard that, his body quickly returned to its usual size. Breathing heavily, he said, "Good." Then, stretching out his hands, his palms faced the three little butterflies. A green light continued to keep appearing from the center of the palm and then entered the three people's bodies. Within a minute, the three woke up one after the other. The three of them hadn't been injured. They had only inhaled a small amount of poisonous gas. Later on, Jin Chao even used a first-class recovery potion to detoxify them, and they had long been fine. It's just a case of being in shock and passing out. Seeing that his parents were fine, Jin Chao's hanging heart dropped, but now there is no peace at all. As soon as Jin's mom saw her son, she said with tearful eyes, "Son, you can finally come back. You are not seeing how dangerous it was just now. If it wasn't for Little Butterfly, we wouldn't have seen you, and Little Flower, which was also killed by that bastard to protect us." With that, Ken's mom lowered her head and cried. Jin Chao was even more distressed. "I didn't think that the black and white would actually take a shot at their parents, and killed Hannah. Parents are the people they care about the most. Anyone who touches this scale must die." Jin Chao stood up holding Mu Chou Jie's shoulders. Turning to Xiao Dai, whose face was long and white, he said, "Xiao Dai thanks you, great kindness. In the future, if there is anything, just order, never postpone." Seeing this scene, Xiao Dai was very flustered and said, "Mr. Jin, no, Xiao Jin, you are too kind. This is all what I should do. My uncle and auntie are so good to me, how could I possibly see death and save them?" Jin Chao continued, "This is something I will always keep in my heart and never forget." Xiao Dai wanted to say something else, but he heard noisy footsteps coming from not far away. "Dai, are you okay?" Xiao Dai heard the sound and turned her head to look, immediately shouting loudly, "Dad, Mom, I'm fine." Mu's father and mother quickly came closer, seeing the tragic state of the place, and their weakened daughter. Knowing that it's not the time to disturb, he said to Jin Chao, "Mr. Jin, with such a big event happening, we won't disturb much. If you need anything, just tell us directly. Uncle Mu is polite. Then we'll take Xiao Dai back first, and Jie will stay here and help Mr. Jin with things." With that, Mu Dad and Mu Mom left with Little Butterfly. Jin Chao looked at the 1,000 fantasy rain butterflies lying on the ground and said to Mu Chou Jie, "Please go and detoxify them." Saying so, he handed Mu Chou Jie a bunch of level 1 recovery potions. Mu Chou Jie took the medicine and went to work. Then Jin Chao said to Mu He, "Please Big Brother Mu notify those who sell foreign beasts that for tonight's transaction, the price will be raised by 5%, and I will pay for the extra money." Trading tonight? Is Jin Chao not going to rest from such a serious injury? What's he up to? Moke was puzzled in his mind, but knew that it was not his place to ask. Chapter 57 Eraser Operation. Afterwards, Jin Chao continued, "Trouble Big Brother Mu to talk to Elder Zhao. Tomorrow morning, I'm going out of the city. Trouble his elder. Listen to me to take care of my parents. It's a little wrong to let Zhao take care of mom and dad, though, but it's the safest, most secure way to go right now. Other than Zhao Lao, I really couldn't think of anyone I could trust. Don't worry, uncle and auntie are in Elder Zhao's hands, absolutely safe." When he said that, Moho looked at Jin Chao with a desire to speak. With the way things are going, Jin Chao will never let go of black and white. Mulholland knew all too well how much Jin Chao cherished Jin's dad and mom. Absolutely no one will be allowed to hurt them. What's more, it's now endangering their lives. But how powerful the black and white were. Mew knew better. The current Jin Chao is impossible to shake. I'm really afraid that Jin Chao will do something stupid. It seemed to see Moke's concern. Jin Chao said flatly, "Don't worry, big brother Moo. I won't let anything happen to me, and the hidden dangers I will completely remove." Saying that, Jin Chao recalled the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle that had been commanded to move for help. At this time, Mu Qiujie also detoxified all the 1,000 illusory rain butterflies and distributed a lot of fey crystals to them under Jin Chao's arrangement. Let them all swallow and level up. Then he brought Mu Qiujie and rushed towards the martial artist building. Woodhopper never disappoints with his efficiency. In just 10 minutes or so, all the martial artists in the city who had foreign beasts in their hands all got the news. Then flocked to the martial arts building. 5% price increase. That's a lot of profit for them. Naturally, no one will let this opportunity pass. And that's what Jin Chao would like to see the most. Now it was necessary to raise his strength as soon as possible, and then completely uproot the hidden danger that was black and white infernal. They must never be given another chance to hurt their parents. Under Jin Chao's arrangement, the martial arts building was brightly lit. All participating staff members volunteered to work overtime. After all, Jin Chao was too popular now. Jin Chao naturally wouldn't let them help for nothing, promising them that no one would send them a fey beast when they were done with the matter at hand. At this statement, all the staff members who had come to work overtime were abuzz. Jin Chao is really a big deal, just helping out with overtime and giving away an obedient fey. Then wouldn't they be able to ride the fey to work every day just like Mr. Jin in the future? Think of that image, and you'll feel the wind in your sails. That's what so many people dream of. Those people, on the other hand, now had to wait for news from the martial arts building to even rent a fey. And the people in the martial arts building are going to have their own unique beasts right away. If those people knew about this, they wouldn't be envious of them. Try. Even if you are exhausted today, you must not stop until Mr. Ken is satisfied. Just as the martial arts building was drying out, the black and white infernal Zhou family is also unable to sleep. Snap. Zhou Yu slapped Zhou Ming across the face. Then angrily, he said, "Who told you to do that? Don't you know you can't strike at ordinary people? Taking shots at ordinary people can be considered a big military taboo. Though the common man's strength is low, there was no resistance at all in front of the fey. Only martial artists can be allowed to protect it. Even more so, it would drag the martial artists back when the beasts were rioting. But martial artists, no matter how strong they were a tiny minority compared to the number of ordinary people. Besides, if there were no ordinary people, where would the martial artists come from? If, on the other hand, the military is going to meddle in this, not to mention killing Jin Chao, any future action of black and white will be very passive. In any town, no one dares to touch any of the rules set by the military. This brat is so blatantly disobedient. What a way to live. The most infuriating thing of all, the kid hadn't even killed Jin Chao yet and came back badly injured. If he hadn't used a secondary recovery potion, he would have been a waste even if he didn't die. In the face of Zhou Yu's violent anger, Zhou Ming was very unconvinced. "Dad, what are you afraid of? For so many years, the military couldn't do anything about us. What's there to be afraid of?" Hearing this, Zhou Yu raised his right hand, wanting to give him another mouthful. But in the end, I held back. "Get your ass back to your own room and don't step out of it without my order." "What about Jin Chao? Should we just let him go?" And that Mew, cough cough. Saying that, Zhou Ming began to cough violently. "Both of them, I have my own arrangements. Don't need you to worry about them." But, roll. Zhou Ming still wanted to speak, but was directly scared off by a look from Zhou Yu. Indignant departure. Zhou Yu was the only one left in the large room. He was seen with his eyes closed tightly and his right hand holding his forehead in great distress. "I thought a small Ken Shao was easy to handle. I didn't realize he was growing so fast." It hadn't even been a week, and the level had risen from a level 1 martial artist to a level 35 grand martial master. If he were to give him more time, wouldn't he become a great martial sect? At that time, wouldn't it be harder to kill him? If we let him go up to level 60, just thinking about it gave Zhou Yu a terrible headache. When the time came, what Jin Chao domesticated would not be this kind of low-level foreign beast. Instead, it was a level 60, or even level 70 fey. One thought of the scene of Jin Chao leading a group of level 70 alien beasts and attacking black and white one day. Zhou Yu was then incredibly alarmed. He must be eradicated as soon as possible. Order, call back the top 30 of the killer list. All the killers, at the same time, pay close attention to Jin Chao's movements. Any news, report in time. This time, must not have another accident. Also call back all killers in the top 30. That's something that's never been done before in black and white. Even back then, when they exterminated a level 1 power, they didn't use so many assassins. It was evident how much Zhou Yu valued this assassination this time. The night passed. The people who had come to sell the exotic beasts had also gone back. The employees of the martial artist building were all tired as well. Mu Qiujie was even lying on the ground, not moving at all. The whole day and night was so busy that I didn't even have a bite to eat. Jin Chao looked at him with some guilt. I didn't realize that I'd only known him for a day and kept the pampered young master busy all day. However, one is really out of time. Feel the changes in the qi and blood in your body, and the increase in strength. Jin Chao knew very well that he had broken through to level 45. It's a true martial arts powerhouse. At the same time, those 19,000 illusory rain butterflies, and the golden-crowned inferno eagle, had all broken through to level 47. This surprised Jin Chao. That way, one's plans are more certain. Thinking of this, Jin Chao looked in the direction of the south of the city. Today's mission was to head to 9,927, the place where level 51 to 55 Fey beasts gather to tame a large number of Fey beasts. Just when everyone was ready to rest, the big round face snorted and walked over, looking at the exhausted coworker in front of me. A look of confusion. What's going on here? Did they stay up all night? Luckily, I ran early yesterday. Otherwise you have to stay up all night too. Hooray hooray hooray. Just as the big round face was celebrating, Jin Chao suddenly appeared behind her. Sister Zhao, are you ready? There's an important mission out of town today. Where to? 9,927. What? 9,927? Are you crazy? I'm not going. If you are, you're on your own. Chapter 58, 9927. 9,927. That was the place where level 50 to 55 Fey beasts gathered. Even a level 61 martial arts powerhouse wouldn't dare to go alone. Jin Chao had broken through to level 35 yesterday though, and it was strong. But that was barely enough to deal with a level 40 Fey. It was important to know that when a Fey beast leveled up to 50 or more, its strength increased several times over. It's not at all comparable to a level 40 plus Fey. Even if it's a level 49 Fey beast commander who encounters a level 50 normal Fey beast. That's what happens when you're abused. There's no room to fight back. Now Jin Chao was simply looking for death if he wanted to go there. He himself would not follow Jin Chao to his death. Jin Chao glanced at the big round face and said flatly, if you don't go, Elder Zhao won't give you your commission. Hearing this, the big round face was torn. Ken's commission is sky high beyond one mission. That's a year's worth of regret if you miss it once. But if you go, you're afraid that you'll be famous for what you've earned, but not for what you've spent. It seemed to see the big round faces tangle. Ken Chao takes another shot. Elder Zhao might even give me a new assistant. So think about it. What? Changing assistants? Absolutely not. When are you going to leave? Not getting a one mission bonus might be acceptable. It would be unbearable to lose Jin Chao, the god of wealth. Seeing the big round face in this state, Ken Chao was satisfied. A real money grubber. As long as there was money to be made, she would go through any danger. If you don't go, you're not paying enough. Meanwhile, Ken Chao gives big round face a piece of his mind. Sister Zhao, don't worry. Since I decided to go to 9,927, I won't let us die there. And to tell you the truth, I've already broken through to level 45 now. The latter words were spoken by Jin Chao against the big round face's ear. Jin Chao didn't want to expose his strength too early yet, but the big round face heard Jin Chao's words. The whole thing was unsettled, shouting out, what? You've, ooh-hoo. Jin Chao's quick eyes covered big round face's mouth. Seeing Jin Chao's behavior, big round face also guessed that he didn't want to reveal his strength. Nodding his head, he signaled that Jin Chao wouldn't be yelling himself, and only then did Jin Chao let go. The big round face's heart, however, was shaken to the core. What the hell did this guy do in just one day and one night? It was surprising that the strength had increased so quickly. He's not practicing at all, didn't even eat, let alone any medicine to boost chi and blood. There's no such powerful medicine at all, either. Level 45. How come this guy's speed of raising his chi and blood was like riding a rocket? Monster, what a monster. But this way, when the time comes, if you can't fight, it's still okay to run. At his current level, as long as he didn't encounter a foreign beast that specialized in speed, he would be absolutely fine. It took a moment for Big Round Face to put his heart into his stomach at the thought. Everything is arranged. Jin Chao let out a deep breath and looked at the east with a grave expression on his face. It's time to get out of town. But before we leave town, we have to settle this young master. Honestly, it's just one day of contact though. Jin Chao still had a good impression of this young master of the Mu family. There was no hint of a shelf, much less an impression of pampering. Strong? He is even more obedient to himself. With a helper like that, you don't have to do a lot of things yourself. I really don't know how Mu's dad could say that about his son. Thinking so, Jin Chao stepped to Mu Qiujie's side. One picked him up and prepared him to go to the office to get some rest. But just as he picked up Mu Qiujie, the guy woke up. Then she looked at Jin Chao with sleepy eyes, then threw her arms around Jin Chao's neck. murmuring, "This must be a dream. It's a nice dream that my idol is holding me. This is not a dream." Jin Chao said before putting Mu Qiujie down. "I haven't slept all night, so go home and get some rest. I have things to take care of." The moment Jin Chao put it down, Mu Qiujie was completely awake. It's just still basking in the surprise of Jin Chao hugging him just now. But when he heard Jin Chao tell him to go back, he immediately said, "Idol, I'm not tired. What are you going to do? I'll help you and give you a hand. I'm going to 9,927. Are you going too?" When the average person hears 9,927, they must be afraid to follow it. Especially a grand martial master like Mu Qiujie who is not yet level 40. Jin Chao was also trying to make Mu Qiujie know what to do. But I didn't expect this rash man to back down at all. Cutting to the chase, he said, "Go, why not? The idol dares to go. Why wouldn't I dare?" Seeing Mu Qiujie like this, Jin Chao was surprised. This guy, he's really not afraid of the sky. However, everything that should be prepared was prepared, and it wasn't too bad to bring a Mu Qiujie. "Okay, let's go together then." After saying that, Jin Chao directly recruited 19,000 fantasy rain butterflies, and the golden-crowned inferno eagle. They are now over 40 levels, along with becoming stronger. The size increases quite a bit. 20 of them hovered over the martial artist building, ZE sky covering the sun, and the feeling of oppression was overwhelming. At the same time, it drew envy from the crowd. Jin Chao grabbed the two of them and jumped a few times one after another, landing firmly on the back of the golden-crowned inferno eagle, then set off quickly to the east. 9927 was more than 1,000 kilometers away from Wangzhong City. Even with the golden-crowned inferno eagle's current speed, it would at least take 3 or 4 hours to arrive. Mu Qiujie was too sleepy, and within 3 minutes of arriving on the golden-crowned inferno eagle's back, he was dead asleep. Jin Chao, on the other hand, used this time to start adapting to the rewards given by the system when he broke through level 40. 2 of the 3 rewards are abilities. One was the 1,000 illusory heavy pupils, similar to an illusion martial art, but it's different from ordinary illusions. As long as one was hit by the 1,000 illusion heavy pupils, even if they were killed in the illusion, they would still die in reality. Very scary. The illusions are all about what the person who is under the spell fears the most in his or her heart. It's facing up to your innermost fears. In this situation, it was already good enough to be able to exert half of his strength, coupled with the siege of Jin Chao and the Fey Beasts. As long as there wasn't a huge difference in strength, there was definitely a dead end. The other is called the Infinite Realm. The system gives a description of a singular field. Being in space allows you to manipulate any object in the field at will, excluding very resistant creatures. It also boosts your own strength by 15%. In Jin Chao's understanding, it is a gain space, and can change various means of attack within this space. The other remaining one was a big surprise to Jin Chao. The Complete Explained Encyclopedia of Martial Artists. It's the same as the Fey Complete Encyclopedia. It contains a very detailed dissection of all the problems of the martial artist. There are even many ways to quickly level up a martial artist, but that obviously didn't work for Jin Chao. Even if that method boosted faster, it couldn't be faster than utilizing system upgrades. However, this has helped Jin Chao in training his men. After all, no one could keep up with the speed at which Jin Chao's strength increased, and those who can't keep up will drift away from Jin Chao. That's what Jin Chao doesn't want to see. Chapter 59 One Punch a Level 50 Alien Beast. After familiarizing himself with his new ability, Jin Chao also rested on the back of the golden-crowned inferno eagle. Soon, a group of alien beasts came over 9,927. Without the slightest concealment, it just hovered squarely over 9,927. This action caused the large round face to shriek in shock. Jin Chao, what are you doing? This is going to get them mobbed. Fey have a strong sense of territory. In particular, level 51 and above Fey beasts did not allow any Fey beasts to appear in their territory at all, not even in the air. Fey beasts of this level were different from those below level 20. The means of long-range attacks have long been mastered, just like the golden-crowned inferno hawk. What's more, there were quite a few flying exotic beasts here as well. Jin Chao is totally playing with fire. When Mu Qiujie saw the scene, he was even more frightened and his legs kept trembling. His face was even paler. Both hands clutched Jin Chao's pants, but still, he braced himself and murmured, no fear, the idol won't harm me." Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar came into midair. Mu Qiujie was directly frightened and sat on the back of the golden-crowned inferno eagle. Harm clutched Jin Chao's pants tightly in his hand. If not for Jin Chao's quick reaction, he would have to strip his pants off this time. Big round faces are even better. Laying directly on the back of the golden-crowned inferno eagle, he dug into its feathers, muttering over and over, can't see me. Jin Chao shook his head somewhat helplessly and forcefully pulled his pants out of Mu Qiujie's hand. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw an endless number of earth tips suddenly appear on the ground. It came straight at the alien beasts in midair. The speed was so fast that Jin Chao didn't have time to command these foreign beasts. However, it was good that these beasts knew to dodge on their own. Only, inevitably, the body is unsteady. Scared Mucho Jia and Big Round Face, they screamed again. Jin Chao could only jump onto the back of 1,000 illusory rain butterfly, commanding the golden-crowned Inferno Eagle to take the two of them to fly a little higher, lest they be caught in the waves. At the same time, Jin Chao's entire information about this foreign beast surfaced in his mind. Split Mountain Savage Bull, 53 level foreign beast, has the ability to manipulate the earth. The strength is so strong that it can open mountains and break cliffs. The defense is amazing and rock solid. It's strangely fast as lightning. Seeing this, Jin Chao's brows couldn't help but furrow. Long range, strength, defense, speed. There are almost no shortcuts. Is the first encounter with a Fae that tricky? Should we change the Fae? Just as Jin Chao was thinking about countermeasures, the Rift Savage Bull attacked again. The ground, which was originally quite flat, was now rapidly protruding with countless sharp stone pillars that attacked Jin Chao and the 1,000 illusory rain butterflies. The group of 1,000 illusory rain butterflies was in chaos, all of them scattered in all directions, and for those who couldn't dodge, the 1,000 fantasy rain butterfly stretched out its mouthparts and shattered the protruding stone pillars. But there are just too many Stonehenge. Soon there were several thousand illusion rain butterflies that were pierced through their wings and even their bodies. Downward. At the same time, the earth-splitting Savage Bull attacked even more fiercely, wanting to smash these 1,000 illusory rain butterflies to pieces, completely kill these low-level alien beasts that dared to intrude into its territory. But just as the stone pillar was about to hit the injured 1,000 illusory rain butterfly, the 1,000 illusory rain butterflies all disappeared into thin air, while at the same time, the light points in the sky fell down at extreme speed, smashed those stone pillars to smithereens. This was what gave the 1,000 illusory rain butterflies a chance to catch their breath. In just a single glance, several of the 1,000 illusory rain butterflies were injured. If the fight continues, there's a good chance the whole army will be wiped out. Doesn't this Rift Savage have any weaknesses? Just as this thought appeared, the system gave a prompt. Rift Brute, simple-minded and easily confused by illusions. Seeing this prompt, Jin Chao was a bit confused. Isn't this a shot in the dark? Whether it's the 1,000 illusory rain butterfly or your own new skills, it's all related to the illusion. If I'd known it was that simple, why did I hide? Jin Chao immediately commanded the remaining 1,000 illusory rain butterflies to wield hallucinogenic phosphorus powder. Jin Chao, on the other hand, utilized the ability of unsullied space to transfer the phosphorus powder around the split ground brute the moment it appeared. In an instant, though, it surrounded it. The Rift Savage Bull also smelled danger, trying to get away from all this phosphorus dust quickly. But how could Jin Chao give it a chance to escape? Teleporting himself directly in front of the Rift Savage Bull, he locked eyes with it. The 1,000 illusory heavy pupils were instantly activated, only to see Jin Chao's eyes all turn into two pupils side by side on the left and right, and gusts of ripples quickly emanated from them. The Rift Savage Bull didn't react at all. It could never have imagined that a weak human would dare to approach so closely. Without the slightest hesitation, the four hooves were about to crash into Jin Chao. This collision, not to mention Jin Chao, a human, it was a small mountain that would be crushed to pieces. It had absolute certainty that it would kill this hateful human, but just as its body rushed out, it felt a dizzying sensation in its head. The scene in front of him changed drastically. He himself was no longer a level 53 earth-rupturing brute with a huge body and incredible strength. Instead, it was a newborn calf, still in its young body. The scene in front of it was more of a nightmare that it could never forget. His own parents were being surrounded and killed by a group of three-headed fiery lions, and he himself could only hide behind a rock and watch as his parents were divided by this group of three-headed fiery lions. Even when he reached his adult body, he still didn't dare to face this group of three-headed fiery lions, and even more so, he didn't dare, nor was he capable of avenging his parents. Jin Chao couldn't help but feel joy in his heart when he saw the earth-splitting Savage Bull falling into an illusion, but soon enough, he couldn't stop laughing. Although the Rift Savage Bull was caught in an illusion, but its massive body crashed through on its own. Even without the manipulation of the Rift Brute's consciousness, it diminished a lot, but it's still not something you can fight against, and it was fast, plus the two were close together. No chance of escape at all. It's not killing me. Already pulling the earth-splitting brute into the illusionary realm, it's about to be tamed, and it would be hilarious to actually get run over at this point. In desperation, Jin Chao mobilized all his abilities. Qi and blood immediately wrapped around his entire body, and the infinite domain instantly unfolded. Jin Chao threw a punch at the charging earth-splitting brute bull. Boom! A punch went down as if it had hit a steel plate. It was as if the whole arm was going to split open. At the same time that, a huge impact, but also from the arm to the whole body. It caused Jin Chao's entire body to fly out and plunge into the small hill, so that he could not be seen at all. However, Mucho Jie and Big Round Face were not the least bit concerned about this. Instead, he looked at the Rift Savage Bull in shock, because it flew. A jab from Jin Chao sends him flying. Did this really happen? You're not seeing things for yourself. This was a level 53 Rift Savage Bull. How could he be knocked away by a single punch from Jin Chao? It must be a hallucination. It must be a hallucination. It's no wonder the two reacted this way. The Rift Savage Bull was notoriously difficult to deal with amongst the level 50 plus Fey beasts. Even level 60 plus martial artists didn't dare to face it, because it's not only powerful and has a sturdy defense, it's also fast. Let alone a level 60 martial artist. It's 3 or 5, and it's impossible to break through its defenses, only to be chased by it. Such a powerful guy was actually hammered away by Jin Chao's punch, and fell to the ground and couldn't get up, taking out a level 50 plus Fey beast with one punch. Or is it the Rift Brute? Crazy, crazy. Chapter 60, Killing Red Ice Combination Technique. The Big Round Face was a little better. Jin Chao, the pervert, had done too many amazing moves already. It's not so bad, but Mucho Jie did see it with his own eyes for the first time. I'd only heard about it before, though it was shocking too, but nowhere near as good as seeing it with your own eyes. The idol is also too demonic. Strength boosts fast. Skills are still mastered in abundance. Cross-country challenges are even less of a problem. If I'm not mistaken, what Jin Chao had just cast was blood chi, right? How could an idol master something as perverse as blood chi? How come no one reported it? Even he, a longtime fan, didn't know that. However, Mucho Jie was still a bit in disbelief. Turning his head, a little dumbfounded, he asked the large round face, Big Round Face, the idol just used blood energy, right? The Big Round Face was furious when he heard his words. The last time this guy yelled like that, he didn't even get to clean up the kit himself. You're coming back this time? Big Round Face slapped Mucho Jie on the back of his head very nonchalantly. Glaring, she said, call Sister Joe. Mucho Jie grimaced in pain, but still said, okay, Big Round Face, Sister Zhao. The Big Round Face clenched his right fist in hatred. But I don't know what to say. Did you say he called out to Sister Zhao? Shout out. But one still had the urge to hit him. But I've heard this guy is pretty good, so let's put up with it. The Big Round Face gritted his teeth and said, it's blood breath. What's wrong? Although he had already guessed it, Mucho Jie was still shocked when he received confirmation from the large round face. It's true, his own idol. Not only was he a dual alien ability awakened, he had also mastered something as perverse as blood chi. The idol is just too good. People are still generous and okay with people. If I were a girl, I'd never marry him. Older sister is really blessed. You must keep an eye on the idol for older sister in the future. Don't get snatched up by another woman. But it seems like the oldest sister is really a bit unworthy of the idol. The two chatted amongst themselves, not caring about Jin Chao, who was embedded in the mountain. They didn't react until Jin Chao shouted at them. Can you guys just hold me out and talk? Oh, yeah, forgot about that. Idol, I'm coming to your rescue. Saying that, he set up the golden crown yen eagle and flew to Jin Chao, and it took the combined efforts of the two to snap Jin Chao out. Jin Chao, who came out of the wall, lay on the back of the golden crowned inferno eagle, unable to even move. Although the strike that the earth-splitting Savage Bull had just made earlier did not use its full strength, but that wasn't something Jin Chao could afford, if it wasn't for the mastery of blood chi, which greatly increased defense. I'm afraid Jin Chao is a corpse now. It seemed that it was still too early to deal with a level 53 Fey. However, having tamed the first one, the later ones are much easier. Drinking the recovery potion, Jin Chao recovered in less than 3 minutes. Riding the golden-crowned inferno eagle, he flew to the side of the collapsed Rift Earth Savage Bull. Just now, I was only looking at it from a distance and couldn't feel how big it really was. Looking at it now, the two big round faces couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This guy, isn't he a little too big? Lying like that, it was at least a dozen meters high.